by Samuel Richardson. Pamela, Volume 2.
Letter 84. From Miss Darnford in answer to the preceding. My dear Mrs. B., I have been several times, in company with Mr. Peters, to see Mrs. Jewkes. The poor woman is very bad, and cannot live many days. We comfort her all we can, but she often accuses herself of her past behaviour to so excellent a lady, and with blessings upon blessings heaped upon you and her master, and your charming little boy, is continually declaring how much your goodness to her aggravates her former faults to her own conscience. She has a sister-in-law and her niece with her, and has settled all her affairs, and thinks she is not long for this world. Her distemper is an inward decay, all at once as it were, from a constitution that seemed like one of iron, and she is a mere skeleton. You would not know her, I dare say. I will see her every day, and she has given me up all her keys and accounts to give to Mr. Longman, who is daily expected, and I hope will be here soon. For her sister-in-law, she says herself, is a woman of this world, as she has been. Mr. Peters calling upon me to go with him to visit her, I will break off here. Mrs. Jewkes is much as she was, but your faithful steward is come. I am glad of it, and so is she. Nevertheless I will go every day, and do all the good I can for the poor woman, according to your charitable desires. I thank you for your communication of Lady Davers's letter. I am much obliged to my lord and her ladyship, and should have been proud of an alliance with that noble family, but with all Mr. H.'s good qualities, as my lady paints them out, and his other advantages, I could not, for the world, make him my husband. I'll tell you one of my objections, in confidence, however, for you are only to sound me, you know. And I would not have it mentioned that I have taken any thought about the matter, because a stronger reason may be given, such a one as my lord and lady will both allow, which I will communicate to you by and by. My objection arises even from what you intimate of Mr. H.'s good humour and his persuadableness, if I may so call it. Now, where of a boisterous temper and high spirit, such an one as required great patience in a husband to bear with me, then Mr. H.'s good humour might have been a consideration with me. But when I have, I pride myself in the thought, a temper not wholly unlike your own, and such an one as would not want to contend for superiority with his husband, it is no recommendation to me, that Mr. H. is a good-humoured gentleman, and will bear with faults I design not to be guilty of. But, my dear Mrs. B., my husband must be a man of sense, and give me reason to think he has a superior judgment to my own, or I shall be unhappy. He will otherwise do wrong-headed things. I shall be forced to oppose him in them. He will be tenacious and obstinate, be taught to talk of prerogative and to call himself a man, without knowing how to behave as one, and I to despise him, of course. So be deemed a bad wife, when I hope I have qualities that would make me a tolerable good one, with a man of sense for my husband. Now you must not think I would dispense with real good humour in a man. No, I make it one of my indispensables in a husband. A good-natured man will put the best constructions on what happens, but he must have sense to distinguish the best. He will be kind to little, unwilful, undesigned failings, but he must have judgment to distinguish what are, or are not so. But Mr. H.'s good humour is softness, as I may call it, and my husband must be such an one, in short, as I need not be ashamed to be seen with in company. One who, being my head, must not be beneath all the gentlemen he may happen to fall in with, and who, every time he is adjusting his mouth for speech, will give me pain at my heart, and blushes in my face, even before he speaks. I could not bear, therefore, that every one we encountered should be prepared, whenever he offered to open his lips, by their contemptuous smiles, to expect some weak and silly things from him, and when he had spoken, that he should, with a booby grin, seem pleased that he had not disappointed them. The only recommendatory point in Mr. H. is, that he dresses exceedingly smart, and is no contemptible figure of a man. But, dear madam, you know that's so much the worse when the man's talent is not taciturnity, except before his aunt, or before Mr. B. or you, when he is not conscious of internal defect and values himself upon outward appearance. As to his attempts upon your Polly, though I don't like him the better for it, yet it is a fault so wickedly common among men, that when a woman resolves never to marry till a quiet virtuous man addresses her, it is, in other words, resolving to die single, so that I make not this the chief objection, and yet I would abate in my expectations of 6 other good qualities, rather than that one of virtue in a husband. But when I reflect upon the figure of Mr. H. made in that affair, I cannot bear him. And, if I may judge of other coxcombs by him, what wretches are these smart, well-dressing querpo fellows, many of whom you and I have seen admire themselves at the plays and operas. This is one of my infallible rules, and I know it is yours too, that he who is taken up with the admiration of his own person will never admire wives. His delights are centred in himself, and he will not wish to get out of that exceeding narrow circle, and, in my opinion, should keep no company but that of tailors, wig-puffers, and milliners. But I will run on no further upon this subject, but will tell you a reason, which you may give to Lady Davers, why her kind intentions to me cannot be answered, and which she will take better than what I have said, were she to know it, as I hope you won't let her. And this is, my papa has had a proposal made to him from a gentleman you have seen, and I thought polite. It is from Sir W. G. of this county, who is one of your great admirers, and Mr. B.'s too, and that, you must suppose, makes me have never the worse opinion of him, or of his understanding, although it requires no great sagacity or penetration to see how much you adore in our sex, and human nature too. Everything was adjusted between my papa and mamma and Sir William, on condition we approved of each other, before I came down, which I knew not, till I had seen him here 4 times. And then my papa surprised me into half an approbation of him, and this, it seems, was one of the reasons why I was so hurried down from you. I can't say, but I like the man as well as most I have seen. He is a man of sense and sobriety, to give him his due, in very easy circumstances, and much respected by all who know him, which is no bad earnest in a marriage prospect. But hitherto he seems to like me better than I do him. I don't know how it is, but I often observe that when anything is in our power, we are not half so much taken with it as we should be perhaps if we were kept in suspense. Why should this be? But this I am convinced of, there is no comparison between Sir William and Mr. Murray. Now I have named this brother-in-law of mine, what do you think? Why, that good couple have had their house on fire 3 times already. Once it was put out by Mr. Murray's mother, who lives near them, and twice Sir Simon has been forced to carry water to extinguish it. For truly, Mrs. Murray would go home again to her papa. She would not live with such a surly wretch, and it was with all his heart, a fair riddance, for there was no bearing the house with such an ill-natured wife. Her sister Polly was worth 1,000 of her. I am heartily sorry for their unhappiness. But could she think everybody must bear with her and her fretful ways? They'll jangle on, I reckon, till they are better used to one another, and when he sees she can't help it, why, he'll bear with her, as husbands generally do with ill-tempered wives. He'll try to make himself happy abroad, and leave her to quarrel with her maids, instead of him. For she must have somebody to vent her spleen upon, poor Nancy. I am glad to hear of Mr. William's good fortune. As Mr. Adams knows not Polly's fault, and it was prevented in time, they may be happy enough. She is a sly girl. I always thought her so. Something so innocent, and yet so artful in her very looks. She is an odd compound. But these worthy and piously turned young gentlemen, who have but just quitted the college, are mere novices as to the world. Indeed, they are above it, while in it. They therefore give themselves little trouble to study it, and so, depending on the goodness of their own hearts, are more liable to be imposed upon than people of half their understanding. I think, since he seems to love her, you do right not to hinder the girl's fortune. But I wish she may take your advice in her behaviour to him. At least, for as to her carriage to her neighbours, I doubt she'll be one of the heads of the parish presently in her own estimation. 'Tis pity, methinks, any worthy man of the cloth should have a wife who, by her bad example, should pull down as fast as he by a good one can build up. This is not the case of Mrs. Peters, however, whose example I wish was more generally followed by gentlewomen, who are made so by marrying good clergymen, if they were not so before. Don't be surprised if you should hear that poor Jukes is given over. She made her very exemplary, full of blessings, and more easy and resigned than I apprehended she would be. I know you'll shed a tear for the poor woman. I can't help it myself. But you will be pleased that she had so much time given her, and made so good use of it. Mr. Peters has been everything that one would wish one of his function to be, in his attendance and advice to the poor woman. Mr. Longman will take proper care of everything. So I will only add that I am of the sincerest respect in hopes to see you soon, for I have a multitude of things to talk to you about, dear Mrs. B., your ever faithful and affectionate Polly Darnford.
Letter 85. From Mrs. B. to Lady Davers. My dear Lady Davers, I understand from Miss Darnford that before she went down from us her papa had encouraged a proposal made by Sir W.G., whom you saw, when your ladyship was a kind visitor in Bedfordshire. We all agreed, if you remember, that he was a polite and sensible gentleman, and I find it is countenanced on all hands. Poor Mrs. Jukes, madam, as Miss informs me, has paid her last debt. I hope through mercy she is happy. Poor, poor woman! But why say I so? Since in that case she will be richer than an earthly monarch. Your ladyship was once mentioning a sister of Mrs. Warden's, whom you wished to recommend to some worthy family. Shall I beg of you, madam, to oblige Mr. B.'s in this particular? I am sure she must have merit if your ladyship thinks well of her, and your commands in this, as well as in every other particular in my power, shall have their due weight with your ladyship's obliged sister and humble servant, P.B. Just now, dear madam, Mr. B. tells me I shall have Miss Goodwill brought me hither to-morrow. Letter 86. From Lady Davers to Mrs. B. in answer to the preceding. My dear Pamela, I am glad Miss Darnford is likely to be so happy in a husband as Sir W.G. will certainly make her. I was afraid that my proposal would not do with her had she not had so good a tender. I want, too, to have the foolish fellow married for several reasons, one of which he is continually teasing us to permit him to go up to town and reside there for some months, in order that he may see the world, as he calls it. But we are convinced he would feel it as well as see it if we give way to his request. For in understanding, dress, and inconsiderate vanity, he is so exactly cut out and sized for a town fop, or coxcomb, or pretty fellow, that he will undoubtedly fall into all the vices of those people, and perhaps, having expectations as he has, will be made the property of rakes and sharpers. He complains that we use him like a child in a go-cart, or a baby with leading strings, and that he must not be trusted out of our sight. 'Tis a sad thing, that these bodies will grow up to the stature of men when the minds improve not at all with them, but are still those of boys and children. Yet he would certainly make a fond husband, for he has no very bad qualities, but is such a Narcissus. But this between ourselves, for his uncle is wrapped up in the fellow. And why? Because he's good-humoured, that's all. He has vexed me lately, which makes me write so angrily about him, but 'tis not worth troubling you with the particulars. I hope Mrs. Jukes is happy, as you say. Poor woman, she seemed to promise for a longer life. But what shall we say? Your compliment to me about my Beck's sister is a very kind one. Mrs. Oldham is a sober, grave widow, a little aforehand in the world, but not much, has lived well, understands household management thoroughly, is diligent, and has a turn to serious things which will make you like her the better. I'll order Beck and her to wait on you, and she will satisfy you in everything as to what you may or may not expect of her. You can't think how kindly I take this motion from you. You forget nothing that can oblige your friends. Little did I think you would remember me of what I had forgotten in a manner, my favourable opinion and wishes for her expressed so long ago. But you are what you are, a dear, obliging creature. Beck is all joy and gratitude upon it, and her sister had rather serve you than the princess. You need be under no difficulties about terms. She would serve you for nothing, if you would accept of her service. I am glad because it pleases you so much that Miss Goodwin will be soon put into your care. It will be happy for the child, and I hope she will be so dutiful as to give you no pain for your generous goodness to her. Her mamma has sent me a present of some choice products of that climate, with acknowledgments of my kindness to Miss. I will send part of it to you by your new servant, for so I presume to call her already. What a naughty sister are you, however, to be so far advanced again as to be obliged to shorten your intended excursions, and yet not to send me word of it yourself. Don't you know how much I interest myself in everything that makes for my brother's happiness and yours? More especially in so material a point as is the increase of a family that it is my boast to be sprung from. Yet I must find this out by accident and by other hands. Is not this very slighting? But never do so again, and I'll forgive you now because of the joy it gives me, who am your truly affectionate and obliged sister, B. Davers. I thank you for your book upon the plays you saw. Enclosed is a list of some others, which I desire you to read, and to oblige me with your remarks upon them at your leisure, though you may not perhaps have seen them by the time you will favour me with your observations.
Letter 87 from Mrs. B. to Lady Davers. My dear Lady Davers, I have a valuable present made me by the same lady, and therefore hope you will not take it amiss, that with abundance of thanks I return yours by Mrs. Worden, whose sister I much approve of, and thank your ladyship for your kind recommendation of so worthy a person. We begin with so much good liking to one another that I doubt not we shall be very happy together. A moving letter, much more valuable to me than the handsome present, was put into my hands at the same time with that, of which the following is a copy. From Mrs. Richardson, formerly Miss Sally Godfrey, to Mrs. B. Happy, deservedly happy, dear lady. Permit these lines to kiss your hands from one who, though she is a stranger to your person, is not so to your character. That has reached us here in this remote part of the world, where you have as many admirers as have heard of you. But I more particularly am bound to be so by an obligation which I can never discharge, but by my daily prayers for you, and the blessings I continually implore upon you and yours. I can write my whole mind to you, though I cannot, from the most deplorable infelicity, receive from you the wished-for favour of a few lines in return, written with the same unreservedness. So unhappy am I from the effects of an inconsideration and weakness on one hand, and temptation on the other, which you, at a tender age, most nobly, for your own honour and that of your sex, have escaped, whilst but let my tears in these blots speak the rest, as my heart bleeds, and has constantly bled ever since, at the grievous remembrance. But believe, however, dear madam, that 'tis shame and sorrow, and not pride and impenitence, that make me both to speak out to so much purity of life and manners, my own odious weakness. Nevertheless, I ought and I will accuse myself by name. Imagine then, illustrious lady, truly illustrious for virtues, infinitely superior to all the advantages of birth and fortune, imagine, I say, that in this letter you see before you the once guilty, and therefore I doubt always guilty, but ever penitent Sarah Godfrey, the unhappy, though fond and tender mother of the poor infant, to whom your generous goodness has, I hear, extended itself, so as to make you desirous of taking her under your worthy protection. God for ever bless you for it. Praise and indulgent mother who admires at an awful distance that virtue in you which she could not practice herself. And will you, dearest lady, take under your own immediate protection the poor unguilty infant? Will you love her for the sake of her suffering mamma, whom you know not, for the sake of the gentleman now so dear to you and so worthy of you as I hear with pleasure he is? And will you, by the best example in the world, give me a moral assurance that she will never sink into the fault, the weakness, the crime, I ought not to scruple to call it so, of her poor inconsiderate? But you are her mamma now. I will not think of a guilty one, therefore. What a joy is it to me, in the midst of my heavy reflections on my past misconduct, that my beloved Sally can boast a virtuous and innocent mamma, who has withstood the snares and temptations that have been so fatal elsewhere, and whose example and instructions, next to God's grace, will be the strongest fences to her honour. Once more I say, and on my knees I write it, God for ever bless you here, and augment your joys hereafter, for your generous goodness to my poor and still now motherless infant. I hope she, by her duty and obligingness, will do all in her little power to make you amends, and never give you cause to repent of this your unexampled kindness to her and to me. She cannot, I hope, except her mother's crime has had an influence upon her too much like that of an original stain, be of a sordid or an ungrateful nature. And, oh, my poor Sally, if you are, and if ever you fail in your duty to your new mamma, to whose care and authority I transfer my whole right in you, remember that you have no more a mamma in me, nor can you be entitled to my blessing or my prayers, which I make now on that only condition, your implicit obedience to all your new mamma's commands and directions. You may have the curiosity, madam, to wish to know how I live, for no doubt you have heard all my sad story. Know then that I am as happy as a poor creature can be, who has once so deplorably, so inexcusably fallen. I have a worthy gentleman for my husband, who married me as a widow, whose only child by my former was the care of her papa's friends, particularly of good Lady Davers and her brother. Poor unhappy I, to be under such a sad necessity to disguise the truth. Mr. Richardson, whose name I am unworthily honoured by, has often entreated me to send for the poor child, and to let her be joined as his. Killing thought that it cannot be, with 2 children I have by him. Judge, my good lady, how that very generosity, which, had I been guiltless, would have added to my joys, must wound me deeper than even ungenerous or unkind usage from him could do, and how heavy that crime must lie upon me, which turns my very pleasures to misery, and fixes all the joy I can know in repentance for my past misdeeds. How happy are you, madam, on the contrary, you who have nothing of this sort to pall, nothing to mingle with your felicities, who, blessed in an honour untainted and a conscience that cannot reproach you, are enabled to enjoy every well-deserved comfort as it offers itself, and can improve it too by reflection on your past conduct, while mine, alas, like a winter frost, nips in the bud every rising satisfaction. My husband is rich as well as generous, and very tender of me. Happy if I could think myself as deserving as he thinks me. My principal comfort, as I hinted, is in my penitence for my past faults, and that I have a merciful God for my judge, who knows that penitence to be sincere. You may guess, madam, from what I have said, in what light I must appear here, and if you would favour me with a line or two in answer to the letter you have now in your hand, it will be one of the greatest pleasures I can receive. A pleasure next to that which I have received in knowing that the gentleman you love best has had the grace to repent of all his evils, has early seen his errors, and has thereby, I hope, freed 2 persons from being one day mutual accusers of each other. For now I please myself to think that the crimes of both may be washed away in the blood of that Saviour God, whom both have so grievously offended. May that God, who has not suffered me to be abandoned entirely to my own shame, as I deserved, continue to shower down upon you those blessings which a virtue like yours may expect from his mercy. May you long be happy in the possession of all you wish, and late, very late, for the good of thousands I wish this, may you receive the reward of your piety, your generosity, and your filial, your social, and conjugal virtues, are the prayers of your most unworthy admirer and obliged humble servant, Sarah Richardson. Mr. Richardson begs your acceptance of a small present, part of which can have no value, but what its excelling qualities for what it is will give it at so great a distance as that dear England, which I once left with so much shame and regret, but with a laudable purpose, however, because I would not incur still greater shame, and of consequence give cause for still greater regret. To this letter, my dear Lady Davers, I have written the following answer, which Mr. B. will take care to have conveyed to her. Dearest Madam, I embrace with great pleasure the opportunity you have so kindly given me of writing to a lady whose person, though I have not the honour to know, yet whose character and noble qualities I truly revere. I am infinitely obliged to you, Madam, for the precious trust you have reposed in me, and the right you make over to me of your maternal interest in a child on whom I set my heart the moment I saw her. Lady Davers, whose love and tenderness for Miss, as well for her mamma's sake as your late worthy spouse's, had from her kind opinion of me consented to grant me this favour, and I was, by Mr. B.'s leave, in actual possession of my pretty ward about a week before your kind letter came to my hands. As I had been long very solicitous for this favour, judge how welcome your kind concurrence was, and the rather as, had I known that a letter from you was on the way to me, I should have feared you would insist upon depriving the surviving friends of her dear papa of the pleasure they take in the dear child. Indeed, Madam, I believe we should one and all have joined to disobey you, had that been the case, and it is great satisfaction to us that we are not under so hard a necessity as to dispute with a tender mamma the possession of her own child. Assure yourself, worthiest Madam, of a care and tenderness in me to the dear child, truly maternal, and answerable as much as in my power to the trust you repose in me. The little boy that God has given me shall not be more dear to me than my sweet Miss Goodwin shall be, and my care, by God's grace, shall extend to her future as well as to her present prospects, that she may be worthy of that piety and truly religious excellence which I admire in your character. We all rejoice, dear Madam, in the account you give of your present happiness. It was impossible that God Almighty should desert a lady so exemplary deserving, and he certainly conducted you in your resolutions to abandon everything that you loved in England after the loss of your dear spouse, because it seems to have been his intention that you should reward the merit of Mr. Richardson, and meet with your own reward in so doing. Miss is very fond of my little Billy. She is a charming child, is easy and genteel in her shape, and very pretty. She dances finely, has a sweet air, and is improving every day in music, works with her needle, and reads admirably for her years, and takes a delight in both, which gives me no small pleasure, but she is not very forward in her penmanship, as you will see by what follows. The inditing, too, is her own, but in that and the writing she took a great deal of time on a separate paper. Dearest dear mamma, your Sally is full of joy to have any commands from her honoured mamma. I promise to follow all your directions. Indeed, and upon my word, I will. You please me mightily in giving me so dear a new mamma here. Now I know indeed I have a mamma, and I will love and obey her as if she was you, your own self. Indeed I will. You must always bless me, because I will be always good. I hope you will believe me, because I am above telling fibs. I am, my honoured mamma, on the other side of the water, and ever will be, as if you was here, your dutiful daughter, Sally Goodwin. Miss, permit me, dear Madam, to subjoin, is a very good-tempered child, easy to be persuaded, and I hope loves me dearly, and I will endeavour to make her love me better and better, for on that love will depend the regard which I hope she will pay to all I shall say and do for her good. Repeating my acknowledgments for the kind trust you repose in me, and with thanks for the valuable presents you have sent me, we all here join in respects to worthy Mr. Wrightson, and in wishing you, madam, a continuance and increase of worldly felicity, and I particularly beg leave to assure you that I am and ever will be, with the highest respect and gratitude, though personally unknown, dearest madam, the affectionate admirer of your piety and your obliged humble servant, P.B. Your ladyship will see how I was circumscribed and limited. Otherwise I would have said, what I have mentioned more than once, how I admire and honour her for her penitence, and for that noble resolution which enabled her to do what thousands could not have had the heart to do, abandon her country, her relations, friends, baby, and all that was dear to her, as well as the seducer, whom she too well loved, and hazard the sea, the dangers of pirates, and possibly of other wicked attempters of the mischievous sex, in a world she knew nothing of, among strangers, and all to avoid repeating a sin she had been unhappily drawn into, and for which she still abhors herself. Must not such a lady as this, dear madam, have as much merit as many even of those who, having not had her temptations, have not fallen? This, at least, one may aver, that next to not committing an error is the resolution to retrieve it all that one may, to repent of it, and studiously to avoid the repetition. But who, besides this excellent Mrs. Wrightson, having so fallen, and being still so ardently solicited and pursued, and flattered perhaps by fond hopes that her spoiler would one day do her all the justice he could, for who can do complete justice to a woman he has robbed of her honour, could resolve as she resolved, and act as she acted? Miss Goodwin is a sweet child, but permit me to say has a little of her papa's spirit, hasty, yet generous and acknowledging when she is convinced of her fault, a little haughtier and prouder than I wish her to be, but in everything else deserves the character I give of her to her mamma. She is very fond of fine clothes, is a little too lively to the servants, told me once, when I took notice that softness and mildness of speech became a young lady, that they were but servants, and she could say no more than pray, and I desire, and I wish you'd be so kind, to her uncle or to me. I told her that good servants deserved any civil distinctions, and that so long as they were ready to oblige in everything by a kind word, it would be very wrong to give them imperative ones, which could serve for no other end but to convince observers of the haughtiness of one's own temper, and looked as if one would question their compliance with our wills, unless we would exact it with an high hand, which might cast a slur upon the command we gave, as if we thought it was hardly so reasonable as otherwise to obtain their observation of it. Besides, my dear, said I, you don't consider that if you speak as haughtily and commandingly to them on common as on extraordinary occasions, you weaken your own authority, if even you should be permitted to have any, and they'll regard you no more in the one case than in the other. She takes great notice of what I say, and when her little proud heart is subdued by reasonings she cannot answer, she will sit as if she were studying what to say, to come off as flying as she can, and as the case requires, I let her go off easily, or push the little dear to her last refuge, and make her quit her post, and yield up her spirit a captive to reason and discretion, two excellent commanders, with whom I tell her I must bring her to be intimately acquainted. Yet, after all, till I can be sure that I can inspire her with the love of virtue for its own sake, I will rather try to conduct her spirit to proper ends, than endeavour totally to subdue it, being sensible that our passions are given us for excellent ends, and that they may by a proper direction be made subservient to the noblest purposes. I tell her sometimes there may be a decent pride in humility, and that it is very possible for a young lady to behave with so much true dignity as shall command respect by the turn of her eye, sooner than by asperity of speech, that she may depend upon it, the person who is always finding faults frequently causes them, and that it is no glory to be better born than servants, if she is not better behaved too. Besides, I tell her humility is a grace that shines in a high condition, but cannot equally in a low one, because that is already too much humbled, perhaps, and that, though there is a censure lies against being poor and proud, yet I would rather forgive pride in a poor body than in a rich, for in the rich it is insult and arrogance, proceeding from their high condition, but in the poor it may be a defensive against dishonesty, and may show a natural bravery of mind, perhaps, if properly directed, and manifested on right occasions, that the frowns of fortune cannot depress. She says she hears every day things from me which her governess never taught her. That may very well be, I tell her, because her governess has many young ladies to take care of, I but one, and that I want to make her wise and prudent betimes, that she may be an example to other misses, and that governesses and mammas shall say to their misses, "When will you be like Miss Goodwin? Do you ever hear Miss Goodwin say a naughty word? Would Miss Goodwin think you have done so or so?" She threw her arms about my neck on one such occasion as this. "Oh," she said, "what a charming mamma have I got! I will be in everything as like you as ever I can, and then you will love me, and so will my uncle, and so will everybody else." Mr. B., whom now and then she says she loves as well as if he was her own papa, sees with pleasure how we go on, but she tells me I must not have any daughter but her, and is very jealous on the occasion about which your ladyship so kindly reproaches me. There is a pride, you know, madam, in some of our sex, that serves to useful purposes, is a good defence against improper matches and mean actions, and is not wholly to be subdued for that reason. For though it is not virtue, yet if it can be virtue's substitute, in high, rash, and inconsiderate minds, it may turn to good account. So I will not quite discourage my dear pupil neither, till I see what discretion and riper years may add to her distinguishing faculty, for as some have no notion of pride, separate from imperiousness and arrogance, so others know no difference between humility and meanness. There is a golden mean in everything, and if it please God to spare us both, I will endeavour to point her passions, and such even of those foibles which seem too deeply rooted to be soon eradicated, to useful purposes, choosing to imitate physicians, who in certain chronical illnesses, as I have read in Lord Bacon, rather proceed by palliatives than by harsh extirpatives, which, through the resistance given to them by the constitution, may create such ferments in it as may destroy that health it was their intention to establish. But whither am I running? Your ladyship, I hope, will excuse this parading freedom of my pen, for though these notions are well enough with regard to Miss Goodwin, they must be very impertinent to a lady who can so much better instruct Mrs. Tutoress than that vain tutoress can her pupil, and therefore, with my humblest respects to my good Lord Davers, and your noble neighbours, and to Mr. H., I hasten to conclude myself your ladyship's obliged sister and obedient servant, P.B. Your Billy, madam, is a charming dear. I long to have you see him. He sends you a kiss upon this paper. You will see it stained just here. The charmer has cut 2 teeth, and is about more, so you'll excuse the dear, pretty, slabbering boy. Miss Goodwin is ready to eat him with love, and Mr. B. is fonder and fonder of us all. And then your ladyship and my good Lord Davers love us too. Oh, madam, what a blessed creature am I! Miss Goodwin begs I'll send her duty to her noble uncle and aunt. That's her just distinction always when she speaks of you both. She asked me, pretty dear, just now, if I think there is such a happy girl in the world as she is. I tell her God always blesses good misses, and makes them happier and happier. Letter 88. My dear Lady Davers, I have 3 marriages to acquaint you with in one letter. In the first place, Sir W.G. has sent, by the particular desire of my dear friend, that he was made one of the happiest men in England on the 18th past, and so I have no longer my Miss Darnford to boast of. I have a very good opinion of the gentleman, but if he be but half so good a husband as she will make a wife, they will be exceedingly happy in one another. Mr. Williams's marriage to a kinswoman of his noble patron, as you have heard was in treaty, is the next, and there is great reason to believe from the character of both that they will likewise do credit to the state. The third is Mr. Adams and Polly Barlow, and I wish them, for both their sakes, as happy as either of the former. They are set out to his living, highly pleased with one another, and I hope will have reason to continue so to be. As to the first, I did not indeed think the affair would have been so soon concluded, and Miss kept it off so long as I understood that her papa was angry with her, and indeed as the gentleman's family, circumstances, and character were such that there could lie no objection against him, I think it would have been wrong to have delayed it. I should have written to your ladyship before, but have been favoured with Mr. B.'s company into Kent on a visit to my good mother, who was indisposed. We tarried there a week, and left both my dear parents to my thankful satisfaction in as good health as ever they were in their lives. Mrs. Judy Swynford, or Miss Swynford, as she refuses not being called now and then, has been with us for this week past, and she expects her brother Sir Jacob to fetch her away in about a week hence. It does not become me to write the least word that may appear disrespectful of any person related to your ladyship and Mr. B. Otherwise, I should say that the B's and the S's are directly the opposites of one another, but yet, as she never saw your ladyship but once, you will forgive me to mention a word or two about her, because she is a character that is in a manner new to me. She is a maiden lady, as you know, and though she will not part with the green leaf from her hand, one sees by the grey goose down on her brows and her head that she cannot be less than 55. But so much pains does she take, by powder, to have never a dark hair in her head, because she has one half of them white, that I am sorry to see what is a subject for reverence should be deemed by the good lady matter of concealment. She is often seemingly reproaching herself that she is an old maid and an old woman, but it is very discernible that she expects a compliment that she is not so every time she is so free with herself, and if nobody makes her one, she will say something of that sort in her own behalf. She takes particular care that of all the public transactions which happen to be talked of, her memory will never carry her back above 30 years, and then it is about 30 years ago when I was a girl, or when I was in hanging sleeves, and so she makes herself, for 20 years of her life, a very useless and insignificant person. If her teeth, which for her age are very good, though not over white, and which by her care of them she seems to look upon as the last remains of her better days, would but fail, it might help her to a conviction that would set her 10 years forwarder at least. But, poor lady, she is so young, in spite of her wrinkles, that I am really concerned for her affectation, because it exposes her to the remarks and ridicule of the gentlemen, and gives one pain for her. Surely these ladies don't act prudently at all, since for every year Mrs. Judy would take from her age, her censurers add 2 to it, and behind her back make her going on towards 70, whereas if she would lay claim to her reverentials, as I may say, and not try to conceal her age, she would have many compliments for looking so well at her years. And many a young body would hope to be the better for her advice and experience, who now are afraid of affronting her, if they suppose she has lived much longer in the world than themselves. Then she looks back to the years she owns, when more flippant ladies, at the laughing time of her life, delight to be frolic. She tries to sing, too, although if ever she had a voice she has outlived it, and her songs are of so antique a date that they would betray her, only, as she says, they were learnt her by her grandmother, who was a fine lady at the Restoration. She will join in a dance, and though her limbs move not so pliantly as might be expected of a lady no older than she would be thought, and whose dancing days are not entirely over, yet that was owing to a fall from her horse some years ago, which she doubts she shall never recover, though she finds she grows better and better every year. Thus she loses the respect, the reverence she might receive were it not for this miserable affectation, takes pains by aping youth to make herself unworthy of her years, and is content to be thought less discreet than she might otherwise be deemed, for fear she should be imagined older if she appeared wiser. What a sad thing is this, madam! What a mistaken conduct! We pray to live to old age, and it is promised as a blessing, and as a reward for the performance of certain duties, and yet, when we come to it, we had rather be thought as foolish as youth than to be deemed wise and in possession of it. And so we show how little we deserve what we have been so long coveting, and yet covet on. For what? Why, to be more and more ashamed, and more unworthy of that we covet? How fantastic a character is this! Well may irreverent, unthinking youth despise instead of revere the hoary head which the wearer is so much ashamed of. The lady boasts a relationship to you and Mr. B., and I think I'm very bold, but my reverence for years, and the disgust I have to see anybody behave unworthy of them, makes me take the greater liberty, which, however, I shall wish I had not taken, if it meets not with that allowance which I have always had from your ladyship in what I write. God knows whether ever I may enjoy the blessing I so much revere in others, for now my heavy time approaches, but I was so apprehensive before, and so troublesome to my best friends with my vapourish fears, that now, with a perfect resignation to the divine will, I will only add that I am your ladyship's most obliged sister and servant, P.B. My dear Billy and Miss Goodwin improve every day, and are all I can desire or expect them to be. Could Mrs. poor mamma be here with a wish, and back again, how much would she be delighted with one of our afternoon conferences, our Sunday employments especially. And let me add that I am very happy in another young gentleman of the Dean's recommending instead of Mr. Adams. Letter 89. My dearest lady, I am once more, blessed be God for all his mercies to me, enabled on my upsitting to thank you and my noble lord for all your kind solicitudes for my welfare. Billy every day improves. Miss is all I wish her to be, and my second dear boy continues to be as lovely and as fine a baby as your ladyship was pleased to think him, and their papa the best of husbands. I am glad to hear Lady Betty is likely to be so happy. Mr. B. says her noble admirer is as worthy a gentleman as any in the peerage, and I beg of you to congratulate the dear lady and her noble parents in my name, if I should be at a distance when the nuptials are celebrated. I have had the honour of a visit from my lady the Countess Dowager on occasion of her leaving the kingdom for a year or two, for which space she designs to reside in Italy, principally at Naples or Florence, a design she took up some time ago, but which, it seems, she could not conveniently put into execution till now. Mr. B. was abroad when her ladyship came, and I expected him not till the next day. She sent her gentleman the preceding evening to let me know that business had brought her as far as Woburn, and if it would not be unacceptable, she would pay her respects to me at breakfast the next morning, being speedily to leave England. I returned that I should be very proud of that honour, and about 10 her ladyship came. She was exceedingly fond of my 2 boys, the little man and the pretty baby, as she called them, and I had very different emotions from the expression of her love to Billy and her visit to me from what I had once before. She was sorry, she said, Mr. B. was abroad, though her business was principally with me. For, Mrs. B., said she, I come to tell you all that passed between Mr. B. and myself, that you may not think worse of either of us than we deserve, and I could not leave England till I had waited on you for this purpose. And yet, perhaps, from the distance of time, you will think it needless now. and indeed I should have waited on you before to have cleared up my character with you, had I thought I should have been so long kept on this side of the water. I said I was very sorry I had ever been uneasy when I had two persons of so much honour. Nay, said she, interrupting me, you have no need to apologize. Things looked bad enough as they were presented to you to justify greater uneasiness than you expressed. She asked me who that pretty genteel miss was. I said a relation of Lord Davers, who was entrusted lately to my care. Then, miss, said her ladyship, and kissed her, you are very happy. Believing the Countess was desirous of being alone with me, I said, my dear Miss Goodwin, won't you go to your little nursery, my love, for so she calls my last blessing. You'd be sorry the baby should cry for you, for she was so taken with the charming lady that she was loath to leave us, but on my saying this withdrew. When we were alone, the Countess began her story with a sweet confusion which added to her loveliness. She said she would be brief, because she should exact all my attention, and not suffer me to interrupt her till she had done. She began with acknowledging that she thought, when she first saw Mr. B. at the masquerade, that he was the finest gentleman she had ever seen, that the allowed freedoms of the place had made her take liberties in following him and engaging him wherever he went. She blamed him very freely for passing for a single man, for that, she said, since she had so splendid a fortune of her own, was all she was solicitous about, having never, as she confessed, seen a man she could like so well, her former marriage having been in some sort forced upon her at an age when she knew not how to distinguish, and that she was very loath to believe him married, even when she had no reason to doubt it. Yet this I must say, said she, I never heard a man, when he owned he was married, express himself with more affectionate regard and fondness than he did of you, which made me long to see you, for I had a great opinion of those personal advantages which every one flattered me with, and was very unwilling to yield the palm of beauty to you. I believe you will censure me, Mrs. B., for permitting his visits after I knew he was married. To be sure, that was a thoughtless and a faulty part of my conduct. But the world's saucy censures and my friends' indiscreet interposals incensed me, and knowing the uprightness of my own heart, I was resolved to disgrace both when I found they could not think worse of me than they did. I am naturally of a high spirit, impatient of contradiction, always gave myself freedoms, for which, satisfied with my own innocence, I thought myself above being accountable to anybody. And then Mr. B. has such noble sentiments, a courage and fearlessness, which I saw on more occasions than one, that all ladies who know the weakness of their own sex, and how much they want the protection of the brave, are taken with. Then his personal address was so peculiarly distinguishing, that, having an opinion of his honour, I was embarrassed greatly how to deny myself his conversation. Although you'll pardon me, Mrs. B., I began to be afraid that my reputation might suffer in the world's opinion for the indulgence. Then, when I had resolved, as I did several times, to see him no more, some unforeseen accident threw him in my way again, at one entertainment or other, for I love balls and concerts and public diversions perhaps better than I ought, and then I had all my resolves to begin again. Yet this I can truly say, whatever his views were, I never heard from him the least indecent expression, nor saw in his behaviour to me much to apprehend, saving I began to fear that by his insinuating address and noble manner I should be too much in his power and too little in my own, if I went on so little doubting and so little alarmed, if ever he should avow dishonourable designs. I had often lamented that our sex were prohibited by the designs of the other upon their honour, and by the world's censures, from conversing with the same ease and freedom with gentlemen as with one another, And when once I asked myself to what this conversation might tend at last, and where the pleasure each seemed to take in the other's might possibly end, I resolved to break it off, and told him my resolution next time I saw him. But he stopped my mouth with a romantic notion, as I since think it, though a sorry plea will have weight in favour of a proposal to which one has no aversion, of platonic love, and we had an intercourse by letters to the number of 6 or 8, I believe, on that and other subjects. Yet all this time I was the less apprehensive, because he always spoke so tenderly, and even with delight whenever he mentioned his lady, and I could not find that you were at all alarmed at our acquaintance, for I never scrupled to send my letters by my own livery to your house, sealed with my own seal. At last, indeed, he began to tell me that from the sweetest and evenest temper in the world, you seemed to be leaning towards melancholy, were always in tears, or showed you had been weeping when he came home, and that you did not make his return to you so agreeable as he used to find it. I asked if it were not owing to some alteration in his own temper, if you might not be uneasy at our acquaintance, and at his frequent absence from you, and the like. He answered no, that you were above disguises, were of a noble and frank nature, and would have hinted it to him if you had. This, however, when I began to think seriously of the matter, gave me but little satisfaction, and I was more and more convinced that my honour required it of me to break off this intimacy. And although I permitted Mr. B. to go with me to Tunbridge when I went to take a house there, yet I was uneasy, as he saw, and indeed so was he, though he tarried a day or two longer than he designed, on account of a little excursion my sister and her lord and he and I made into Sussex to see an estate I thought of purchasing, for he was so good as to look into my affairs, and has put them upon an admirable establishment. His uneasiness, I found, was upon your account, and he sent you a letter to excuse himself for not waiting on you on Saturday, and to say he would dine with you on Monday. And I remember when I said, Mr. B., you seem to be chagrined at something. You are more thoughtful than usual. His answer was, Madam, you are right. Mrs. B. and I have had a little misunderstanding. She is so solemn and so melancholy of late, I fear it will be no difficult matter to put her out of her right mind, and I love her so well, that then I should hardly keep my own. Is there no reason, think you, said I, to imagine that your acquaintance with me gives her uneasiness? You know, Mr. B., how that villain T, a man, said she, whose insolent address I rejected with the contempt it deserved, has slandered us. How know you but he has found a way to your wife's ear, as he has done to my uncle's, and to all my friends? And if so, it is best for us both to discontinue a friendship that may be attended with disagreeable consequences. He said he should find it out on his return. And will you, said I, ingenuously acquaint me with the issue of your inquiries? For, added I never beheld a countenance in so young a lady that seemed to mean more than Mrs. B.'s when I saw her in town, and notwithstanding her prudence, I could see a reserve and thoughtfulness in it, that if it was not natural to it, must indicate too much. He wrote to me in a very moving letter the issue of your conference, and referred to some papers of yours that he would show me as soon as he could procure them, they being of your own hands, and let me know that T was the accuser, as I had suspected. In brief, madam, when you went down into Kent, he read to me some part of your account to Lady Davers of your informant and information, your apprehensions, your prudence, your affection for him, the reason of your melancholy, and to all appearance reason enough you had, especially from the letter of Thomasine Fuller, which was one of T.'s vile forgeries. For though we had often, for argument's sake, talked of polygamy, he arguing for it, I against it, yet had not Mr. B. dared, nor was he inclined, I verily believe, to propose any such thing to me. No, madam, I was not so much abandoned to a sense of honour as to give reason for any one, but my impertinent and foolish uncle to impute such a folly to me, and he had so behaved to me that I cared not what he thought. Then, what he read to me here and there as he pleased gave me reason to admire you for your generous opinion of one you had so much seeming cause to be afraid of. He told me his apprehensions from your uncommon manner, that your mind was in some degree affected, and your strange proposal of parting with a husband everyone knows you so dearly love, and we agreed to forbear seeing each other, and all manner of correspondence, except by letter, for 1 month, till some of my affairs were settled, which had been in great disorder, and were in his kind management then, and I had not one relation whom I cared to trouble with them, because of their treatment of me on Mr. B.'s account. And this I told him should not be neither, but through your hands, and with your consent. And thus, madam, said her ladyship, have I told you the naked truth of the whole affair. I have seen Mr. B. very seldom since, and when I have, it has been either at a horse race in the open field, or at some public diversion by accident, where only distant civilities have passed between us. I respect him greatly, you must allow me to say that, except in the article of permitting me to believe for some time that he was a single gentleman, a fault he cannot be excused for, and which made me heartily quarrel with him when I first knew it. He has behaved to me with so much generosity and honour, that I could have wished I had been of his sex, since he had a lady so much more deserving than myself. And then, had he had the same esteem for me, there never would have been a more perfect friendship. I am now going, continued she, to embark for France, and shall pass a year or two in Italy, and then I shall, I hope, return as solid, as grave, as circumspect, though not so wise, as Mrs. B. Thus the Countess concluded her narrative. I said I was greatly obliged to her for the honour of this visit, and the kind and considerate occasion of it, but that Mr. B. had made me entirely happy in every particular, and had done her ladyship the justice she so well deserved, having taken upon himself the blame of passing as a single man at his first acquaintance with her. I added that I could hope her ladyship might be prevented by some happy man from leaving a kingdom, to which she was so great an ornament, as well by her birth, her quality and fortune, as by her perfections of person and mind. She said she had not been the happiest of her sex in her former marriage, although nobody, her youth considered, thought her a bad wife, and her lord's goodness to her at his death had demonstrated his own favourable opinion of her by deeds, as he had done by words upon all occasions, but that she was yet young, a little too gay and unsettled, and had her head turned towards France and Italy, having passed some time in those countries, which she thought of with pleasure, though then only 12 or 13, that for this reason, and having been on a late occasion still more unsettled, looking down with blushes, which often overspread her face as she talked, she had refused some offers, not despicable, that indeed Lord C. threatened to follow her to Italy, in hopes of meeting better success there than he had met with here. But if he did, though she would make no resolutions, she might be too much offended with him to give him reason to boast of his journey, and this the rather, as she believed he had once entertained no very honourable notions of her friendship for Mr. B. She wished to see Mr. B. and to take leave of him, but not out of my company, she was pleased to say. Your ladyship's consideration for me, replied I, lays me under high obligation. But indeed, madam, there is no occasion for it, from any diffidences I have in yours or Mr. B.'s honour, and if you will give me the pleasure of knowing when it will be most acceptable, I will beg of Mr. B. to oblige me with his company to return this favour, the first visit I make abroad. You are very kind, Mrs. B., said she, but I think to go to Tunbridge for a fortnight, when I have disposed of everything for my embarkation, and so set out from thence. And if you should then be both in Kent, I should be glad to take you at your word. To be sure, I said, Mr. B. at least would attend her ladyship there, if anything should happen to deprive me of that honor. You are very obliging, said she. I take great concern to myself for having caused you a moment's uneasiness formerly, but I must now try to be circumspect in order to retrieve my character, which has been so basely traduced by that presumptuous fellow Turner, who hoped, I suppose, by that means to bring me down to his level. Her ladyship would not be prevailed upon to stay dinner, and saying she would be at Woburn all the next day, took a very tender leave of me, wishing me all manner of happiness, as I did her. Mr. B. came home in the evening, and next morning rode to Woburn to pay his respects to the Countess, and came back in the evening. Thus happily, and to the satisfaction of all three, as I hope, ended this perplexing affair. Mr. B. asks me how I relish Mr. Locke's treatise on education, which he put into my hands some time since, as I told your ladyship. I answered very well, and I thought it an excellent piece in the main. I'll tell you, said he, what you shall do. You have not showed me anything you have written for a good while. I could wish you to fill up your leisure time with your observations on that treatise, that I may know what you can object to it. For you say in the main, which shows that you do not entirely approve of every part of it. But will not that be presumptuous, sir? I admire Mr. Locke, replied he, and I admire my Pamela. I have no doubt of his excellencies, but I want to know the sentiments of a young mother as well as of a learned gentleman upon the subject of education, because I have heard several ladies censure some part of his regimen, when I am convinced that the fault lies in their own over-great fondness for their children. As to myself, sir, who in the early part of my life have not been brought up too tenderly, you will hardly meet with any objection to the part which I imagine you have heard most objected to by ladies who have been more indulgently treated in their first stage. But there are a few other things that want clearing up to my understanding, but which, however, may be the fault of that. Then, my dear, said he, suppose me at a distance from you, cannot you give me your remarks in the same manner as if you were writing to Lady Davers, or to Miss Darnford, that was? Yes, sir, depending on your kind favour to me, I believe I could. Do then, and the less restraint you write with, the more I shall be pleased with it. But I confine you not to time or place. We will make our excursions as I once proposed, and do you write to me now and then upon the subject, for the places and remarkables you will see will be new only to yourself, nor will either of those ladies expect from you an itinerary or a particular description of countries, which are better described by authors who have made it their business to treat upon those subjects. By this means you will be usefully employed in your own way, which may turn to good account to us both, and to the dear children, which it may please God to bestow upon us. You don't expect, sir, anything regular or digested from me. I don't, my dear. Let your fancy and your judgment be both employed, and I require no method, for I know in your easy, natural way that would be a confinement which would cramp your genius, and give what you write a stiff, formal air that I might expect in a pedagogue, but not in my Pamela. Well, but, sir, although I may write nothing to the purpose, yet if Lady Davers desires it, you will allow me to transmit what I shall write to her when you have perused it yourself, for your good sister is so indulgent to my scribble, she will expect to be always hearing from me, and this way I shall oblige her ladyship while I obey her brother. With all my heart, he was pleased to say. So, my lady, I shall now and then pay my respects to you in the writing way, though I must address myself, it seems, to my dearest Mr. B. And I hope to be received on these my own terms, since they are your brother's also, and at the same time such as will convince you how much I wish to approve myself, to the best of my poor ability, your ladyship's most obliged sister and humble servant, P.B. Letter 90. My dearest Mr. B., I have been considering of your commands in relation to Mr. Locke's book, and since you are pleased to give me time to acquit myself of the task, I shall beg to include in a little book my humble sentiments, as I did to Lady Davers, in that I showed you in relation to the plays I had seen. And since you confine me not to time or place, I may be 3 or 4 years in completing it, because I shall reserve some subjects to my further experience in children's ways and tempers, and in order to benefit myself by the good instructions I shall receive from your delightful conversation in that compass of time, if God spare us to one another. And then it will moreover be still worthier of the perusal of the most honoured and best beloved of all my correspondents, much honoured and beloved as they all are. I must needs say, my dear Mr. B., that this is a subject to which I was always particularly attentive, and among the charities your bountiful heart permits me to dispense to the poor and indigent, I have had always a watchful eye upon the children of such, and endeavoured by questions put to them, as well as to their parents, to inform myself of their little ways and tempers, and how nature delights to work in different minds, and how it might be pointed to their good, according to their respective capacities, and I have for this purpose erected with your approbation a little school of 7 or 8 children, among which is 4 in the earliest stages, when they can but just speak and call for what they want and love, and I am not a little pleased to observe when I visit them in their school time that principles of goodness and virtue may be instilled into their little hearts much earlier than is usually imagined. And why should it not be so? For may not the child that can tell its wants and make known its inclination be easily made sensible of yours, and what you expect from it, provided you take a proper method? For sometimes signs and tokens, and even looks, uniformly practised, will do as well as words, as we see in such of the young of the brute creation as we are disposed to domesticate, and to teach to practice those little tricks of which the aptness or docility of their natures makes them capable. But yet, dearest sir, I know not enough of the next stage, the maturer part of life, to touch upon that as I wish to do, and yet there is a natural connection and progression from the one to the other, and I would not be thought a vain creature who believes herself equal to every subject, because she is indulged with the good opinion of her friends in a few which are supposed to be within her own capacity. For I humbly conceive that it is no small point of wisdom to know, and not to mistake one's own talents, and for this reason permit me, sir, to suspend, till I am better qualified for it, even my own proposal of beginning my little book, and in the meantime to touch upon a few places of the admirable author that seem to me to warrant another way of thinking than that which he prescribes. But, dear sir, let me premise that all that your dear babies can demand of my attention for some time to come is their health, and God has blessed them with such sound limbs, and to all appearances good constitutions, that I have very little to do but to pray for them every time I pray for their dear papa, and that is hourly, and yet not so often as you confer upon me benefits and favours, and new obligations, even to the prevention of all my wishes, were I to sit down and study for what must be the next. As to this point of health, Mr. Locke gives these plain and easy to be observed rules. He prescribes first plenty of open air. That this is right, the infant will inform one who, though it cannot speak, will make signs to be carried abroad, and is never so well pleased as when enjoying the open and free air, for which reason I conclude that this is one of those natural pointings, as I may say, that are implanted in every creature, teaching it to choose its good and to avoid its evil. Sleep is the next, which he enjoins to be indulged to its utmost extent. an admirable rule, as I humbly conceive, since sound sleep is one of the greatest nourishers of nature, both to the once young and to the twice young, if I may use the phrase, and I the rather approve of this rule because it keeps the nurse unemployed, who otherwise may be doing it the greatest mischief by cramming and stuffing its little bowels till ready to burst. And if I am right, what an inconsiderate and foolish as well as pernicious practice it is for a nurse to waken the child from its nourishing sleep, for fear it should suffer by hunger, and instantly pop the breast into its pretty mouth, or provoke it to feed, when it has no inclination to either, and for want of digestion must have its nutriment turned to repletion and bad humours. Excuse me, dear sir, these lesser particulars. Mr. Locke begins with them, and surely they may be allowed in a young mamma, writing, however it be to a gentleman of genius and learning, to a papa, on a subject that in its lowest beginnings ought not to be unattended to by either. I will therefore pursue my excellent author without farther apology, since you have put his work into my hands. The next thing, then, which he prescribes is plain diet. This speaks for itself, for the baby can have no corrupt taste to gratify. All is pure, as out of the hand of nature, and what is not plain and natural must vitiate and offend. Then no wine or strong drink. Equally just, and for the same reasons. Little or no physic. Undoubtedly right, for the use of physic without necessity, or by way of precaution, as some call it, begets the necessity of physic, and the very word supposes distemper or disorder, and where there is none, would a parent beget one, or by frequent use render the salutary force of medicine ineffectual when it was wanted? Next, he forbids too warm and too strait clothing. This is just as I wish it. How often has my heart ached when I have seen poor babies rolled and swathed 10 or a dozen times round, then blanket upon blanket, mantle upon that, its little neck pinned down to one posture, its head, more than it frequently needs, triple-crowned, like a young pope, with covering upon covering, its legs and arms, as if to prevent that kindly stretching which we rather ought to promote when it is in health, and which is only aiming at growth and enlargement, the former bundled up, the latter pinned down. And how the poor thing lies on the nurse's lap, a miserable little pinioned captive, goggling and staring with its eyes, the only organ it has at liberty, as if supplicating for freedom to its fettered limbs. Nor has it any comfort at all, till with a sigh or two, like a dying deer, it drops asleep. And happy then will it be till the officious nurse's care shall awaken it for its undesired food, as if resolved to try its constitution, and willing to see how many difficulties it could overcome. Then he advises that the head and feet should be kept cold, and the latter often used to cold water, and exposed to wet, in order to lay the foundation, as he says, of an healthy and hardy constitution. Now, sir, what a pleasure it is to your Pamela that her notions, and her practice too, fall in so exactly with this learned gentleman's advice, that, excepting one article, which is that your Billy has not yet been accustomed to be wet-shod, every other particular has been observed. And don't you see what a charming, charming baby he is? Nay, and so is your little Davers, for his age, pretty soul. Perhaps some, were they to see this, would not be so ready as I know you will be to excuse me, and would be apt to say, what nursery impertinences are these to trouble a man with? But with all their wisdom they would be mistaken, for if a child has not good health, and are not these rules the moral foundation, as I may say, of that blessing, its animal organs will play but poorly in a weak or crazy case. These, therefore, are necessary rules to be observed for the first 2 or 3 years, for then the little buds of their minds will begin to open, and their watchful mamma will be employed like a skillful gardener in assisting and encouraging the charming flower through its several hopeful stages to perfection, when it shall become one of the principal ornaments of that delicate garden, your honoured family. Pardon me, sir, if in the above paragraph I am too figurative. I begin to be afraid I am out of my sphere, writing to your dear self on these important subjects. But be that as it may, I will here put an end to this my first letter on the earliest part of my subject, rejoicing in the opportunity you have given me of producing a fresh instance of that duty and affection wherewith I am and shall ever be, my dearest Mr. B., your grateful, happy P.B. Letter 91. I will now, my dearest, my best beloved correspondent of all, begin, since the tender age of my dear babies will not permit me to have an eye yet to their better part, to tell you what are the little matters to which I am not quite so well reconciled in Mr. Locke, and this I shall be better enabled to do by my observations upon the temper and natural bent of my dear Miss Goodwin, as well as by those which my visits to the bigger children of my little school, and those at the cottages adjacent, have enabled me to make. For human nature, sir, you are not to be told, is human nature, whether in the high-born or in the low. This excellent author, section 52, having justly disallowed of slavish and corporal punishments in the education of those we would have to be wise, good, and ingenuous men, adds, on the other side, to flatter children by rewards of things that are pleasant to them is as carefully to be avoided. He that will give his son apples or sugar plums or what else of this kind he is most delighted with to make him learn his book, does but authorize his love of pleasure, and cockers up that dangerous propensity which he ought by all means to subdue and stifle in him. You can never hope to teach him to master it, whilst you compound for the check you give his inclination in one place by the satisfaction you propose to it in another. To make a good, a wise, and a virtuous man, 'tis fit he should learn to cross his appetite, and deny his inclination to riches, finery, or pleasing his palate, etc. This, sir, is well said, but is it not a little too philosophical and abstracted, not only for the generality of children, but for the age he supposes them to be of, if one may guess by the apples and the sugar plums proposed for the rewards of their well-doing? Would not this require that memory or reflection in children, which in another place is called the concomitant of prudence and age, and not of childhood? It is undoubtedly very right to check an unreasonable appetite, and that at its first appearance. But if so small and so reasonable an inducement will prevail, surely, sir, it might be complied with. A generous mind takes delight to win over others by good usage and mildness, rather than by severity, and it must be a great pain to such an one to be always inculcating on his children or pupils the doctrine of self-denial, by methods quite grievous to his own nature. What I would then humbly propose is that the encouragements offered to youth should indeed be innocent ones, as the gentleman enjoins, and not such as would lead to luxury either of food or apparel. But I humbly think it necessary that rewards, proper rewards, should be proposed as incentives to laudable actions. For is it not by this method that the whole world is influenced and governed? Does not God himself, by rewards and punishments, make it our interest as well as our duty to obey him? And can we propose ourselves for the government of our children a better example than that of the Creator? This fine author seems to think he had been a little of the strictest, and liable to some exception. I say not this, proceeds he, section 53, that I would have children kept from the conveniences or pleasures of life that are not injurious to their health or virtue. On the contrary, I would have their lives made as pleasant and as agreeable to them as may be, in a plentiful enjoyment of whatsoever might innocently delight them. And yet he immediately subjoins a very hard and difficult proviso to this indulgence, provided, says he, it be with this caution, that they have those enjoyments only as the consequences of the state of esteem and acceptation they are in with their parents and governors. I doubt, my dear Mr. B., this is expecting such a distinction and discretion in children as they seldom have in their tender years, and requiring capacities not commonly to be met with, so that it is not prescribing to the generality, as this excellent author intended. 'Tis, I humbly conceive, next to impossible that their tender minds should distinguish beyond facts. They covet this or that plaything, and the parent or governor takes advantage of its desires, and annexes to the indulgence such or such a task or duty as a condition, and shows himself pleased with its compliance with it, so the child wins its plaything, and receives the commendation so necessary to lead on young minds to laudable pursuits. But shall it not be suffered to enjoy the innocent reward of its compliance, unless it can give satisfaction that its greatest delight is not in having the thing coveted, but in performing the task, or obeying the injunctions imposed upon it as a condition of its being obliged? I doubt, sir, this is a little too strict, and not to be expected from children. A servant full grown would not be able to show that on condition he complied with such and such terms, which it is to be supposed by the offer he would not have complied with but for that inducement, he should have such and such a reward. I say he would hardly be able to show that he preferred the pleasure of performing the requisite conditions to the stipulated reward, nor is it necessary he should, for he is not the less a good servant or a virtuous man if he own the conditions painful and the reward necessary to his low state in the world, and that otherwise he would not undergo any service at all. Why then should this be exacted from a child? Let therefore innocent rewards be proposed, and let us be contented to lead on the ductile minds of children to a love of their duty by obliging them with such. We may tell them what we expect in this case, but we ought not, I humbly conceive, to be too rigorous in exacting it, for after all, the inducement will naturally be the uppermost consideration with the child, not, as I hinted, had it been offered to it, if the parent himself had not thought so. And therefore we can only let the child know his duty in this respect, and that he ought to give a preference to that, and then rest ourselves contented, although we should discern that the reward is the chief incentive of it. For this, from whatever motive inculcated, may beget a habit in the child of doing it, and then as it improves in years, one may hope that reason will take place and enable him from the most solid and durable motives to give a preference to the duty. Upon the whole, then, can we insist upon it that the child should so nicely distinguish away its little innate passions, as if we expected it to be born a philosopher? Self-denial is indeed a most excellent doctrine to be inculcated into children, and it must be done early, but we must not be too severe in our exacting it, for a duty too rigidly insisted upon will make it odious. This Mr. Locke, too, observes in another place on the head of too great severity, which he illustrates by a familiar comparison. Offensive circumstances, says he, ordinarily infect innocent things which they are joined with, and the very sight of a cup wherein anyone uses to take nauseous physic turns his stomach, so that nothing will relish well out of it, though the cup be never so clean and well shaped and of the richest materials. Permit me to add that Mr. Locke writes still more rigorously on the subject of rewards, which I quote to show I have not misunderstood him. But these enjoyments, says he, should never be offered or bestowed on children as the rewards of this or that particular performance that they show an aversion to, or to which they would not have applied themselves without that temptation. If, dear sir, the minds of children can be led on by innocent inducements to the performance of a duty of which they are capable, what I have humbly offered is enough, I presume, to convince one that it may be done. But if ever a particular study be proposed to be mastered, or a bias to be overcome, that is not an indispensable requisite to his future life of morals, to which the child shows an aversion. I would not, methinks, have him be too much tempted or compelled to conquer or subdue it, especially if it appear to be a natural or riveted aversion. For permit me to observe that the education and studies of children ought, as much as possible, to be suited to their capacities and inclination, and by these means we may expect to have always useful and often great men in different professions, for that genius which does not prompt to the prosecution of one study may shine in another, no less necessary part of science. But if the promise of innocent rewards would conquer this aversion, yet they should not be applied with this view, for the best consequences that can be hoped for will be tolerable skill in one thing instead of most excellent in another. Nevertheless, I must repeat that if, as the child grows up and is capable of so much reason, that from the love of the inducement one can raise his mind to the love of the duty, it should be done by all means. But, my dear Mr. B., I am afraid that parent or tutor will meet with but little success, who, in a child's tender years, shall refuse to comply with its foibles till he sees it value its duty, and the pleasure of obeying his commands beyond the little enjoyment on which his heart is fixed. For, as I humbly conceive, that mind which can be brought to prefer its duty to its appetites will want little of the perfection of the wisest philosophers. Besides, sir, permit me to say that I am afraid this perpetual opposition between the passions of the child and the duty to be enforced, especially when it sees how other children are indulged, for if this regimen could be observed by any, it would be impossible it should become general, while the fond and the inconsiderate parents are so large a part of mankind, will cow and dispirit a child, and will perhaps produce a necessity of making use of severity to subdue him to this temper of self-denial. For if the child refuses, the parent must insist, and what will be the consequence? Must it not introduce a harsher discipline than this gentleman allows of, and which I presume to say did never yet do good to any but to slavish and base spirits, if to them? A discipline which Mr. Locke everywhere justly condemns. See here, dear sir, a specimen of the presumption of your girl. What will she come to in time? You will perhaps say, her next step will be to arraign myself. No, no, dear sir, don't think so, for my duty, my love, and my reverence shall be your guards and defend you from everything saucy in me, but the bold approaches of my gratitude, which shall always testify for me how much I am your obliged and dutiful servant, P.B. Letter 92. My dearest Mr. B., I will continue my subject, although I have not had an opportunity to know whether you approve of my notions or not, by reason of the excursions you have been pleased to allow me to make in your beloved company to the seaports of this kingdom, and to the more noted inland towns of Essex, Kent, Sussex, Hampshire, and Dorsetshire, which have given me infinite delight and pleasure, and enlarged my notions of the wealth and power of the kingdom in which God's goodness has given you so considerable a stake. My next topic will be upon a home education which Mr. Locke prefers, for several weighty reasons, to a school one, provided such a tutor can be procured, as he makes next to an impossibility to procure. The gentleman has set forth the inconveniencies of both, and was himself so discouraged on a review of them that he was ready, as he says, to throw up his pen. My chief cares, dear sir, on this head are three. First, the difficulty, which, as I said, Mr. Locke makes almost insuperable, to find a qualified tutor. Secondly, the necessity there is, according to Mr. Locke, of keeping the youth out of the company of the meaner servants, who may set him bad examples. And thirdly, those still greater difficulties which will arise from the example of his parents, if they are not very discreet and circumspect. As to the qualifications of the tutor, Mr. Locke supposes that he is to be so learned, so discreet, so wise, in short, so perfect a man, that I doubt, and so does Mr. Locke, such an one can hardly be met with for this humble and slavish employment. I presume, sir, to call it so because of the too little regard that is generally paid to these useful men in the families of the great, where they are frequently put upon a foot with the uppermost servants, and the rather if they happen to be men of modesty. I would, says he, from children's first beginning to talk, have some discreet, sober, nay, wise person about them, whose care it should be to fashion them right, and to keep them from all ill, especially the infection of bad company. I think this province requires great sobriety, temperance, tenderness, diligence, and discretion, qualities hardly to be found united in persons that are to be had for ordinary salaries, nor easily to be found anywhere. If this, sir, be the case, does not this excellent author recommend a scheme that is rendered in a manner impracticable from this difficulty? As to these qualities being more rarely to be met with in persons that are to be had for ordinary salaries, I cannot help being of opinion, although with Mr. Locke I think no expense should be spared, if that would do, that there is as good a chance for finding a proper person among the needy scholars, if not of a low and sordid turn of mind, as among the more affluent, because the narrow circumstances of the former, which probably became a spur to his own improvement, will, it is likely, at first setting out in the world, make him be glad to embrace such an offer in a family which has interest enough to prefer him, and will quicken his diligence to make him deserve preferment. And if such an one wanted any of that requisite politeness, which some would naturally expect from scholars of better fortune, might not that be supplied to the youth by the conversation of parents, relations, and visitors, in conjunction with those other helps which young men of family and large expectations constantly have, and which few learned tutors can give him? I say not this to countenance the wretched niggardliness which this gentleman justly censures of those who grudge a handsome consideration to so necessary and painful a labour as that of a tutor, which, where a deserving man can be met with, cannot be too genteelly rewarded, nor himself too respectfully treated. I only beg to deliver my opinion that a low condition is as likely as any other, with a mind not ungenerous, to produce a man who has these good qualities, as well for the reasons I have hinted at, as for others which might be mentioned. But Mr. Locke thus proceeds: to form a young gentleman as he should be, 'tis fit his governor should be well bred, understand the ways of carriage and measures of civility in all the variety of persons, times, and places, and keep his pupil, as far as his age requires, constantly to the observation of them. This is an art not to be learnt or taught by books. Nothing can give it but good company and observation joined together. And in another place says, besides being well bred, the tutor should know the world well, the ways, the humours, the follies, the cheats, the faults of the age he has fallen into, and particularly of the country he lives in. These he should be able to show to his pupil as he finds him capable, teach him skill in men and their manners, pull off the mask which their several callings and pretences cover them with, and make his pupil discern what lies at the bottom under such appearances, that he may not, as unexperienced young men are apt to do if they are unwarned, take one thing for another, judge by the outside, and give himself up to show, and the insinuations of a fair carriage or an obliging application. Teach him to guess at and beware of the designs of men he hath to do with, neither with too much suspicion nor too much confidence. This, dear sir, is excellently said. 'Tis noble theory, and if the tutor be a man void of resentment and caprice, and will not be governed by partial considerations in his own judgment of persons and things, all will be well. But if otherwise, may he not take advantage of the confidence placed in him to the injury of some worthy person, and by degrees monopolize the young gentleman to himself, and govern his passions as absolutely as I have heard some first ministers have done those of their prince, equally to his own personal disreputation, and to the disadvantage of his people. But all this, and much more, according to Mr. Locke, is the duty of a tutor, and on the finding out such an one depends his scheme of a home education. No wonder, then, that he himself says, when I consider the scruples and cautions I here lay in your way, methinks it looks as if I advised you to something which I would have offered at, but in effect not done, etc. Permit me, dear sir, in this place to express my fear that it is hardly possible for any one with talents inferior to those of Mr. Locke himself to come up to the rules he has laid down upon this subject, and 'tis to be questioned whether even he, with all that vast stock of natural reason and solid sense, for which, as you tell me, sir, he was so famous, had attained to these perfections at his first setting out into life. Now, therefore, dear sir, you can't imagine how these difficulties perplex me as to my knowing how to judge which is best, a home or a school education. For hear what this excellent author justly observes on the latter, among other things, no less to the purpose. I am sure he who is able to be at the charge of a tutor at home may there give his son a more genteel carriage, more manly thoughts, and a sense of what is worthy and becoming, with a greater proficiency in learning into the bargain, and ripen him up sooner into a man than any school can do. Not that I blame the schoolmaster in this, says he, or think it to be laid to his charge. The difference is great between 2 or 3 pupils in the same house, and 3 or 4 score boys lodged up and down. For let the master's industry and skill be never so great, it is impossible he should have 50 or 100 scholars under his eye any longer than they are in the school together. But then, sir, if there be such a difficulty, as Mr. Locke says, to meet with a proper tutor for the home education, which he thus prefers, what a perplexing thing is this! But still, according to this gentleman, another difficulty attends a home education, and that is what I hinted at before in my second article, the necessity of keeping the youth out of the company of the meaner servants, who may set him bad examples. For thus he says, here is another great inconvenience which children receive from the ill examples which they meet with from the meaner servants. They are wholly, if possible, to be kept from such conversation, for the contagion of these ill precedents, both in civility and virtue, horribly infects children, as often as they come within the reach of it. They frequently learn from unbred or debauched servants such language, untowardly tricks and vices, as otherwise they would be ignorant of all their lives. 'Tis a hard matter wholly to prevent this mischief, continues he. You will have very good luck if you never have a clownish or vicious servant, and if from them your children never get any infection. Then, sir, my third point, which I mentioned in the beginning of this letter, makes a still stronger objection, as it may happen, against a home education, to wit, the example of the parents themselves, if they be not very circumspect and discreet. All these difficulties being put together, let me, dear sir, humbly propose it as a matter for your consideration and determination, whether there be not a middle way to be found out in a school education that may remedy some of these inconveniencies. For suppose you cannot get a tutor so qualified as Mr. Locke thinks he ought to be for your Billy as he grows up. Suppose there is danger from your meaner servants, or we his parents should not be able to lay ourselves under the requisite restraints in order to form his mind by our own examples, which I hope by God's grace, however, will not be the case. Cannot some master be found who shall be so well rewarded for his care of a few young gentlemen as to make it worth his while to be contented with those few? Suppose from 5 to 8 at most, whose morals and breeding he may attend to, as well as to their learning. The farther this master lives from the young gentlemen's friends, the better it may be. We will hope that he is a man of a mild disposition, but strict in his discipline, and who shall make it a rule not to give correction for small faults, or till every other method has been tried, who carries such a just dignity in his manner, without the appearance of tyranny, that his looks may be of greater force than the blows of others, and who will rather endeavor to shame than terrify a youth out of his faults. Then suppose this gentleman was to allot a particular portion of time for the more learned studies, and before the youth was tired with them, suppose another portion was allotted for the writing and arithmetic, and then to relieve his mind from both, suppose the dancing master should take his part, and innocent exercises of mere diversion to fill up the rest at his own choice, in which, diverted by such a rotation of employments, all thus rendered delightful by their successive variety, he would hardly wish to pass much time. For the dancing of itself, with the dancing master's instruction, if a well-bred man, will answer both parts, that of breeding and that of exercise, and thus different studies at once be mastered. Moreover, the emulation which will be inspired where there are several young gentlemen will be of inconceivable use both to tutor and pupil, in lessening the trouble of the one and advancing the learning of the other, which cannot be expected where there is but a single youth to be taken care of. Such a master will know it to be his interest, as well as duty, to have a watchful eye over the conduct and behavior of his servants. His assistants in the different branches of science and education will be persons of approved prudence, for whom he will think himself answerable, since his own reputation, as well as livelihood, will depend upon their behavior. The youths will have young gentlemen for their companions, all under the influence of the same precepts and directions, and if some chosen period were fixed as a reward for some excellence, where at a little desk, raised a step or two above the other seats, the excelling youth should be set to read, under the master's direction, a little portion from the best translations of the Greek and Roman historians, and even from the best English authors. This might, in a very engaging manner, initiate them into the knowledge of the history of past times and of their own country, and give them a curiosity to pass some of their vacant hours in the same laudable pursuit. For, dear sir, I must still insist that rewards and innocent gratifications, as also little honours and distinctions, must needs be very attractive to the minds of youth. For is not the pretty ride and dairy house breakfasting, by which Miss Goodwin's governess distinguishes the little ladies who excel in their allotted tasks, a fine encouragement to their ductile minds? Yes, it is, to be sure, and I have often thought of it with pleasure, and partaken of the delight with which I have supposed their pretty hearts must be filled with on that occasion. And why may not such little triumphs be in proportion as incentives to children to make them try to master laudable tasks, as the Roman triumphs of different kinds, and their mural and civic crowns, all which I have heard you speak of, were to their heroes and warriors of old. For Mr. Dryden well observes that men are but children of a larger growth, our appetites are apt to change as theirs, and full as craving too, and full as vain. Permit me, sir, to transcribe 4 or 5 lines more for the beauty of the thought. And yet the soul, shut up in her dark room, viewing so clear abroad, at home sees nothing, but like a mole in earth, busy and blind, works all her folly up and casts it outward to the world's open view. Improving the thought, methinks I can see the dear little miss, who has in some eminent task borne away the palm, make her public entry, as I may call it, after her dairy breakfast and pretty airing, into the governess's courtyard, through a row of her schoolfellows, drawn out on each side to admire her, her governess and assistants receiving her at the porch, their little capital, and lifting her out with applauses and encomiums, with a "Thus shall it be done to the miss whom her governess delighteth to honour." I see not why the dear miss in this case, as she moves through her admiring schoolfellows, may not have her little heart beat with as much delight, be as gloriously elated proportionably as that of the greatest hero in his triumphal car, who has returned from exploits perhaps much less laudable. But how I ramble! Yet surely, sir, you don't expect method or connection from your girl. The education of our sex will not permit that where it is best. We are forced to struggle for knowledge, like the poor feeble infant in the month, who is pinned and fettered down upon the nurse's lap, and who, if its little arms happen by chance to escape its nurse's observation, and offer but to expand themselves, are immediately taken into custody and pinioned down to their passive behavior. So when a poor girl, in spite of her narrow education, breaks out into notice, her genius is immediately tamed by trifling employments, lest perhaps she should become the envy of one sex and the equal of the other. But you, sir, act more nobly with your Pamela, for you throw in her way all opportunities of improvement, and she has only to regret that she cannot make a better use of them, and of consequence render herself more worthy of your generous indulgence. I know not how, sir, to recover my thread, and so must break off with that delight which I always take when I come near the bottom of my letters to your dear self, because then I can boast of the honour which I have in being your ever dutiful P.B. Letter 93. Well, but my dear Mr. B., you will perhaps think, from my last rambling letter, that I am most inclined to a school education for your Billy, and some years hence, if it should please God to spare him to us. Yet I cannot say that I am. I only lay several things together in my usual indigested way to take your opinion upon, which, as it ought, will be always decisive with me. And indeed I am so thoroughly convinced by Mr. Locke's reasons, where the behaviour of servants can be so well answered for as that of yours can be, and where the example of the parents will be, as I hope, rather edifying than otherwise, that without being swayed, as I think, by maternal fondness, in this case I must needs give a preference to the home education, and the little scheme I presume to form in my last was only on a supposition that those necessary points could not be so well secured. In my observations on this head, I shall take the liberty, in 1 or 2 particulars, a little to differ from an author that I admire exceedingly, and that is the present design of my writing these letters, for I shall hereafter, if God spare my life, in my little book, when you have kindly decided upon the points in which I presume to differ, show you, sir, my great reverence and esteem for him, and can then let you know all my sentiments on this important subject, and that more undoubtedly as I shall be more improved by years and your conversation, especially, sir, if I have the honour and happiness of a foreign tour with you, of which you give me hope, so much are you pleased with the delight I take in these improving excursions which you have now favoured me with at different times through more than half the kingdom. Well then, sir, I will proceed to consider a little more particularly the subject of a home education, with an eye to those difficulties of which Mr. Locke takes notice, as I mentioned in my last. As to the first, that of finding a qualified tutor, we must not expect so much perfection, I doubt, as he lays down as necessary. What, therefore, I humbly conceive is best to be done will be to avoid choosing a man of bigoted and narrow principles, who yet shall not be tainted with sceptical or heterodox notions, nor a mere scholar or pedant, who has travelled and yet preserved his moral character untainted, and whose behaviour and carriage is easy, unaffected, unformal, and genteel as well acquiredly as naturally so if possible, who shall not be dogmatical, positive, overbearing on one hand, nor too yielding, suppliant, fawning on the other, who shall study the child's natural bent in order to direct his studies to the point he is most likely to excel in, and to preserve the respect due to his own character from everyone. He must not be a busybody in the family, a whisperer, a tale-bearer, but of a benevolent turn of mind, ready to compose differences, who shall avoid of all things that foppishness of dress and appearance which distinguishes the petit maître and French ushers that I have seen at some boarding schools for coxcombs rather than guides of education. For, as I have heard you, my best tutor, often observe, the peculiarities of habit, where a person aims at something fantastic or out of character, are an undoubted sign of a wrong head. For such a one is so kind as always to hang out on his sign what sort of furniture he has in his shop, to save you the trouble of asking questions about him, so that one may as easily know by his outward appearance what he is, as one can know a widow by her weeds. Such a person as I have thus negatively described may be found without very much difficulty, perhaps, because some of these requisites are personal, and others are such as are obvious at first sight to a common penetration, or where not so may be found out by inquiry into his general character and behaviour. And to the care of such a one, dear sir, let me suppose your Billy is committed, and so we acquit ourselves of the first difficulty as well as we can, that of the tutor, who, to become more perfect, may form himself as to what he wants by Mr. Locke's excellent rules on that head. But before I quit this subject, I beg to remind you of your opinion upon it in a conversation with Sir George Stuart and his nephew in London, in which you seem to prefer a Scottish gentleman for a tutor to those of your own nation, and still more than to those of France. Don't you remember it, dear sir? And how much those gentlemen were pleased with your facetious freedom with their country, and said you made them amends for that in your preference to their learned and travelled youth. If you have forgot it, I will here transcribe it from my records, as I call my book of memorandums, for every time I am pleased with a conversation and have leisure before it quits my memory, I enter it down in as near the very words as I can. And now you have made me your correspondent, I shall sometimes perhaps give you back some valuables from your own treasure. Miss Darnford and Mr. Turner and Mr. Fanshawe were present, I well remember. These were your words. Since the union of the two kingdoms, we have many persons of condition who have taken their tutors for their sons from Scotland, which practice, to speak impartially, has been attended with some advantageous circumstances that should not be overlooked. For, Sir George, it must be confessed that notwithstanding your narrow and stiff manner of education in Scotland, a spirit of manly learning, a kind of poetic liberty, as I may call it, has begun to exert itself in that part of the island. The blustering North, forgive me, gentlemen, seems to have hardened the foreheads of her hungry sons, and the keenness with which they set out for preferment in the kindlier South has taught them to know a good deal of the world betimes. Through the easy terms on which learning is generally attained there, as it is earlier inculcated, so it may probably take deeper root. And since 'tis hardly possible, forgive me, dear sirs, they can go to a worse country on this side Greenland than some of the northern parts of Scotland. So their education with a view to travel and to better themselves by settlements in other countries may perhaps be so many reasons to take greater pains to qualify themselves for this employment, and may make them succeed better in it, especially when they have been able to shake off the fetters which are riveted upon them under the narrow influence of a too tyrannical Kirk discipline, which you, Sir George, have just now so freely censured. To these considerations, when we add the necessity which these remote tutors lie under of behaving well, first because they seldom wish to return to their own country, and next because that cannot prefer them, if it would, and thirdly, because it would not, if it could, if the gentleman be of an enlarged genius and generous way of thinking. I say, when we add to the premises these considerations, they all make a kind of security for their good behaviour, while those of our own country have often friends or acquaintances on whose favour they are apt to depend, and for that reason give less attention to the duties requisite for this important office. Besides, as their kind friend Aeolus, who is accustomed to spread and strengthen the bold muscles of the strong-featured Scot, has generally blown away that inauspicious bashfulness which hangs a much longer time commonly on the faces of the Southern students, such a one, if he fall not too egregiously into the contrary extreme so as to become insufferable, may still be the more eligible person for a tutor, as he may teach a young gentleman betimes that necessary presence of mind, which those who are confined to a private education sometimes want. But after all, if a gentleman of this nation be chosen for this employment, it may be necessary that he should be one who has had as genteel and free an education himself as his country will afford, and the native roughness of his climate filed off by travel and conversation, who has made at least the tour of France and Italy, and has a taste for the politeness of the former nation, but from the boisterousness of a North Briton, and the fantastic politeness of a Frenchman. If happily blended, such a mixture may result, as will furnish out a more complete tutor than either of the two nations singly may be able to produce. But it ought to be remembered that this person must have conquered his native brogue, as I may call it, and be a master of the English pronunciation, otherwise his conversation will be disagreeable to an English ear. And permit me to add that, as an acquaintance with the Muses contributes not a little to soften the manners and give a graceful and delicate turn to the imagination and a kind of polish to severer studies, it would not be amiss that he should have a taste of poetry, although perhaps it were not to be wished he had such strong inclinations that way as to make that lively and delectable amusement his predominant passion. For we see very few poets whose warm imaginations do not run away with their judgments. And yet, in order to learn the dead languages in their purity, it will be necessary to inculcate both the love and the study of the ancient poets, which cannot fail of giving the youth a taste for poetry in general. Permit me, dear sir, to ask you whether you advance this for argument's sake, as sometimes you love to amuse and entertain your friends in an uncommon way. For I should imagine that our two universities which you have shown me, and for which I have ever since had a greater reverence than I had before, are capable of furnishing as good tutors as any nation in the world. For here the young gentlemen seem to me to live both in the world and in the university, and we saw several gentlemen who had not only fine parts, but polite behaviour and deep learning, as you assured me, some of whom you entertained, and were entertained by, in so elegant a manner, that no travelled gentleman, if I may be allowed to judge, could excel them. And besides, my dear Mr. B., I know who is reckoned one of the politest and best-bred gentlemen in England by everybody, and learned as well as polite, and yet had his education in one of those celebrated seats of learning. I wish your Billy may never fall short of the gentleman I mean in all these acquirements, and he will be a very happy creature, I am sure. But how I wander again from my subject! I have no other way to recover myself when I thus ramble, but by returning to that one delightful point of reflection, that I have the honour to be, dearest sir, your ever dutiful and obliged P.B.
Letter 94. Dearest Sir, I now resume my subject. I had gone through the article of the tutor as well as I could, and will now observe upon what Mr. Locke says, that children are wholly, if possible, to be kept from the conversation of the meaner servants, whom he supposes to be, as too frequently they are, unbred and debauched, to use his own words. Now, sir, I think it is very difficult to keep children from the conversation of servants at all times. The care of personal attendance, especially in the child's early age, must fall upon servants of one denomination or other, who, little or much, must be conversant with the inferior servants, and so be liable to be tainted by their conversation. And it will be difficult in this case to prevent the taint being communicated to the child. Wherefore, it will be a surer, as well as a more laudable method to insist upon the regular behavior of the whole family, than to expect the child, and its immediate attendant or tutor, should be the only good ones in it. Nor is this so difficult to effect as may be imagined. Your family affords an eminent instance of it. The good have been confirmed, the remiss have been reformed, the passionate have been tamed, and there is not a family in the kingdom, I will venture to say, to the honour of every individual in it, more uniform, more regular, and freer from evil, and more regardful of what they say and do, than yours. And you will allow that though always honest, yet they were not always so laudable, so exemplarily virtuous as of late, which I mention only to shew the practicableness of a reformation, even where bad habits have taken place. For your Pamela, sir, arrogates not to herself the honour of this change. 'Tis owing to the divine grace shining upon hearts naturally good, for else an example so easy, so plain, so simple, from so young a mistress, who moreover had been exalted from their own station, could not have been attended with such happy effects. You see, dear sir, what a master and mistress's example could do with a poor soul so far gone as Mrs. Jewkes, and I dare be confident that if, on the hiring of a new servant, sobriety of manners and a virtuous conversation were insisted upon, and a general inoffensiveness in words as well as action was required from them, as indispensable conditions of their service, and that a breach of that kind would be no more passed over than a wilful fraud, or an act of dishonesty, and if, added to these requisites, their principals take care to support these injunctions by their own example, I say then, I dare be confident that if such a service did not find them good, it would make them so. And why should we not think this is a very practicable scheme, considering the servants we take are at years of discretion, and have the strong ties of interest superadded to the obligations we require of them, and which they must needs know, let them have what bad habits they will, are right for themselves to discharge, as well as for us to exact. We all know of how much force the example of superiors is to inferiors. It is too justly said that the courts of princes abound with the most profligate of men, insomuch that a man cannot have a more significantly bad title than that of courtier. Yet even among these, one shall see the force of example, as I have heard you, sir, frequently observe. For, let but the land be blessed with a pious and religious prince, who makes it a rule with him to countenance and promote men of virtue and probity. And to put the case still stronger, let such a one even succeed to the most libertine reign, wherein the manners of the people are wholly depraved, yet a wonderful change will be immediately effected. The flagitious livers will be chased away or reformed, or at least will think it their duty or their interest, which is a stronger tie with such, to appear reformed, and not a man will seek for the favor or countenance of his prince, but by laudable pretenses or by worthy actions. In the reign of King Richard III, as I have read, deformity of body was the fashion, and the nobility and gentry of the court thought it an indispensable requisite of a graceful form to pad for themselves a round shoulder, because the king was crooked. And can we think human nature so absurdly wicked that it would not much rather have tried to imitate a personal perfection than a deformity so shocking in its appearance? In people who were naturally straight, 'tis melancholy to reflect that of all the professions of men, the mariners who most behold the wonders of almighty power displayed in the great deep, a sight that has struck me with awe and reverence only from a coast prospect, and who every moment while at sea have but one frail plank betwixt themselves and inevitable destruction, are yet, generally speaking, said to be the most abandoned invokers and blasphemers of the name of that God whose mercies they every moment unthankfully, although so visibly, experience. Yet, as I once heard at your table, sir, on a particular occasion, we have now a commander in the British Navy who, to his honor, has shewn the force of an excellent example supporting the best precepts. For, on board his ship, not an oath or curse was to be heard, while volleys of both issued from the impious mouths in the same squadron out of his knowledge, seemed to fill the sails of other ships with guilty breath, calling aloud for that perdition to overtake them, which perhaps his worthy injunctions and example, in his own, might be of weight to suspend. If such then, dear sir, be the force of a good example, what have parents to do who would bring up a child at home under their own eye, according to Mr. Locke's advice, but first to have a strict regard to their conduct? This will not want its due influence on the servants, especially if a proper enquiry be first made into their characters, and a watchful eye had over them, to keep them up to those characters afterwards. And when they know that they must forfeit the favor of a worthy master and their places too, which may be thought to be the best of places, because an uniform character must make all around it easy and happy, they will readily observe such rules and directions as shall be prescribed to them. Rules and directions which their own consciences will tell them are right to be prescribed, and even right for them to follow, were they not insisted upon by their superiors. And this conviction must go a great way toward their thorough reformation, for a person wholly convinced is half reformed, and thus the hazard a child will run of being corrupted by conversing with the servants will be removed, and all Mr. Locke's other rules will be better enforced. I have the boldness, sir, to make another objection, and that is, to the distance which Mr. Locke prescribes to be kept between children and servants. For may not this be a means to fill the minds of the former with a contempt of those below them, and an arrogance that is not warranted by any rank or condition, to their inferiors of the same species? I have before transcribed what Mr. Locke has enjoined in relation to this distance, where he says that the children are by all means to be kept wholly from the conversation of the meaner servants. But how much better advice does the same author give for the behavior of children to servants in the following words, which I humbly think are not so entirely consistent with the former as might be expected from so admirable an author. Another way, says he, section 111, to instill sentiments of humanity and to keep them lively in young folks will be to accustom them to civility in their language and deportment towards their inferiors, and meaner sort of people, particularly servants. It is not unusual to observe that children in gentlemen's families treat the servants of the house with domineering words, names of contempt, and an imperious carriage, as if they were of another race or species beneath them. Whether ill example, the advantage of fortune, or their natural vanity inspire this haughtiness, it should be prevented or weeded out, and a gentle, courteous, affable carriage towards the lower ranks of men placed in the room of it. No part of their superiority will be hereby lost, but the distinction increased, and their authority strengthened, when love in inferiors is joined to outward respect, and the esteem of the person has a share in their submission. And domestics will pay a more ready and cheerful service when they find themselves not spurned because fortune has laid them below the level of others at their master's feet. These, dear sir, are certainly the sentiments of a generous and enlarged spirit, but I hope I may observe that the great distance Mr. Locke before enjoins to be kept between children and servants is not very consistent with the above-cited paragraph. For if we would prevent this undue contempt of inferiors in the temper of children, the best way, as I humbly presume to think, is not to make it so unpardonable a fault in them, especially in their early years, to be in their company. For can one make the children shun the servants without rendering them odious or contemptible to them, and representing them to the child in such disadvantageous light, as must needs make the servants vile in their eyes, and themselves lofty and exalted in their own, and thereby cause them to treat them with domineering words and an imperious carriage, as if they were of another race or species beneath them, and so, as Mr. Locke says, nurse up their natural pride into a habitual contempt of those beneath them. And then, as he adds, where will that probably end but in oppression and cruelty? But this matter, dear sir, I presume to think will all be happily accommodated and reconciled when the servant's good behavior is secured by the example and the injunctions of the principals. Upon the whole, then, of what Mr. Locke has enjoined, and what I have taken the liberty to suggest on this head, it shall be my endeavour in that early part of your dear Billy's education, which you will entrust to me, to inculcate betimes in his mind the principles of universal benevolence and kindness to others, especially to inferiors. Nor shall I fear that the little dear will be wanting to himself in assuming, as he grows up, an air of superiority, and distance of behavior equal to his condition, or that he will descend too low for his station. For, sir, there is a pride and self-love natural to human minds that will seldom be kept so low as to make them humbler than they ought to be. I have observed before now instances of this in some of the families we visit, between the young masters or misses and those children of lower degree, who have been brought to play with them or divert them. On the master's and missus' side, I have always seen they lead the play and prescribe the laws of it, be the diversion what it will, while on the other hand, their lower rank playfellows have generally given into their little humours, though ever so contrary to their own, and the difference of dress and appearance, and the notion they have of the more eminent condition of their playfellows' parents, have begot in them a kind of awe and respect that perhaps more than sufficiently secures the superiority of the one and the subordination of the other. The advantage of this universal benevolence to a young gentleman as he grows up will be, as I humbly conceive, so to diffuse itself over his mind as to influence all his actions and give a grace to everything he does or says, and make him admired and respected from the best and most durable motives, and will be of greater advantage to him for his attaining a handsome address and behavior, for it will make him conscious that he merits the distinction he will meet with, and encourage him still more to merit it, than the best rules that can be given him for that purpose. I will therefore teach the little dear courteousness and affability from the properest motives I am able to think of, and will instruct him in only one piece of pride, that of being above doing a mean or low action. I will caution him not to behave in a lordly or insolent manner, even to the lowest servants. I will tell him that the superiority is the most commendable, and will be the best maintained, which is owing to humanity and kindness, and grounded on the perfections of the mind, rather than on the accidental advantage of fortune and condition. That if his conduct be such as it ought to be, there will be no occasion to tell a servant that he will be observed and respected. That humility, as I once told my Miss Goodwin, is a charming grace, and most conspicuously charming in persons of distinction. For that the poor, who are humbled by their condition, cannot glory in it, as the rich may, and that it makes the lower ranks of people love and admire the high-born, who can so condescend, whereas pride in such is meanness and insult, as it owes its boast and its being to accidental advantages, which at the same time are seldom of his procuring, who can be so mean as to be proud, that even I would sooner forget pride in a low degree than in a high, for it may be a security in the first against doing a base thing, but in the rich it is a base thing itself, and an impolitic one too, for the more distinction a proud mind grasps at, the less it will have, and every poor despised person can whisper such a one in the ear, when surrounded with and adorned by all his glittering splendors, that he was born and must die in the same manner with those whom he despises. Thus will the doctrine of benevolence and affability, implanted early in the mind of a young gentleman, and duly cultivated as he grows up, inspire him with the requisite conduct to command respect from proper motives, and while it makes the servants observe a decorum towards him, it will oblige them to have a guard upon their words and actions in the presence of one whose manners of education and training up would be so great a reproach to them if they were grossly faulty. So thus I conceive a mutual benefit will flow to the manners of each, and his good behavior will render him in some measure an instructive monitor to the whole family. But permit me, sir, to enlarge on the hint I have already given in relation to the example of parents, in case a preference be given to the home education. For if this point cannot be secured, I should always imagine it were best to put the child to such a school as I formerly mentioned. But yet the subject might be spared by me in this case, as I write with a view only to your family, though you will remember that while I follow Mr. Locke, whose work is public, I must be considered as directing myself to the generality of the world. For, sir, I have the pleasure to say that your conduct in your family is unexceptionable, and the pride to think that mine is no disgrace to it. No one hears a word from your mouth unbecoming the character of a polite gentleman, and I shall always be very regardful of what falls from mine. Your temper, sir, is equal and kind to all your servants, and they love you, as well as awfully respect you. And well does your beautiful and considerate mind deserve it of them all. And they, seeing I am watchful over my own conduct, so as not to behave unworthy of your kind example, regard me as much as I could wish they should. For well do they know that their beloved master will have it so, and greatly honors and esteems me himself. Your table talk is such as persons of the strictest principles may hear and join in. Your guests, your friends, are generally speaking persons of the genteelest life and of the best manners, so that Mr. Locke would have advised you of all gentlemen, had he been living, and known you, to give your children a home education, and assign these and still stronger reasons for it. But were we to speak to the generality of parents, I fear this would be an almost insuperable objection to a home education. For, I am sorry to say it, when one turns one's eyes to the bad precedents given by the heads of some families, it is hardly to be wondered at that there is so little virtue and religion among men. For can those parents be surprised at the ungraciousness of their children, who hardly ever shew them that their own actions are governed by reasonable or moral motives? Can the gluttonous father expect a self-denying son? With how ill a grace must a man who will often be disguised in liquor preach sobriety, a passionate man patience, an irreligious man piety? How will a parent whose hands are seldom without cards or dice in them be observed in lessons against the pernicious vice of gaming? Can the profuse father, who is squandering away the fortunes of his children, expect to be regarded in the lesson of frugality? 'Tis impossible he should, except it were that the youth, seeing how pernicious his father's example is, should have the grace to make a proper use of it, and look upon it as a sea-mark, as it were, to enable him to shun the dangerous rocks on which he sees his father splitting. And even in this best case, let it be considered how much shame and disgrace his thoughtless parent ought to take to himself, who can admonish his child by nothing but the odiousness of his own vice, and how little it is owing to him that his guilt is not doubled by his son's treading in his steps. Let such an unhappy parent duly weigh this, and think how likely he is to be, by his bad example, the cause of his child's perdition as well as his own, and stand unshocked and unamended if he can. It is then of no avail to wish for discreet servants if the conduct of the parents is faulty. If the fountainhead be polluted, how shall the undercurrents run clear? That master and mistress, who would exact from their servants a behavior which they themselves don't practice, will be but ill observed. And that child who discovers excesses and errors in his parents will be found to be less profited by their good precepts than prejudiced by bad examples. Excessive fondness this hour, violent passions, and perhaps execrations the next, unguarded jests, and the admiration of fashionable vanities, rash censures, are perhaps the best the child sees in, or hears from those who are most concerned to inculcate good precepts into his mind. And where it is so, a home education must not surely be chosen. Having thus, as well as my slender abilities will permit, presumed to deliver my opinion upon these three great points, viz., the qualifications of a tutor, the necessity of having an eye to the morals of servants, and the example of parents, all which, being taken care of, will give a preference, as I imagine, to a home education. Permit me, dear sir, to speak a little further to a point that I have already touched upon. It is that of emulation, which I humbly conceive to be of great efficacy to lead children on in their duties and studies. And how, dear sir, shall this advantage be procured for a young master who has no schoolfellows, and who has no example to follow but that of his tutor, whom he cannot, from the disparity of years and other circumstances, without pain, because of this disparity, think of emulating? And this, I conceive, is a very great advantage to such a school education as I mentioned in my former letter, where there are no more scholars taken in than the master can with ease and pleasure instruct. But one way, in my humble opinion, is left to answer this objection, and still preserve the reason for the preference which Mr. Locke gives to a home education, and that is what I formerly hinted, to take into your family the child of some honest neighbor, of but middling circumstances, and like age of your own, but who should give apparent indications of his natural promptitude, ingenuous temper, obliging behavior, and good manners, and to let him go hand in hand with yours in his several studies and lessons under the same tutor. The child would be sensible of the benefit, as well as of the distinction he received, and consequently of what was expected from him, and would double his diligence, and exert all his good qualities, which would inspire the young gentleman with the wished-for emulation, and, as I imagine, would be so promotive of his learning that it would greatly compensate the tutor for his pains with the additional scholar, for the young gentleman would be ashamed to be outdone by one of like years and stature with himself, and little rewards might be proposed to the greatest proficient in order to heighten the emulation. Then, sir, the generosity of such a method to a gentleman of your fortune and beneficent mind would be its own reward, were there no other benefit to be received from it. Moreover, such an ingenious youth might, by his good morals and industry, hereafter be of service in some place of trust in the family, or it would be easy for a gentleman of your interest in the world, if such a thing offered not, to provide for the youth in the navy, in some of the public offices, or among your private friends. If he proved faulty in his morals, his dismission would be in your own power, and would be punishment enough. But if, on the other hand, he proved a sober and hopeful youth, he would make an excellent companion for your Billy in riper years, as he would be, in a manner, a corroborator of his morals. For, as his circumstances would not support him in any extravagance, so they would be a check upon his inclination, and this being seconded by the hopes of future preferment from your favor and interest, which he could not expect but upon the terms of his perseverance in virtue, he would find himself under a necessity of setting such an example as might be of great benefit to his companion, who should be watched, as he grew up, that he did not, if his ample fortune became dangerous to his virtue, contribute out of his affluence to draw the other after him into extravagance. And to this end, as I humbly conceive, the noble doctrine of independence should be early instilled into both their minds, and upon all occasions inculcated and enforced, which would be an inducement for the one to endeavor to improve his fortune by his honest industry, lest he never be enabled to rise out of a state of dependence, and to the other to keep, if not to improve, his own, lest he ever fall into such a servile state, and thereby lose the glorious power of conferring happiness on the deserving. One of the highest pleasures a generous mind can know, a pleasure, sir, which you have oftener experienced than thousands of gentlemen, and which may you still continue to experience for a long and happy succession of years, is the prayer of one, the most obliged of all others in her own person, as well as in the persons of her dearest relations, and who owes to this glorious beneficence the honor she boasts of being your ever affectionate and grateful P.B. Letter 95. But now, my dear Mr. B., if you will indulge me in a letter or two more, preparative to my little book, I will take the liberty to touch upon one or two other places, wherein I differ from this learned gentleman. But first, permit me to observe, that if parents are, above all things, to avoid giving bad examples to their children, they will be no less careful to shun the practice of such fond fathers and mothers, as are wont to indulge their children in bad habits, and give them their head, at a time when like wax their tender minds may be molded into what shape they please. This is a point that, if it please God, I will carefully attend to, because it is the foundation on which the superstructure of the whole future man is to be erected. For, according as he is indulged or checked in his childish follies, a ground is laid for his future happiness or misery. And, if once they are suffered to become habitual to him, it cannot but be expected that they will grow up with him, and that they will hardly ever be eradicated. Try it, says Mr. Locke, speaking to this very point, in a dog or a horse or any other creature, and see whether the ill and resty tricks they have learned when young are easily to be mended when they are knit, and yet none of these creatures are half so wilful and proud, or half so desirous to be masters of themselves as men. And this brings me, dear sir, to the head of punishments, in which, as well as in the article of rewards, which I have touched upon, I have a little objection to what Mr. Locke advances, but permit me, however, to premise that I am exceedingly pleased with the method laid down by this excellent writer, rather to shame the child out of his fault than beat him, which latter serves generally for nothing but to harden his mind. Obstinacy, and telling a lie and committing a wilful fault, and then persisting in it, are, I agree with this gentleman, the only causes for which the child should be punished with stripes, and I admire the reasons he gives against a too rigorous and severe treatment of children. But I will give Mr. Locke's words, to which I have some objection. It may be doubted, says he, concerning whipping, when, as the last remedy, it comes to be necessary, at what time and by whom it should be done, whether presently, upon the committing the fault, whilst it is yet fresh and hot. I think it should not be done presently, adds he, lest passion mingle with it, and so, though it exceed the just proportion, yet it lose of its due weight. For even children discern whenever we do things in a passion. I must beg leave, dear sir, to differ from Mr. Locke in this point, for I think it ought rather to be a rule with parents, who shall chastise their children, to conquer what would be extreme in their own passion on this occasion, for those who cannot do it are very unfit to be the punishers of the wayward passions of their children, than to defer the punishment, especially if the child knows its fault has reached its parent's ear. It is otherwise, methinks, giving the child, if of an obstinate disposition, so much more time to harden its mind and bid defiance to its punishment. Just now, dear sir, your Billy is brought into my presence, all smiling, crowing to come to me, and full of heart-cheering promises, and the subject I am upon goes to my heart. Surely I can never beat your Billy. Dear little life of my life, how can I think thou canst ever deserve it, or that I can ever inflict it? No, my baby, that shall be thy papa's task, if ever thou art so heinously naughty, and whatever he does must be right. Pardon my foolish fondness, dear sir. I will proceed. If, then, the fault be so atrocious as to deserve whipping, and the parent be resolved on this exemplary punishment, the child ought not, as I imagine, to come into one's presence without meeting with it, or else a fondness too natural to be resisted will probably get the upper hand of one's resentment. And how shall one be able to whip the dear creature one had ceased to be angry with? Then, after he has once seen one without meeting his punishment, will he not be inclined to hope for connivance at his fault, unless it should be repeated? And may he not be apt, for children's resentments are strong, to impute to cruelty a correction, when he thought the fault had been forgotten, that should always appear to be inflicted with reluctance, and through motives of love, if, from anger at his fault, one should go above the due proportion? I am sure I might be trusted for this. Let it take its course. How barbarously, methinks I speak. He ought to feel the lash first, because he deserves it, poor little soul. Next, because it is proposed to be exemplary. And lastly, because it is not intended to be often used, and the very passion or displeasure one expresses, if it be not enormous, will shew one is in earnest, and create in him a necessary awe, and fear to offend again. The end of the correction is to shew him the difference between right and wrong, and as it is proper to take him at his first offer of a full submission and repentance, and not before, and instantly dispassionate oneself and shew him the difference by acts of pardon and kindness, which will let him see that one punishes him out of necessity rather than choice. So one would not be afraid to make him smart so sufficiently that he should not soon forget the severity of the discipline, nor the disgrace of it. There's a cruel mamma for you, Mr. B. What my practice may be, I cannot tell, but this theory, I presume to think, is right. As to the act itself, I much approve Mr. Locke's advice, to do it by pauses, mingling stripes and expostulations together, to shame and terrify the more, and the rather as the parent, by this slow manner of inflicting the punishment, will less need to be afraid of giving too violent a correction, for those pauses will afford him, as well as the child, opportunities for consideration and reflection. But as to the person by whom the discipline should be performed, I humbly conceive that this excellent author is here also to be objected to. If you have a discreet servant, says he, capable of it, and has the place of governing your child, for if you have a tutor there is no doubt, I think it is best the smart should come immediately from another's hand, though by the parent's order, who should see it done, whereby the parent's authority will be preserved, and the child's aversion for the pain it suffers rather be turned on the person that immediately inflicts it. For I would have a father seldom strike a child, but upon very urgent necessity, and as the last remedy. 'Tis in such an urgent case that we are supposing that it should be done at all. If there be not a reason strong enough for the father's whipping the child himself, there cannot be one for his ordering another to do it, and standing by to see it done. But I humbly think that if there be a necessity, no one can be so fit as the father himself to do it. The child cannot dispute his authority to punish, from whom he receives and expects all good things of his life. He cannot question his love to him, and after the smart is over, and his obedience secured, must believe that so tender, so indulgent a father could have no other end in whipping him but his good. Against him he knows he has no remedy, but must passively submit, and when he's convinced he must, he will in time conclude that he ought. But to have this severe office performed by a servant, though at the father's command, and that professedly, that the aversion of the child for the pain it suffers should be turned on the person who immediately inflicts it is, I humbly think, the reverse of what ought to be done. And more so, if this servant has any direction of the child's education, and still much more so, if it be his tutor, though Mr. Locke says there is no doubt, if there be a tutor, that it should be done by him. For, dear sir, is there no doubt that the tutor should lay himself open to the aversion of the child, whose manners he is to form? Is not the best method a tutor can take, in order to enforce the lessons he would inculcate, to try to attract the love and attention of his pupil by the most winning ways he can possibly think of? And yet is he, this very tutor, out of all doubt to be the instrument of doing an harsh and disgraceful thing, and that in the last resort, when all other methods are found ineffectual, and that too because he ought to incur the child's resentment and aversion rather than the father? Oh no, surely, sir, it is not reasonable it should be so. Quite contrary, in my humble notion, there can be no doubt but that it should be otherwise. It should, methinks, be enough for a tutor, in case of a fault in the child, to threaten to complain to his father, but yet not to make such a complaint without the child obstinately persists in his error, which, too, should be of a nature to merit such an appeal, and this might highly contribute to preserve the parent's authority, who, on this occasion, should never fail of extorting a promise of amendment, or of instantly punishing him with his own hands, and to soften the distaste he might conceive in resentment of too rigid complainings. It might not be amiss that his interposition in the child's favor, were the fault not too flagrant, should be permitted to save him once or twice from the impending discipline. 'Tis certain that the passions, if I may so call them, of affection and aversion, are very early discoverable in children, insomuch that they will, even before they can speak, afford us marks for the detection of an hypocritical appearance of love to it before the parents' faces. For the fondness or averseness of the child to some servants will at any time let one know whether their love to the baby is uniform and the same when one is absent as present. In one case the child will reject with sullenness all the little sycophancies made to it in one's sight, while on the other, its fondness of the person, who generally obliges it, is an infallible rule to judge of such an one's sincerity behind one's back. This little observation shews the strength of a child's resentments, and its sagacity at the earliest age in discovering who obliges and who disobliges it, and hence one may infer how improper a person he is, whom we would have a child to love and respect, or by whose precepts we would have it directed to be the punisher of its faults, or to do any harsh or disagreeable office to it. For my own part, I beg to declare that if the parent were not to inflict the punishment himself, I think it much better it should be given him, in the parent's presence, by the servant of the lowest consideration in the family, and whose manners and example one would be the least willing of any other he should follow, just as the common executioner, who is the lowest and most flagitious officer of the commonwealth, and who frequently deserves, as much as the criminal, the punishments he is chosen to inflict, is pitched upon to perform, as a mark of greater ignominy, sentences intended as examples to deter others from the commission of heinous crimes. The Almighty took this method when he was disposed to correct severely his chosen people, for in that case he generally did it by the hands of the most profligate nations around them, as we read in many places of the Old Testament. But the following rule I admire in Mr. Locke. When, says he, for any misdemeanor, the father or mother looks sour on the child, everyone else should put on the same coldness to him, and nobody give him countenance till forgiveness is asked, and a reformation of his fault has set him right again and restored him to his former credit. If this were constantly observed, adds he, I guess there would be little need of blows or chiding. Their own ease or satisfaction would quickly teach children to court commendation and avoid doing that which they found everybody condemned, and they were sure to suffer for, without being chid or beaten. This would teach them modesty and shame, and they would quickly come to have a natural abhorrence for that which they found made them slighted and neglected by everybody. This affords me a pretty hint, for if ever your charming Billy shall be naughty, I will proclaim throughout your worthy family that the little dear is in disgrace. And one shall shun him, another decline answering him, a third say, No, master, I cannot obey you till your mamma is pleased with you. A fourth, who shall mind what little masters bid them do, when they won't mind what their mammas say to them? And when the dear little soul finds this, he will come in my way, and I see, pardon me, my dear Mr. B, he has some of his papa's spirit already. Indeed he has. And I will direct myself with double kindness to your beloved Davers, and to my Miss Goodwin, and not notice the dear creature if I can help it, till I can see his papa, forgive my boldness, banished from his little sullen brow, and all his mamma rise to his eyes. And when his musical tongue shall be unlocked to his own fault, and promise amendment, oh then, how shall I clasp him to my bosom? And tears of joy, I know, will meet his tears of penitence. How these flights, dear sir, please a body! What delights have those mammas, which some fashionable dear ladies are quite unacquainted with, who can make their babies and their first educations their entertainment and diversion, to watch the dawnings of reason in them, to direct their little passions as they shew themselves to this or that particular point of benefit or use, and to prepare the sweet virgin soil of their minds to receive the seeds of virtue and goodness so early, that as they grow up, one need only now a little pruning, and now a little water, to make them the ornaments and delights of the garden of this life. And then their pretty ways, their fond and grateful endearments, some new beauty every day rising to observation. Oh, my dearest Mr. B, whose enjoyments and pleasures are so great, as those of such mothers as can bend their minds 2 or 3 hours every day to the duties of the nursery. I have a few other things to observe upon Mr. Locke's treatise, which, when I have done, I shall read, admire, and improve by the rest, as my years and experience advance, of which in my proposed little book I shall give you better proofs than I am able to do at present, raw, crude, and indigested, as the notions of so young a mamma must needs be. But these shall be the subjects of another letter, for now I am come to the pride and the pleasure I always have when I subscribe myself, Dearest Sir, your ever dutiful and grateful P.B. Letter 96. Dear Sir, Mr. Locke gives a great many very pretty instructions relating to the play games of children, but I humbly presume to object to what he says in 1 or 2 places. He would not indulge them in any playthings, but what they make themselves, or endeavor to make. A smooth pebble, a piece of paper, the mother's bunch of keys, or anything they cannot hurt themselves with, he rightly says, serve as much to divert little children as those more chargeable and curious toys from the shops, which are presently put out of order and broken. These playthings may certainly do for little ones, but methinks to a person of easy circumstances, since the making these toys employs the industrious poor, the buying them for the child might be complied with, though they were easily broken, and especially as they are of all prices, and some less costly and more durable than others. Tops, gigs, battledores, Mr. Locke observes, which are to be used with labor, should indeed be procured them, not for variety, but exercise. But if they had a top, the scourge stick and leather strap should be left to their own making and fitting. But I may presume to say that whatever the good Mr. Locke proposes by this, it cannot be equal to the mischief children may do themselves in making these playthings. For must they not have implements to work with? And is not a knife or other edged tool, without which it is impossible they can make or shape a scourge stick, or any of their playthings, a fine instrument in a child's hands? This advice is the reverse of the caution warranted from all antiquity, that it is dangerous to meddle with edged tools, and I am afraid the tutor must often act the surgeon, and follow the indulgence with a styptic and plaister, and the young gentleman's hands might be so often bound up as to be one way to cure him of his earnest desire to play. But I can hardly imagine any other good that it can do him, for I doubt the excellent consequences proposed by our author from this doctrine, such as to teach the child moderation in his desires, application, industry, thought, contrivance, and good husbandry, qualities that, as he says, will be useful to him when he is a man, are too remote to be engrafted upon such beginnings, although it must be confessed that, as Mr. Locke wisely observes, good habits and industry cannot be too much early inculcated. But then, sir, may I ask, are not the very plays and sports to which children accustom themselves, whether they make their own playthings or not, equivalent to the work and labor of grown persons? Yes, sir, I will venture to say they are, and more than equivalent to the exercises and labor of many. Mr. Locke advises that the child's playthings should be as few as possible, which I entirely approve, that they should be in his tutor's power, who is to give him but one at once. But since it is the nature of the human mind to court most what is prohibited, and to set light by what is in its own power, I am half doubtful, only that Mr. Locke says it, and it may not be so very important as other points in which I have ventured to differ from that gentleman, whether the child's absolute possession of his own playthings in some little repository of which he may be permitted to keep the key, especially if he makes no bad use of the privilege, would not make him more indifferent to them, while the contrary conduct might possibly enhance his value of them. And if, when he had done with any plaything, he were obliged to put it in its allotted place, and were accustomed to keep account of the number and places of them severally, this would teach him order, and at the same time instruct him to keep a proper account of them, and to avoid being a squanderer or waster. And if he should omit to put his playthings in their places, or be careless of them, the taking them away for a time, or threatening to give them to others, would make him the more heedful. Mr. Locke says that he has known a child so distracted with the number and variety of his playthings that he tired his maid every day to look them over, and was so accustomed to abundance that he never thought he had enough, but was always asking, "What more? What new thing shall I have?" A good introduction, adds he ironically, to moderate desires, and the ready way to make a contented, happy man. All that I shall offer to this is, that few men are so philosophical as one would wish them to be, much less children. But, no doubt, this variety engaged the child's activity, which of the two might be turned to better purposes than sloth or indolence, and if the maid was tired, it might be because she was not so much alive as the child, and perhaps this part of the grievance might not be so great, because if she was his attendant, 'tis probable she had nothing else to do. However, in the main, as Mr. Locke says, it is no matter how few playthings the child is indulged with, but yet I can hardly persuade myself that plenty of them can have such bad consequences as he apprehends, and the rather because they will excite his attention and promote his industry and activity. His enquiry after new things, let him have few or many, is to be expected as a consequence to those natural desires which are implanted in him, and will every day increase. But this may be observed that as he grows in years, he will be above some playthings, and so the number of the old ones will be always reducible, perhaps in a greater proportion than the new ones will increase. On the head of good breeding, he observes that there are two sorts of ill breeding, the one a sheepish bashfulness, and the other a misbecoming negligence and disrespect in our carriage, both which, says he, are avoided by duly observing this one rule, not to think meanly of ourselves, and not to think meanly of others. I think, as Mr. Locke explains this rule, it is an excellent one, but I would beg to observe upon it that however discommendable a bashful temper is, in some instances where it must be deemed a weakness of the mind, yet in my humble opinion, it is generally the mark of an ingenuous one, and is always to be preferred to an undistinguishing and hearty confidence, which, as it seems to me, is the genuine production of invincible ignorance. What is faulty in it, which he calls sheepishness, should indeed be shaken off as soon as possible, because it is an enemy to merit and its advancement in the world. But, sir, were I to choose a companion for your Billy as he grows up, I should not think the worse of the youth who, not having had the opportunities of knowing men or seeing the world, had this defect. On the contrary, I should be apt to look upon it as an outward fence or enclosure to his virtue, which might keep off the lighter attacks of immorality, the hussars of vice, as I may say, who are not able to carry on a formal siege against his morals, and I should expect such a one to be docile, humane, good-humored, diffident of himself, and therefore most likely to improve as well in mind as behavior, while a hardened mind that never doubts itself must be a stranger to its own infirmities, and suspecting none, is impetuous, overbearing, incorrigible, and, if rich, a tyrant. If not, possibly an invader of other men's properties, or at least such a one as allows itself to walk so near the borders of injustice that where self is concerned, it hardly ever does right things. Mr. Locke proposes, section 148, a very pretty method to cheat children, as it were, into learning, but then he adds, there may be dice and playthings with the letters on them to teach children the alphabet by playing. And section 151. I know a person of great quality who, by pasting on the 6 vowels, for in our language Y is 1, on the 6 sides of a dice, and the remaining 18 consonants on the sides of 3 other dice, has made this a play for his children, that he shall win who at one cast throws most words on these 4 dice, whereby his eldest son, yet in coats, has played himself into spelling with great eagerness, and without once having been chid for it or forced to it. But I had rather your Billy should be a 12-month backwarder for want of this method than forwarded by it, for what may not be feared, from so early inculcating the use of dice and gaming upon the minds of children. Let Mr. Locke himself speak to this in his section 208, and I wish I could reconcile the 2 passages in this excellent author. As to cards and dice, says he, I think the safest and the best way is never to learn any play upon them, and so to be incapacitated for those dangerous temptations and encroaching wasters of useful time. And he might have added, of the noblest estates and fortunes, while sharpers and scoundrels have been lifted into distinction upon their ruins. Yet, in section 153, Mr. Locke proceeds to give directions in relation to the dice he recommends. But after all, if some innocent plays were fixed upon to cheat children into reading, that, as he says, should look as little like a task as possible. It must needs be of use for that purpose. But let every gentleman who has a fortune to lose, and who, if he games, is on a foot with the vilest company, who generally have nothing at all to risk, tremble at the thoughts of teaching his son. though for the most laudable purposes, the early use of dice and gaming. But how much am I charmed with a hint in Mr. Locke, which makes your Pamela hope she may be of greater use to your children, even as they grow up, than she ever could have flattered herself to be. 'Tis a charming paragraph. I must not skip one word of it. Thus it begins, and I will observe upon it as I go along. Section 177. But under whose care soever a child is put to be taught during the tender and flexible years of his life, this is certain, it should be one who thinks Latin and language the least part of education. How agreeable is this to my notions, which I durst not have avowed, but after so excellent a scholar! For I have long had the thought that much time is wasted to little purpose in the attaining of Latin. Mr. H., I think, says he was 10 years in endeavoring to learn it, and, as far as I can find, knows nothing at all of the matter neither. Indeed, he lays that to the wicked picture in his grammar, which he took for granted, as he often said, as well as once written, was put there to teach boys to rob orchards instead of improving their minds in learning or common honesty. But, for this is too light an instance for the subject, Mr. Locke proceeds. One who, knowing how much virtue and a well-tempered soul is to be preferred to any sort of learning or language, what a noble writer is this! Makes it his chief business to form the mind of his scholars, and give that a right disposition. Ay, there, dear sir, is the thing, which, if once got, though all the rest should be neglected, charmingly observed, would, in due time, without wicked dice, I hope, produce all the rest, and which, if it be not got and settled, so to keep out ill and vicious habits. Languages and sciences, and all other accomplishments of education, will be to no purpose but to make the worse or more dangerous man. Now comes the place I am so much delighted with. And indeed, whatever stir there is made about getting of Latin, as the great and difficult business, his mother, thank you, dear sir, for putting this excellent author into my hands, may teach it him herself, if she will but spend 2 or 3 hours in a day with him. If she will, never fear but I will, with the highest pleasure in the world, and make him read the evangelists in Latin to her. How I long to be 5 or 6 years older, as well as my dearest babies, that I may enter upon this charming scheme. For she need but buy a Latin Testament, and having got somebody to mark the last syllable but one, where it is long, in words above 2 syllables, which is enough to regulate her pronunciation and accenting the words, read daily in the Gospels, and then let her avoid understanding them in Latin if she can. Why, dear sir, you have taught me almost all this already, and you, my beloved tutor, have told me often I read and pronounce Latin more than tolerably, though I don't understand it. But this method will teach me as well as your dear children. But thus the good gentleman proceeds. And when she understands the evangelists in Latin, let her in the same manner read Aesop's fables, and so proceed to Eutropius, Justin, and such other books. I do not mention this, adds Mr. Locke, as an imagination of what I fancy may do, but as a thing I have known done, and the Latin tongue got with ease this way. He then mentions other advantages which the child may receive from his mother's instruction, which I will try more and more to qualify myself for, particularly after he has intimated that at the same time that the child is learning French and Latin, he may be entered also in arithmetic, geography, chronology, history, and geometry too. For if, says he, these be taught him in French or Latin. When he begins once to understand either of these tongues, he will get a knowledge of these sciences and the language to boot. He then proceeds. Geography, I think, should be begun with, for the learning of the figure of the globe, the situation and boundaries of the 4 parts of the world, and that of particular kingdoms and countries, being only an exercise of the eyes and memory. A child with pleasure will learn and retain them. And this is so certain, that I now live in a house with a child whom his mother has so well instructed this way in geography. But had she not, do you think, dear sir, some of this good gentleman's kind assistance? That he knew the limits of the 4 parts of the world would readily point, being asked, to any country upon the globe, or any county in the map of England, knew all the great rivers, promontories, straits, and bays in the world, and could find the longitude and latitude of any place before he was 6 years old. That's for you, dear sir. See what a mother can do if she pleases. I remember, sir, formerly in that sweet chariot conference, at the dawning of my hopes, when all my dangers were happily over, a conference I shall always think of with pleasure, that you asked me how I would bestow my time, supposing the neighboring ladies would be above being seen in my company, when I should have no visits to receive or return, no parties of pleasure to join in, no card tables to employ my winter evenings. I then, sir, transported with my opening prospects, prattled to you how well I would try to pass my time in the family management and accounts, in visits now and then to the indigent and worthy poor, in music sometimes, in reading, in writing, in my superior duties, and I hope I have not behaved quite unworthily of my promise. But I also remember what once you said on a certain occasion, which now, since the fair prospect is no longer distant, and that I have been so long your happy wife, I may repeat without those blushes which then covered my face. Thus, then, with a modest grace, and with that virtuous endearment that is so beautiful in your sex as well as in ours, whether in the character of lover or husband, maiden or wife, you are pleased to say, and I hope, my Pamela, to have superadded to all these such an employment as, in short, sir, I am now blessed with, and writing of, no less than the useful part I may be able to take in the first education of your beloved babies. And now I must add that this pleasing hope sets me above all other diversions. I wish for no parties of pleasure but with you, my dearest Mr. B., and these are parties that will improve me and make me more capable of the other, and more worthy of your conversation, and of the time you pass, beyond what I could ever have promised to my utmost wishes, in such poor company as mine, for no other reason but because I love to be instructed, and take my lessons well, as you are pleased to say, and indeed I must be a sad dunce if I did not, from so skilful and so beloved a master. I want no card-table amusements, for I hope, in a few years, and a proud hope it is, to be able to teach your dear little ones the first rudiments, as Mr. Locke points the way, of Latin, of French, and of geography and arithmetic. Oh, my dear Mr. B., by your help and countenance, what may I not be able to teach them? And how may I prepare the way for a tutor's instructions, and give him up minds half cultivated to his hands? And all this time improve myself too, not only in science, but in nature, by tracing in these little babes what all mankind are, and have been, from infancy to riper years, and watching the sweet dawnings of reason, and delighting in every bright emanation of that ray of divinity, lent to the human mind for great and happy purposes when rightly pointed and directed. There is no going farther after these charming recollections and hopes, for they bring me to that grateful remembrance to whom under God I owe them all, and also what I have been for so happy a period, and what I am, which will ever be my pride and my glory, and well it may, when I look back to my beginning with humble acknowledgment, and can call myself, dearest Mr. B., your honored and honoring, and I hope to say in time, useful wife. P.B.
Letter 97. My dearest Mr. B., having in my former letters said as much as is necessary to let you into my notion of the excellent book you put into my hands, and having touched those points in which the children of both sexes may be concerned, with some art in my intention, I own, in hope that they would not be so much out of the way as to make you repent of the honour you have done me in committing the dear Miss Goodwin to my care, I shall now very quickly set myself about the proposed little book. You have been so good as to tell me, at the same time that you disapprove not these my specimen letters, as I may call them, that you will kindly accept of my intended present, and encourage me to proceed in it, and as I shall leave one side of the leaf blank for your corrections and alterations, these corrections will be a fine help and instruction to me in the pleasing task which I propose to myself of assisting in the early education of your dear children. And as I may be years in writing it, as the dear babies improve, as I myself improve, by the opportunities which their advances in years will give me, and the experience I shall gain, I may then venture to give my notions on the more material and nobler parts of education, as well as the inferior. But that I think the subjects above my present abilities. Mr. Locke's book would lead me into several remarks that might not be unuseful, and which appear to me entirely new, though that may be owing to my slender readings and opportunities, perhaps. But what I would now touch upon is a word or two still more particularly upon the education of my own sex, a topic which naturally arises to me from the subject of my last letter. For there, dear sir, we saw that the mothers might teach the child this part of science and that part of instruction, and who, I pray, as our sex is generally educated, shall teach the mothers? How, in a word, shall they come by their knowledge? I know you'll be apt to say that Miss Goodwin gives all the promises of becoming a fine young lady, and takes her learning, loves reading, and makes very pretty reflections upon all she reads, and asks very pertinent questions, and is as knowing at her years as most young ladies. This is very true, sir, but it is not every one that can boast of Miss Goodwin's capacity and goodness of temper, which have enabled her to get up a good deal of lost time, as I must call it, for her first 4 years were a perfect blank, as far as I can find, just as if the pretty dear was born the day she was 4 years old, for what she had to unlearn as to temper and will and such things, set against what little improvements she had made, might very fairly be compounded for as a blank. I would indeed have a girl brought up to her needle, but I would not have all her time employed in samplers and learning to mark, and do those unnecessary things, which she will never probably be called upon to practice. And why, pray, are not girls entitled to the same first education, though not to the same plays and diversions, as boys, so far, at least, as is supposed by Mr. Locke a mother can instruct them? Would this not lay a foundation for their future improvement, and direct their inclinations to useful subjects, such as would make them above the imputations of some unkind gentlemen, who allot to their part common tea-table prattle, while they do all they can to make them fit for nothing else, and then upbraid them for it? And would not the men find us better and more suitable companions and assistants to them in every useful purpose of life? Oh, that your lordly sex were all like my dear Mr. B. I don't mean that they should all take raw, uncouth, unbred, lowly girls, as I was from the cottage, and, destroying all distinction, make such their wives, For there is a far greater likelihood that such a one, when she comes to be lifted up in so dazzling a sphere, would have her head made giddy with her exaltation, than that she would balance herself well in it. And to what a blot, over all the fair page of a long life, would this little drop of dirty ink spread itself! What a standing disreputation to the choice of a gentleman! But this I mean, that after a gentleman had entered into the marriage state with a young creature, saying nothing at all of birth or descent, far inferior to him in learning, in parts, in knowledge of the world, and in all the graces which make conversation agreeable and improving, he would, as you do, endeavour to make her fit company for himself, as he shall find she is willing to improve, and capable of improvement. That he would direct her taste, point out to her proper subjects for her amusement and instruction, travel with her now and then, a month and a year perhaps, and show her the world, after he has encouraged her to put herself forward at his own table, and at the houses of his friends, and has seen that she will not do him great discredit anywhere. What obligations, and what opportunities, too, will this give her to love and honour such a husband, every hour, more and more, as she will see his wisdom in 1,000 instances, and experience his indulgence to her in 10,000, to the praise of his politeness, and the honour of them both. And then, when select parties of pleasure or business engage him not abroad, in his home conversation, to have him delight to instruct and open her views, and inspire her with an ambition to enlarge her mind, and more to excel. What an intellectual kind of married life would such persons find theirs! And how suitable to the rules of policy and self-love in the gentleman! For is it not the wife, and are not her improvements all his own? Absolutely, as I may say, his own, and does not every excellence she can be adorned by redound to her husband's honour because she is his, even more than to her own? In like manner as no dishonour affects a man so much as that which he receives from a bad wife. But where is such a gentleman as Mr. B. to be met with? Look round and see where, with all the advantages of sex, of education, of travel, of conversation in the open world, a gentleman of his abilities to instruct and inform is to be found. And there are others who, perhaps, will question the capacities or inclinations of our sex in general, to improve in useful knowledge, were they to meet with such kind instructors, either in the characters of parents or husbands. As to the first, I grant that it is not easy to find such a gentleman. But for the second, if excusable in me, who am one of the sex, and so may be thought partial to it, I could by comparisons drawn from the gentlemen and ladies within the circle of my own acquaintance produce instances which are so flagrantly in their favour as might make it suspected that it is policy more than justice in those who would keep our sex unacquainted with that more eligible turn of education which gives the gentlemen so many advantages over us in that, and which will show they have none at all in nature or genius. I know you will pardon me, dear sir, for you are so exalted above your Pamela, by nature and education too, that you cannot apprehend any inconvenience from bold comparisons. I will beg, therefore, to mention a few instances among our friends, where the ladies, notwithstanding the more cramped and confined education, make more than an equal figure with the gentlemen in all the graceful parts of conversation, in spite of the contempts poured out upon our sex by some witty gentlemen whose writings I have in my eye. To begin, then, with Mr. Murray, and Miss Stanford that was. Mr. Murray has the reputation of scholarship, and has travelled too, but how infinitely is he surpassed in every noble and useful quality, and in greatness of mind and judgment as well as wit, by the young lady I have named. This we saw when last at the Hall in 50 instances, where the gentleman was, you know, sir, on a visit to Sir Simon and his lady. Next, dear sir, permit me to observe that my good Lord Davers, with all his advantages, born a counsellor of the realm and educated accordingly, does not surpass his lady. My Countess, as I delight to call her, and Lady Betty, her eldest daughter, greatly surpass the Earl and her eldest brother in every point of knowledge, and even learning, as I may say, although both ladies owe that advantage principally to their own cultivation and acquirement. Let me presume, sir, to name Mr. H. And when I have named him, shall we not be puzzled to find anywhere in our sex one removed from vulgar life, a woman that will not outdo Mr. H? Lady Darnford, upon all useful subjects, makes a much brighter figure than Sir Simon, whose knowledge of the world has not yet made him acquainted with himself. Mr. Arthur excels not his lady. Mrs. Towers, a maiden lady, is an overmatch for half a dozen of the neighbouring gentlemen I could name, in what is called wit and politeness, and not inferior to any of them in judgment. I could multiply such instances, were it needful, to the confutation of that low, and, I had almost said, unmanly contempt with which a certain celebrated genius treats our sex, in general, in most of his pieces I have seen, particularly his letter of advice to a new married lady, so written as must disgust instead of instruct, and looks more like the advice of an enemy to the sex, and a bitter one too, than a friend to the particular lady. But I ought to beg pardon for this my presumption for two reasons. First, because of the truly admirable talents of this writer, and next, because we know not what ladies the ingenious gentleman may have fallen among in his younger days. Upon the whole, therefore, I conclude that Mr. B. is almost the only gentleman who excels every lady that I have seen, so greatly excels that even the emanations of his excellence irradiate a low cottage-born girl, and make her pass among ladies of birth and education for somebody. Forgive my pride, dear sir, but it would be almost a crime in your Pamela not to exult in the mild benignity of those rays by which her beloved Mr. B. endeavours to make her look up to his own sunny sphere, while she, by the advantage only of his reflected glory, in his absence, which makes a dark night to her, glides along with her paler and fainter beaminess, and makes a distinguishing figure among such lesser planets as can only poorly twinkle and glimmer for want of the aid she boasts of. I dare not, sir, conjecture whence arises this more than parity in the genius of the sexes among the above persons, notwithstanding the disparity of education and the differences in the opportunities of each. This might lead one into too proud a thought in favour of a sex too contemptuously treated by some other wits I could name, who indeed are the less to be regarded, as they love to jest upon all God Almighty's works. Yet might I better do it too than anybody, since I am so infinitely transcended by my husband, that no competition, pride, or vanity could be apprehended from me. But however, I would only beg of those who are so free in their contempts of us, that they would, for their own sakes, and that with such generally goes a great way, rather try to improve than depreciate us. We should then make better daughters, better wives, better mothers, and better mistresses, and who, permit me, sir, to ask them, would be so much the better for these opportunities and amendments, as our upbraiders themselves. On reperusing this, I must repeatedly beg your excuse for those proud notions in behalf of my sex, which I can truly say are not owing to partiality because I have the honour to be one of it, but to a far better motive. For what does this contemptuous treatment of one half, if not the better half, of the human species naturally produce, but libertinism and abandoned wickedness? For does it not tend to make the daughters, the sisters, the wives of gentlemen, the subjects of profligate attempts? Does it not render the sex vile in the eyes of the most vile? And when a lady is no longer beheld by such persons with that dignity and reverence, with which perhaps the graces of her person and the innocence of her mind should sacredly, as it were, encompass her, do not her very excellencies become so many incentives for base wretches to attempt her virtue, and bring about her ruin. What then may not wicked wit have to answer for, when its possessors prostitute it to such unmanly purposes? And as if they had never had a mother, a sister, a daughter of their own, throw down, as much as in them lies, those sacred fences which may lay the fair enclosure open to the invasions of every clumsier and viler beast of prey, who, though destitute of their wit, yet corrupted by it, shall fill their mouths as well as their hearts with the borrowed mischief, and propagate it from one to another to the end of time, and who otherwise would have passed by the uninvaded fence, and only showed their teeth, and snarled at the well-secured fold within it. You cannot, my dearest Mr. B., I know, be angry at this romantic painting, since you are not affected by it. For when at worst you acted, more dangerously 'tis true for the poor innocents, a principal part, and were as a lion among beasts, dear sir, let me say, among this one time, you scorned to borrow any man's wit, and if nobody had followed your example till they had your qualities, the number of rakes would have been but small. Yet don't mistake me neither, I am not so mean as to bespeak your favour by extenuating your failings. If I were, you would deservedly despise me, for undoubtedly, I must say it, sir, your faults were the greater for your perfections, and such talents misapplied, as they made you more capable of mischief, so did they increase the evil of your practices. All then that I mean by saying you are not affected by this painting is, that you are not affected by my description of clumsy and sordid rakes, whose wit is borrowed, and their wickedness only what they may call their own. Then, dear sir, since that noble conversation you held with me at Tunbridge, in relation to the consequences that might, had it not been for God's grace intervening, have followed the masquerade affair, I have the inexpressible pleasure to find a thorough reformation from the best motives taking place, and your joining with me in my closet, as opportunity permits, in my evening duties, is the charming confirmation of your kind and voluntary, and I am proud to say, pious assurances, so that this makes me fearless of your displeasure, while I rather triumph in my joy for your precious soul's sake, than presume to think of recriminating. And when, only for this once, I take the liberty of looking back from the delightful now to the painful formerly. But what a rambler am I again! You command me to write to you all I think, without fear. I obey, and, as the phrase is, do it without either fear or wit. If you are not displeased, it is a mark of the true nobleness of your nature, and the sincerity of your late pious declarations. If you are, I shall be sure I have done wrong in having applied a corrosive to eat away the proud flesh of a wound that is not yet so thoroughly digested as to bear a painful application, and requires balsam and a gentler treatment. But when we were at Bath, I remember what you said once of the benefit of retrospection, and you charged me, whenever a proper opportunity offered, to remind you, by that one word, retrospection, of the charming conversation we had there on our return from the rooms. If this be not one of them, forgive, dearest sir, the unreasonableness of your very impertinent, but, in intention and resolution, ever dutiful, P.B.
Letter 98 from Mrs. B. to her father and mother. Ever dear and ever honored, I must write this one letter, although I have had the happiness to see you so lately, because Mr. B. is now about to honour me with the tour he so kindly promised, and it may therefore be several months, perhaps, before I have again the pleasure of paying you the like dutiful respects. You know his kind promise that he would for every dear baby I present him with take an excursion with me afterwards, in order to establish and confirm my health. The task I have undertaken of dedicating all my writing amusements to the dearest of men, the full employment I have when at home. the frequent rambles he has so often indulged me in with my dear Miss Goodwin, to Kent, London, Bedfordshire, Lincolnshire, and to my Lady Davers, take from me the necessity of writing to you, to my Miss Darnford that was, and to Lady Davers, so often as I formerly thought myself obliged to do, when I saw all my worthy friends so seldom. The same things, moreover, with little variation occurring this year, as to our conversations, visits, friends, employments, and amusements, that fell out the last, as must be the case in a family so uniform and methodical as ours. I have for these reasons more leisure to pursue my domestic duties, which are increased upon me, and when I have said that I am every day more and more happy in my beloved Mr. B., in Miss Goodwin, my Billy, my Davers, and now newly in my sweet little Pamela, for so you know Lady Davers would have her called, rather than by her own name, what can I say more? As to the tour I spoke of, you know the first part of Mr. B.'s obliging scheme is to carry me to France, for he has already travelled with me over the greatest part of England, and I am sure by my passage last year to the Isle of Wight I shall not be afraid of crossing the water from Dover thither, and he will, when we are at Paris, he says, take my farther directions, that was his kind expression, whither to go next. My Lord and Lady Davers are so good as to promise to accompany us to Paris, provided Mr. B. will give them our company to Aix-la-Chapelle, for a month or 6 weeks, whither my Lord is advised to go. And Mr. H., if he can get over his fear of crossing the salt water, is to be of the party. Lady G., Miss Darnford, that was, who likewise has lately lain in of a fine daughter, and I are to correspond as opportunity offers, and she promises to send you what I write, as formerly, but I have refused to say one word in my letters of the manners, customs, curiosities, etc., of the places we see, because first, I shall not have leisure, and next, those things are so much better described in books written by persons who made stricter and better observations than I can pretend to make, so that what I shall write will relate only to our private selves, and be as brief as possible. If we are to do as Mr. B. has it in his thoughts, he intends to be out of England 2 years. But how can I bear that, if for your sakes only, and for those of my dear babies? But this must be my time, my only time, Mr. B. says, to ramble and see distant places and countries, for as soon as his little ones are capable of my instructions, and begin to understand my looks and signs, he will not spare me from them a week together. And he is so kind as to propose that my dear bold boy, for every one sees how greatly he resembles his papa in his dear forward spirit, shall go with us, and this pleases Miss Goodwin highly, who is very fond of him and my little Davers, but vows she will never love so well my pretty black-eyed Pamela. You see what a sweet girl Miss is, and you admired her much. Did I tell you what she said to me when first she saw you both, with your silver hairs and reverend countenances? Madam, I dare say your papa and mamma honoured their father and mother. They did, my dear, but what is your reason for saying so? Because they have lived so long in the land which the Lord their God has given them. I took the charmer in my arms, and kissed her 3 or 4 times, as she deserved, for was not this very pretty in the child? I must, with inexpressible pleasure, write you word how happily God's providence has now at last turned that affair, which once made me so uneasy in relation to the fine countess, who has been some time abroad, of whom you had heard, as you told me, some reports, which, had you known at the time, would have made you very apprehensive for Mr. B.'s morals, as well as for my repose. I will now, because I can do it with the highest pleasure, by reason of the event it has produced, explain that dark affair, so far as shall make you judges of my present joy, although I had hitherto avoided entering into that subject to you. For now I think myself, by God's grace, secure to the affection and fidelity of the best of husbands, and that from the worthiest motives, as you shall hear. There was but one thing wanting to complete all the happiness I wished for in this life, which was the remote hope I had entertained that one day my dear Mr. B., who from a licentious gentleman became a moralist, would be so touched by the divine grace as to become in time more than moral, a religious man, and at last join in the duties which he had the goodness to countenance. For this reason I began with mere indispensables. I crowded not his gates with objects of charity. I visited them at their homes and relieved them, distinguishing the worthy indigent, made so by unavoidable accidents and casualties, from the wilfully or perversely or sottishly such, by greater marks of my favour. I confine my morning and evening devotions to my own private closet, lest I should give offence and discouragement to so gay a temper, so unaccustomed, poor gentleman, to acts of devotion and piety, whilst I met his household together only on mornings and evenings of the Sabbath day, to prepare them for their public duties in the one, and in hopes to confirm them in what they had heard at church in the other, leaving them to their own reflections for the rest of the week, after I had suggested a method I wished them to follow, and in which they constantly obliged me. This good order had its desired effect, and our Sabbath day assemblies were held with so little parade that we were hardly any of us missed. All, in short, was done with cheerful ease and composure, and every one of us was better disposed to our domestic duties, I to attend the good pleasure of my best friend, and they that of us both. Thus we went on very happily, my neighbourly visits of charity taking up no more time than common airings, and passing many of them for such, my private duties being only between my first, my heavenly benefactor, and myself, and my family ones personally confined to the day separated for these best of services, and Mr. B., pleased with my manner, beheld the good effects, and countenanced me by his praises and his endearments, as acting discreetly, as not falling into enthusiasm, and, as he used to say, as not aiming at being righteous overmuch. But still I wanted and waited for, with humble patience, and made it part of my constant prayers, that the divine grace would at last touch his heart, and make him more than a countenancer, more than an applauder of my duties, that he might, for his own dear sake, become a partaker in them. And then, thought I, when we can, hand in hand, heart in heart, one spirit as well as one flesh, join in the same closet, in the same prayers and thanksgiving, what a happy creature shall I be! I say closet, for I durst not aspire so high as to hope the favour of his company among his servants in our Sunday devotions. I knew it would be going too far, in his opinion, to expect it from him. In me, their mistress, had I been ever so high-born, it was not amiss, because I and they, every one of us, were his. I in one degree, Mr. Longman in another, Mrs. Jervis in another, but from a man of his high temper and manner of education, I knew I could never hope for it, so would not lose everything by grasping at too much. But in the midst of all these comfortable proceedings and my further charming hopes, a nasty masquerade threw into his way, a temptation which for a time blasted all my prospects, and indeed made me doubt my own head almost. For judge my disappointment when I found all my wishes frustrated, all my prayers rendered ineffectual, his very morality, which I had flattered myself in time I should be an humble instrument to exalt into religion, shocked and in danger, and all the work to begin over again, if offended grace should ever again offer itself to the dear wilful trespasser. But who should pretend to scrutinize the counsels of the Almighty? For out of all this evil appearance was to proceed the real good I had been so long and so often supplicating for. The dear man was to be on the brink of relapsing. It was proper that I should be so very uneasy as to assume a conduct not natural to my temper, and to raise his generous concern for me, and in the very crisis divine grace interposed, made him sensible of his danger, made him resolve against his error before it was yet too late, and his sliding feet, quitting the slippery path he was in, collected new strength, and he stood the firmer and more secure for his peril. For having happily put a stop to that affair, and by his uniform conduct for a considerable time showed me that I had nothing to apprehend from it, he was pleased, when we were last at Tunbridge, and in very serious discourse upon divine subjects, to say to this effect: "Is there not, my Pamela, a text that the unbelieving husband shall be saved by the believing wife, whilst he beholds her chaste conversation coupled with fear?" I need not tell you, my dear Mr. B., that there is, nor where it is. Then, my dear, I begin to hope that will be my case, for from a former affair, of which this spot of ground puts me more in mind, I see so much reason to doubt my own strength, which I had built, and as I thought securely, on moral foundations, that I must look out for a better guide to conduct me than the proud word honour can be, in the general acceptance of it among us lively young gentlemen. How often have I promised, and I never promised, but I intended to perform, that I would be faithfully and only yours? How often declared that I did not think I could possibly deserve my Pamela, till I could show her in my own mind a purity as nearly equal to hers as my past conduct would admit of. But I depended too much upon my own strength, and I am now convinced that nothing but religious considerations and a resolution to watch over the very first appearances of evil, and to check them as they arise, can be of sufficient weight to keep steady to his good purpose. A vain young man, too little accustomed to restraint, and too much used to play upon the brink of dangers, from a temerity and love of intrigue natural to enterprising minds. I would not make this declaration of my convictions to you till I had thoroughly examined myself, and had reason to hope that I should be enabled to make it good. And now, my Pamela, from this instant you shall be my guide, and only taking care that you do not all at once, by injunctions too rigorous, damp and discourage the rising flame, I will leave it to you to direct as you please, till by degrees it may be deemed worthy to mingle with your own. Judge how rapturous my joy was upon this occasion, and how ready I was to bless God for a danger so narrowly escaped, which was attended with the very consequences that I had so long prayed for, and which I little thought the divine providence was bringing about by the very means that I apprehended would put an end to all my pleasing hopes and prospects of that nature. It is in vain for me to seek words to express what I felt, and how I acted on this occasion. I heard him out with 20 different and impatient emotions, and then threw myself at his feet, embracing his knees with arms the most ardently clasped, my face lifted up to heaven and to him by turns, my eyes overflowing with tears of joy, which half choked up the passage of my words. At last, his kind arms clasping my neck and kissing my tearful cheek, I could only say, my ardent prayers are at last heard. May God Almighty confirm your pious purposes, and oh, what a happy Pamela have you at your feet. I wept for joy till I sobbed again, and he, raising me to his kind arms, I said, to have this heavenly prospect O best beloved of my heart, added to all my earthly blessings, how shall I contain my joy? For oh, to think that he is and will be mine, and I his, through the mercies of God, when this transitory life is past and gone to all eternity. What a rich thought is this! Methinks I am already, dear sir, ceasing to be mortal, and beginning to taste the perfections of those joys which this thrice welcome declaration gives me hope of hereafter. But what shall I say, obliged as I was beyond expression before, and now doubly obliged in the rapturous view you have opened to me into a happy futurity? He said he was delighted with me beyond expression, that I was his ecstatic charmer, that the love I showed for his future good was the moving proof of the purity of my heart and my affection for him. And that very evening he joined with me in my retired duties, and at all proper opportunities favors me with his company in the same manner, listening attentively to all my lessons, as he calls my cheerful discourses on serious subjects. And now, my dear parents, do you not rejoice with me in this charming appearance? For before I had the most generous, the most beneficent, the most noble, the most affectionate, but now I am likely to have the most pious of husbands. What a happy wife, what a happy daughter is his and your Pamela. God of his infinite mercy, continue and improve the ravishing prospect. I was forced to leave off here to enjoy the charming reflections which this lovely subject and my blessed prospects filled me with, and now proceed to write a few lines more. I am under some concern on account of our going to travel into some Roman Catholic countries, for fear we should want the public opportunities of divine service, for I presume the ambassador's chapel will be the only Protestant place of worship allowed of, and Paris the only city in France where there is one. But we must endeavor to make it up in our private and domestic duties, for, as the phrase is, when we are at Rome, we must do as they do at Rome, that is to say, so far as not to give offense, on the one hand, to the people we are among, nor scandal on the other by compliances hurtful to one's conscience. But my protector knows all these things so well, no place in what is called the Grand Tour being new to him, that I have no reason to be very uneasy. And now let me, by letter, as I did on my knees at parting, beg the continuance of your prayers and blessings, and that God will preserve us to one another, and give us and all our worthy friends a happy meeting again. Kent, you may be sure, will be our first visit on our return for your sakes, for my dear Davers's and my little Pamela's sake, who will be both put into your protection, while my Billy and Miss Goodwin, for since I began this letter it is so determined, are to be my delightful companions, for Mr. B. declared his temper wants looking after, and his notices of everything are strong and significant. Poor little dear, he has indeed a little sort of perverseness and headstrongness, as one may say, in his will. Yet he is but a baby, and I hope to manage him pretty well, for he notices all I say and every look of mine already. He is besides very good-humoured, and willing to part with anything for a kind word, and this gives me hopes of a docile and benevolent disposition as he grows up. I thought when I began the last paragraph but one that I was within a line of concluding, but it is to you and of my babies I am writing, so shall go on to the bottom of this new sheet. If I do not directly finish, which I do with assuring you both that wherever I am, I shall always be thoughtful of you, and remember you in my prayers, as becomes your ever dutiful daughter, P.B. My respects to all your good neighbours in general. Mr. Longman will visit you now and then. Mrs. Jervis will take one journey into Kent, she says, and it shall be to accompany my babies when carried down to you. Poor Jonathan and she, good folks, seem declining in their health, which grieves me. Once more, God send us all a happy meeting, if it be his blessed will. Adieu, adieu, my dear parents, your ever dutiful, etc.
Letter 99. My dear Lady G, I received your last letter at Paris, as we were disposing everything for our return to England, after an absence of near 2 years, in which, as I have informed you, from time to time I have been a great traveller into Holland, the Netherlands, through the most considerable province of France, into Italy, and, in our return to Paris again, the principal place of our residence, through several parts of Germany. I told you of the favours and civilities we received at Florence, from the then Countess Dowager of who, with her humble servant, Lord C., that had so assiduously attended her for so many months in Italy, accompanied us from Florence to Innsbruck. Her ladyship made that worthy lord happy in about a month after she parted from us, and the noble pair gave us an opportunity at Paris, in their way to England, to return some of the civilities which we received from them in Italy, and they are now arrived at her ladyship's seat on the forest. Her lord is exceedingly fond of her, as he well may, for she is one of the most charming ladies in England, and behaves to him with so much prudence and respect that they are as happy in each other as can be wished. And let me just add that both in Italy and at Paris, Mr. B.'s demeanour and her ladyship's to one another was so nobly open and unaffectedly polite, as well as highly discreet, that neither Lord C., who had once been jealous of Mr. B., nor the other party, who had had a tincture of the same yellow evil, as you know, because of the Countess, had so much as a shadow of uneasiness remaining on the occasion. Lord Davers has had his health, which had begun to decline in England, so well that there was no persuading Lady Davers to return before now, although I begged and prayed I might not have another little Frenchman, for fear they should, as they grew up, forget, as I pleasantly used to say, the obligations which their parentage lays them under to dearer England. And now, my dearest friend, I have shut up my rambles for my whole life. For 3 little English folks, and 1 little Frenchman, but a charming baby as well as the rest, Charlie by name, and a near prospect of a further increase, you will say, are family enough to employ all my cares at home. I have told you, from time to time, although I could not write to you so often as I would, because of our being constantly in motion, what was most worthy of your knowledge relating to every particular, and how happy we have all been in one another. And I have the pleasure to confirm to you what I have often written, that Mr. B. and my Lord and Lady Davers are all that I could wish and hope for with regard to their first duties. We are indeed a happy family, united by the best and most solid ties. Miss Goodwin is a charming young lady. I cannot express how much I love her. She is a perfect mistress of the French language, and speaks Italian very prettily. And as to myself, I have improved so well under my dear tutor's lessons, together with the opportunity of conversing with the politest and most learned gentry of different nations, that I will discourse with you in 2 or 3 languages, if you please, when I have the happiness to see you. There's a learned boaster for you, my dear friend, if the knowledge of different languages makes one learned. But I shall bring you an heart as entirely English as ever, for all that. We landed on Thursday last at Dover, and directed our course to the dear farmhouse, and you can better imagine than I express our meeting with my dear father and mother, and my beloved Davers and Pamela, who are charming babies. But is not this the language of every fond mamma? Miss Goodwin is highly delighted now with my sweet little Pamela, and says she shall be her sister indeed. For, madam, said she, Miss is a beauty, and we see no French beauties like Master Davers and Miss. Beauty, my dear, said I. What is beauty if she be not a good girl? beauty is but a specious and, as it may happen, a dangerous recommendation, a mere skin-deep perfection. And if, as she grows up, she is not as good as Miss Goodwin, she shall be none of my girl. What adds to my pleasure, my dear friend, is to see them both so well got over the smallpox. It has been as happy for them as it was for their mamma and her Billy, that they had it under so skilful and kind a manager in that distemper as my dear mother. I wish, if it please God, it was as happily over with my little pretty Frenchman. Everybody is surprised to see what the past 2 years have done for Miss Goodwin and my Billy. Oh, my dear friend, they are both of them almost, nay, quite, I think for their years, all that I wish them to be. In order to make them keep their French, which Miss so well speaks, and Billy so prettily prattles, I oblige them, when they are in the nursery, to speak nothing else. But at table, except on particular occasions when French may be spoken, they are to speak in English. That is, when they do speak, for I tell them that little masters must only ask questions for information, and say yes or no, till their papas or mammas permit them to speak, nor little ladies neither till they are 16. For, my dear loves, cry I, you would not speak before you know how, and knowledge is obtained by hearing, and not by speaking. And setting my Billy on my lap, in Mrs. presence, here, said I, taking an ear in the fingers of each hand, are 2 ears, my Billy. And then, pointing to his mouth, but 1 tongue, my love. So you must be sure to mind that you hear twice as much as you speak, even when you grow a bigger master than you are now. You have so many pretty ways to learn one, madam, says Miss, now and then, that it is impossible we should not regard what you say to us. Several French tutors, when we were abroad, were recommended to Mr. B. But there is one English gentleman, now on his travels with young Mr. R., with whom Mr. B. has agreed. And in the meantime, my best friend is pleased to compliment me that the children will not suffer for want of a tutor, while I can take the pains I do. Which he will have to be too much for me, especially that now, on my return, my Davers and my Pamela are added to my cares. But what mother can take too much pains to cultivate the minds of her children? If, my dear Lady G., it were not for these frequent lyings in. But this is the time of life, though little did I think, so early, I should have so many careful blessings. I have as great credit as pleasure from my little family. All our neighbors here admire us more and more. You'll excuse my seeming, for it is but seeming, vanity. I hope I know better than to have it real. Never, says Mrs. Towers, who is still a single lady, did I see before a lady so much advantaged by her residence in that fantastic nation, for she loves not the French, who brought home with her nothing of their affectation. She says that the French politeness and the English frankness and plainness of heart appear happily blended in all we say and do. And she makes me 1,000 compliments upon Lord and Lady Davers' account, who, she would fain persuade me, owe a great deal of improvement, my lord in his conversation, and my lady, in her temper, to living in the same house with us. My Lady Davers is exceeding kind and good to me, is always magnifying me to everybody, and says she knows not how to live from me, and that I have been a means of saving 100 souls, as well as her dear brothers, on an indisposition of my lord's at Montpellier, which made her very apprehensive. She declared that were she to be deprived of his lordship, she would not let us rest till we had consented to her living with us, saying that we had room enough in Lincolnshire, and she would enlarge the Bedfordshire seat at her own expense. Mr. H. is Mr. H. still, and that's the best I can say of him, for I verily think he is more of an ape than ever. His whole head is now French. 'Twas half so before. We had great difficulties with him abroad. His aunt and I endeavouring to give him a serious and religious turn, we like to have turned him into a Roman Catholic, for he was much pleased with the showy part of that religion, and the fine pictures and decorations in the churches of Italy, and having got into company with a Dominican at Padua, a Franciscan at Milan, and a Jesuit at Paris, they lay so hard at him in their turns that we had like to have lost him to each assailant. So were forced to let him take his own course, for his aunt would have it that he had no other defence from the attacks of persons to make him embrace a faulty religion than to permit him to continue as he was, that is to say, to have none at all. So she suspended attempting to proselyte the thoughtless creature till he came to England. I wish her success here, but I doubt he will not be a credit to any religion for a great while. And as he is very desirous to go to London, it will be found when there that any fluttering coxcomb will do more to make him one of that class in an hour than his aunt's lessons to make him a good man in a 12-month. Where much is given, much is required. The contrary of this, I doubt, is all poor Mr. H. has to trust to. We have just now heard that his father, who has been long ill, is dead. So now he is a lord indeed. He flutters and starts about most strangely, I warrant, and is wholly employed in giving directions as to his morning equipage. And now there will be no holding him in, I doubt, except his new title has so much virtue in it as to make him a wiser and better man. He will now have a seat in the House of Peers of Great Britain, but I hope, for the nation's sake, he will not find many more like himself there. For, to me, that is one of the most venerable assemblies in the world, and it appears the more so since I have been abroad. For an English gentleman is respected, if he be anything of a man, above a foreign nobleman, and an English nobleman above some petty sovereigns. If our travelling gentry duly considered this distinction in their favour, they would, for the honour of their country, as well as for their own credit, behave in a better manner in their foreign tours than, I am sorry to say, some of them do. But what can one expect from the unlicked cubs, pardon the term, sent abroad with only stature to make them look like men, an equipage to attract respect, without one other qualification to enforce it? Here let me close this, with a few tears, to the memory of my dear Mrs. Jervis, my other mother, my friend, my adviser, my protectress in my single state, and my faithful second and partaker in the comforts of my higher life and better fortunes. What would I have given to have been present, as it seems she so earnestly wished, to close her dying eyes? I should have done it with the piety and the concern of a truly affectionate daughter. But that melancholy happiness was denied to us both, for, as I told you in the letter on the occasion, the dear good woman, who is now in the possession of her blessed reward and rejoicing in God's mercies, was no more when the news reached me, so far off is Heidelberg, of her last illness and wishes. I cannot forbear, every time I enter her parlour, where I used to see with so much delight the good woman sitting, always employed in some useful or pious work, shedding a tear to her memory. And in my Sabbath duties, missing her, I miss half a dozen friends, methinks, and I sigh in remembrance of her, and can only recover that cheerful frame which the performance of these duties always gave me, by reflecting that she is now reaping the reward of that sincere piety which used to edify and encourage us all. The servants we brought home, and those we left behind, melt in tears at the name of Mrs. Jervis. Mr. Longman, too, lamented the loss of her in the most moving strain. And all I can do now, in honour of her memory and her merit, is to be a friend to those she loved most, as I have already begun to be, and none of them shall suffer in these concerns that can be answered now she is gone. For the loss of so excellent a friend and relation is loss enough to all who knew her and claimed kindred with her. Poor worthy Jonathan, too. 'Tis almost a misery to have so soft, so susceptible an heart as I have, or to have such good servants and friends as one cannot lose without such emotions as I feel for the loss of them. His silver hairs, which I have beheld with so much delight, and thought I had a father in presence, when I saw them adorning so honest and comely a face, are now laid low. Forgive me. He was not a common servant. Neither are any of ours so, but Jonathan excelled all that excelled in his class. I am told that these two worthy folks died within 2 days of one another, on which occasion I could not help saying to myself, in the words of David, over Saul and his son Jonathan, the namesake of our worthy butler, they were lovely and pleasant in their lives, and in their deaths they were not divided. I might have continued on in the words of the royal lamenter, for surely never did one fellow servant love another in my maiden state, nor servant love a mistress in my exalted condition, better than Jonathan loved me. I could see in his eyes a glistening pleasure whenever I passed by him. If at such times I spoke to him, as I seldom failed to do, with a "God bless you too," in answer to his repeated blessings, he had a kind of rejuvenescence, may I say, visibly running through his whole frame, and now and then, if I laid my hands upon his folded ones, as I passed him on a Sunday morning or evening, praying for me, with a "How do you do, my worthy old acquaintance?" his heart would spring to his lips in a kind of rapture, and his eyes would run over. Oh, my beloved friend, how the loss of these two worthies of my family oppresses me at times. Mr. B. likewise showed a generous concern on the occasion, and when all the servants welcomed us in a body on our return, "Methinks, my dear," said he, "I miss your Mrs. Jervis and honest Jonathan." A starting tear, and "They are happy, dear honest souls," and a sigh, were the tribute I paid to their memories, on their beloved masters so kindly repeating their names. Who knows, had I been here, but away to painful reflections. They lived to a good old age, and fell like fruit fully ripe. They died the death of the righteous. I must follow them in time, God knows how soon. And oh, that my latter end may be like theirs. Once more, forgive me, my dear friend, this small tribute to their memories, and believe that I am not so ungrateful for God's mercies as to let the loss of these dear good folks lessen with me the joy and delight I still have left me, in the health and the love of the best of husbands and good men, in the children, charming as ever mother could boast of. Charming, I mean, principally in the dawning beauties of their minds, and in the pleasure their towardliness of nature gives me, including, as I always do, my dear Miss Goodwin, and have reason to do, from her dutiful love of me, and observation of all I say to her, in the preservation to me of the best and worthiest of parents, hearty, though aged as they are, in the love and friendship of good Lord and Lady Davers, and my excellent friend Lady G., not forgetting even worthy Mr. Longman. God preserve all these to me, as I am truly thankful for his mercies. And then, notwithstanding my affecting losses, as above, who will be so happy as I? That you, my dear Lady G., may long continue so, likewise in the love of a worthy husband, and the delights of an increasing hopeful family, which will make you some amends for the heavy losses you have also sustained in the last 2 years of an affectionate father and a most worthy mother, and in Mrs. Jones of a good neighbour. Praise your ever affectionate friend and servant, P. B.
Letter 100. My beloved Lady G., you will excuse my long silence when I shall tell you the occasions of it. In the first place, I was obliged to pay a dutiful visit to Kent, where my good father was taken ill of a fever, and my mother of ague. And think, madam, how this must affect me at their time of life. Mr. B. kindly accompanied me, apprehending that his presence would be necessary, if the recovery of them both, in which I thankfully rejoice, had not happened, especially as a circumstance I am, I think, always in, added more weight to his apprehensions. I had hardly returned from Kent to Bedfordshire, and looked around, when I was obliged to set out to attend Lady Davers, who said she should die if she saw me not, to comfort and recover by my counsel and presence, so she was pleased to express herself, her sick lord, who had just got out of an intermittent fever, which left him without any spirit, and was occasioned by fretting at the conduct of her stupid nephew. Those also were her words. For you must have heard, everybody hears when a man of quality does a foolish thing, and it has been in all the newspapers, that on Wednesday last the Right Honourable John, Jackie they should have said, Lord H., nephew of the Right Honourable William Lord Danvers, was married to the Honourable Mrs. P., relict of J.P. of Twickenham, Esquire, a lady of celebrated beauty and ample fortune. Now you must know that this celebrated lady is, 'tis true, of the family whence her title of honourable, but it is indeed so celebrated that every fluttering coxcomb in town can give some account of her, even before she was in keeping of the Duke, who had cast her on the town he had robbed of her. In short, she is quite a common woman, has no fortune at all, as one may say, only a small jointure encumbered, and is in much debt. She is a shrew into the bargain, and the poor wretch is a father already, for he has already had a girl of 3 years old, her husband has been dead 7, brought him home, which he knew nothing of, nor even inquired whether his widow had a child. And he is now paying the mother's debts and trying to make the best of his bargain. This is the fruit of a London journey, so long desired by him, and his fluttering about there with his new title. He was drawn in by a brother of his lady, and a friend of that brother's, 2 town sharpers, gamesters, and bullies. Poor Sir Joseph Whittall. This was his case, and his character, it seems, in London. Shall I present you with a curiosity? 'Tis a copy of his letter to his uncle, who had, as you may well think, lost all patience with him, on occasion of this abominable folly. My Lord Davers, for if you will not call me nephew, I have no reason to call you uncle. Surely you forget who it was you held up your cane to. I have as little reason to value your displeasure as you have me, for I am, God be thanked, a lord and peer of the realm, as well as you. And as to your not owning me, nor your brother B. not looking upon me, I care not a farthing, and bad as you think I have done, I have married woman of family. Take that among you. As to your personal abuses of her, take care what you say. You know the statute will defend us as well as you. And besides, she has a brother that won't let her good name be called in question. Mind that. Some things I wish had been otherwise, perhaps I do. What then? Must you, my lord, make more mischief, and add to my plagues, if I have any? Is this your uncleship? But I shan't want your advice. I have as good an estate as you have, and am as much a lord as yourself. Why the devil, then, am I to be treated as I am? Why the plague? But I won't swear neither. I desire not to see you any more than you do me. I can tell you that. And if we ever meet under one roof with my liking, it must be at the House of Peers, where I shall be upon a par with you in everything. That's my comfort. As to Lady Davers, I desire not to see her ladyship, for she was always plaguily nimble with her fingers. But let my false step be what it will. I have in other respects married a lady who is as well descended as herself, and no disparagement neither, so have not that to answer for to her pride, and who has as good a spirit too, if they were to come face to face, or I am mistaken, nor will she take affments from anyone. So, my lord, leave me to make the best of my matters, as I will of yours. So no more, but that I am your servant. H. P.S. I mean no affront to Mrs. B. She is the best of ye all by. G. I will not take up your time with further observations upon the poor creature's bad conduct. His reflection must proceed from feeling, and will, that's the worst of it, come too late, come when or how it will. I will only say I am sorry for it on his account, but more for that of Lord and Lady Davers, who take the matters very heavily, and wish he had married the lowest-born creature in England, so she had been honest and virtuous, rather than done as he has done. But I suppose the poor gentleman was resolved to shun, at all adventures, Mr. B.'s fault, and keep up the pride of descent and family, and so married the only creature, as I hope, since it cannot be helped, that is so great a disgrace to both. For I presume to flatter myself, for the sake of my sex, that among the poor wretches who are sunk so low as the town women are, there are very few of birth or education, but such principally as have had their necessities or their ignorance taken advantage of by base men, since birth and education must needs see the most unhappy of the sex above so sordid and so abandoned a guilt as the hourly wickedness of such a course of life subjects them to. But let me pursue my purpose of excusing my long silence. I had hardly returned from Lady Davers and recovered my family management and resumed my nursery duties when my fourth dear boy, my Jemmy, for I think I am going on to make out the number Lady Davers allotted me, pressed so upon me as not to be refused for 1 month or 6 weeks' close attention, and then a journey to Lord Davers, and that noble pair accompanying us to Kent, and daily and hourly pleasures crowding upon us. Narrow and confined as our room there was, though we went with as few attendants as possible, engrossed more of my time. Thus I hope you will forgive me, because as soon as I returned, I set about writing this as an excuse for myself, in the first place, to promise you the subject you insist upon in the next, and to say that I am incapable of forgetfulness or negligence to such a friend as Lady G., for I must always be your faithful and affectionate humble servant. P.B.
Letter 101. My dear Lady G. The remarks your cousin Fielding says I have made on the subject of young gentlemen's travelling, and which you request me to communicate to you, are part of a little book upon education, which I wrote for Mr. B.'s correction and amendment on his putting Mr. Locke's treatise on that subject into my hands, and requiring my observations upon it. I cannot flatter myself they will answer your expectation, for I am sensible they must be unworthy even of the opportunities I have had in the excursions in which I have been indulged by the best of men. But your requests are so many laws to me, and I will give you a short abstract of what I read Miss Fielding, who has so greatly overrated it to you. The gentleman's book contains many excellent rules on education, but this of travel I will only refer you to at present. You will there see his objections against the age at which young gentlemen are sent abroad, from 16 to 21, the time in all their lives, he says, at which young gentlemen are the least suited to these improvements, and in which they have the least fence and guard against their passions. The age he proposes is from 7 to 14, because of the advantage they will then have to master foreign languages, and to form their tongue to the true pronunciation, as well as that they will be more easily directed by their tutors or governors. Or else he proposes that more sedate time of life, when the gentleman is able to travel without a tutor, and to make his own observations, and when he is thoroughly acquainted with the laws and fashions, the natural and moral advantages and defects of his own country, by which means, as Mr. Locke wisely observes, the traveller will have something to exchange with those abroad, from whose conversation he hopes to reap any knowledge, and he supports his opinion by excellent reasons, to which I refer you. What I have written in my little book, not yet quite finished on this head, relates principally to home travelling, which Mr. B. was always resolved his son should undertake before they entered upon a foreign tour. I have there observed that England abounds with curiosities, both of art and nature, worth the notice of a diligent inquirer, and equal with some of those we admire in foreign parts, and that if the youth be not sent abroad at Mr. Locke's earliest time, from 7 to 14, which I can hardly think will be worth while, merely for the sake of attaining a perfection in the languages, he may with good advantage begin, at 14 or 15, the tour of Great Britain, now and then, by excursions, in the summer months, between his other studies, and as a diversion to him. This I should wish might be entered upon in his papa's company, as well as his tutors, if it could conveniently be done, who thus initiating both the governed and governor in the methods he would have observed by both, will obtain no small satisfaction and amusement to himself. For the father would by this means be an eye-witness of the behaviour of the one and the other, and have a specimen how fit the young man was to be trusted, or the tutor to be depended upon when they went abroad and were out of his sight, as they would of what was expected from them by the father. And hence 1,000 benefits may arise to the young gentleman from the occasional observations and reflections of his father, with regard to expense, company, conversation, hours, and such like. If the father cannot himself accompany his son, he might appoint the stages the young gentleman should take, and enjoin both tutor and son to give, at every stage, an account of whatever they observed curious and remarkable, not omitting the minutest occurrences. By this means, and the probability that he might hear of them and their proceedings from his friends, acquaintance, and relations, who might fall in with them, they would have a greater regard to their conduct, and so much the more if the young gentleman were to keep an account of his expenses, which upon his return he might lay before his father. By seeing thus the different customs, manners, and economy of different persons and families, for in so mixed a nation as ours is, there is as great a variety of that sort to be met with as in most, and from their different treatment at their several stages, a great deal of the world may be learned by the young gentleman. He would be prepared to go abroad with more delight to himself, as well as more experience, and greater reputation to his family and country. In such excursions as these, the tutor would see his temper and inclination, and might notice to the father anything amiss, that it might be set right while the youth was yet in his reach, and more under his inspection than he would be in a foreign country. And his observations on his return, as well as in his letters, would show how fit he was to be trusted, and how likely to improve when at a greater distance. After England and Wales, as well the inland parts as the sea-coasts, let them, if they behave according to expectation, take a journey into Scotland and Ireland, and visit the principal islands as Guernsey, Jersey, etc., the youth continuing to write down his observations all the way, and keeping a journal of occurrences. And let him employ the little time he will be on board of ship in these small trips from island to island, or coastwise, in observing upon the noble art of navigation, of the theory of which it will not be amiss that he has some notion, as well as of the curious structure of a ship, its tackle and furniture, a knowledge very far from being insignificant to a gentleman who is an islander, and has a stake in the greatest maritime kingdom in the world, and hence he will be taught to love and value that most useful and brave set of men, the British sailors, who are the natural defence and glory of the realm. Hereby he will confirm his theory in the geography of the British dominions in Europe, He will be apprised of the situation, conveniences, interests, and constitution of his own country, and will be able to lay a groundwork for the future government of his thoughts and actions, if the interest he bears in his native country should call him to the public service in either House of Parliament. With this foundation, how excellently would he be qualified to go abroad, and how properly then would he add to the knowledge he had attained of his own country, that of the different customs, manners, and forms of government of others. How would he be able to form comparisons, and to make all his inquiries appear pertinent and manly? All the occasions of that ignorant wonder which renders a novice the jest of all about him would be taken away. He would be able to ask questions, and to judge without leading strings. Nor would he think he has seen a country, and answered the ends of his father's expense and his own improvement, by running through a kingdom, and knowing nothing of it but the inns and stages at which he stopped to eat and drink. For, on the contrary, he would make the best acquaintance, and contract worthy friendships with such as would court and reverence him as one of the rising geniuses of his country. Whereas most of the young gentlemen who are sent abroad raw and unprepared, as if to wonder at everything they see, and to be laughed at by all that see them, do but expose themselves and their country. And if, at their return, by interest to friends, by alliances, or marriages, they should happen to be promoted to places of honor or profit, their unmerited preferment will only serve to make those foreigners, who were eyewitnesses of their weakness and follies, when among them, conclude greatly in disfavor of the whole nation, or at least of the prince and his administration, who could find no fitter subjects to distinguish. This, my dear friend, is a brief extract from my observations on the head of qualifying young gentlemen to travel with honor and improvement. I doubt you'll be apt to think me not a little out of my element, but since you would have it, I claim the allowances of a friend, to which my ready compliance with your commands the rather entitles me. I am very sorry Mr. and Mrs. Murray are so unhappy in each other. Were he a generous man, the heavy loss the poor lady has sustained, as well as her sister, my beloved friend, in so excellent a mother and so kind a father, would make him bear with her infirmities a little. But really, I have seen on 20 occasions that notwithstanding all the fine things gentlemen say to ladies before marriage, if the latter do not improve upon their husbands' hands, their imputed graces, when single, will not protect them from indifference, and probably from worse. While the gentleman, perhaps, thinks he only of the two is entitled to go backward in acts of kindness and complaisance. A strange and shocking difference which too many ladies experience who, from fond lovers, prostrate at their feet, find surly husbands trampling upon their necks. You, my dear friend, were happy in your days of courtship, and are no less so in your state of wedlock, and may you continue to be so to a good old age. Praise your affectionate and faithful friend, P.B.
Letter 102. My dear Lady G. I will cheerfully cause to be transcribed for you the conversation you desire between myself, Mrs. Towers, and Lady Arthur, and the 3 young ladies, their relations, in presence of the Dean and his daughter and Mrs. Brooks, and glad I shall be if it may be of use to the 2 thoughtless misses, your neighbours, who, you are pleased to tell me, are great admirers of my story and my example, and will therefore, as you say, pay greater attention to what I write than to the more passionate and interested lessons of their mamma. I am only sorry you should be concerned about the supposed trouble you give me by having mislaid my former relation of it, For, besides obliging my dear Lady G., the hope of doing service by it to a family so worthy, in a case so nearly affecting its honour, as to make two headstrong young ladies recollect what belongs to their sex and their characters, and what their filial duties require of them, affords me high pleasure. And if it shall be attended with the wished effects, it will add to my happiness. I said cause to be transcribed, because I hope to answer a double end by it, for on reconsideration I set Miss Goodwin to transcribe it, who writes a pretty hand, and is not a little fond of the task, nor indeed of any task I set her, and will be more affected as she performs it, than she could be by reading it only. Although she is a very good girl at present, and gives me hopes that she will continue to be so. I will enclose it when done, that it may be read to the parties without this introduction, if you think fit, and you will forgive me for having added a few observations with a view to the cases of your inconsiderate young ladies, and for having corrected the former narrative in several places. My dear Lady G., the papers you have mislaid as to the conversation between me and the young ladies, relations of Mrs. Towers and Lady Anne Arthur, in presence of these two last-named ladies, Mrs. Brooks and the worthy Dean and Miss L., of which, in order to perfect your kind recollection of my communications, you request another copy, contained as follows. I first stated that I had seen these three ladies twice or thrice before as visitors at their kinswomen's houses, so that they and I were not altogether strangers to one another, and my two neighbours acquainted me with their respective tastes and dispositions, and their histories preparatory to this visit, to the following effects. That Miss Stapleton is overrun with the love of poetry and romance, and delights in flowery language and metaphorical flourishes, is about 18, wants not either sense or politeness, and has read herself into a vein more amorous, that was Mrs. Towers's word, than discreet, has extraordinary notions of a first-sight love, and gives herself greater liberties with a pair of fine eyes, in hopes to make sudden conquests in pursuance of that notion, than is pretty in her sex and age, which makes those who know her not conclude her bold and forward, and is more than suspected, with a mind thus prepared for instantaneous impressions, to have experienced the argument to her own disadvantage, and to be struck by, before she had stricken, a gentleman whom her friends think not at all worthy of her, and to whom she was making some indiscreet advances, under the name of Philoclea, to Philoxenus, in a letter which she entrusted to a servant of the family, who, discovering her design, prevented her indiscretion for that time. That in other respects she has no mean accomplishments, will have a fine fortune, is genteel in her person, though with some visible affectation, dances well, sings well, and plays prettily on several instruments, is fond of reading, but affects the action and air and attitude of a tragedian, and is too apt to give an emphasis in the wrong place in order to make an author mean significantly, even where the occasion is common, and in a mere historical fact that requires as much simplicity in the reader's accent as in the writer's style. No wonder then that when she reads a play she will put herself into a sweat, as Mrs. Towers says, distorting very agreeable features, and making a multitude of wry mouths with one very pretty one, in order to convince her hearers what a near neighbour her heart is to her lips. Miss Cope is a young lady of 19, lovely in her person, with a handsome fortune in possession, and great prospects, has a soft and gentle turn of mind, which disposes her to be easily imposed upon, is addressed by a libertine of quality, whose courtship, while permitted, was imperiousness, and whose tenderness insult. Having found the young lady too susceptible of impression, open and unreserved, and even valuing him the more, as it seemed, for treating her with ungenerous contempt, for that she was always making excuses for slights, ill manners, and even rudeness, which no other young lady would forgive. That this docility on her side, and this insolence on his, and an over-free and even indecent degree of romping, as it is called with her, which once her mamma surprised them in, made her papa forbid his visits and her receiving them. That this, however, was so much to Miss Cope's regret that she was detected in a design to elope to him out of the private garden door, which, had she effected, in all probability, the indelicate and dishonourable peer would have triumphed over her innocence, having given out since that he intended to revenge himself on the daughter for the disgrace he had received from the parents. That though convinced of this, it was feared she still loved him, and would again throw herself in his way, urging that his rash expressions were the effect only of his passion, for that she knows he loves her too well to be dishonourable to her, and by the same degree of favourable prepossession she will have it, that his brutal roughness is the manliness of his nature, that his most shocking expressions are sincerity of heart, that his boasts of former lewdness are but instances that he knows the world, that his freedoms with her person are but excess of love and innocent gaiety of temper, that his resenting the prohibition he has met with, and his threats, are other instances of his love and his courage, and peers of the realm ought not to be bound down by little narrow rules like the vulgar, for truly their honour is in the greatest cases regarded as equal with the oath of a common gentleman, and is a security that a lady may trust to, if he is not a profligate indeed, and that Lord P. cannot be. That excepting these weaknesses, Miss has many good qualities, is charitable, pious, humane, humble, sings sweetly, plays on the spinet charmingly, is meek, fearful, and never was resolute or courageous enough to step out of the regular path till her too flexible heart became touched with a passion that is said to polish the most brutal temper, and therefore her rough peer has none of it, and to animate the dove, of which Miss Cope has too much. That Miss Sutton, a young lady of the like age with the two former, has too lively and airy a turn of mind, affects to be thought well read in the histories of kingdoms as well as in polite literature, speaks French fluently, talks much upon all subjects, and has a great deal of flippant wit, which makes more enemies than friends. However, is innocent and unsuspectedly virtuous hitherto, but makes herself cheap and accessible to fops and rakes, and has not the worse opinion of a man for being such, listens eagerly to stories told to the disadvantage of some of her own sex, though affecting to be a great stickler for the honour of it in general, will unpityingly propagate them, thinks, without considering to what the imprudence of her own conduct may subject her, the woman that slips inexcusable, and the man who seduces her much less faulty, and thus encourages the one sex in their vileness, and gives up the other for their weakness in a kind of silly affectation, to show her security in her own virtue, at the same time that she is dancing upon the edge of a precipice, presumptuously inattentive to her own danger. The worthy dean, knowing the lady's intention in this visit to me, brought his daughter with him, as if by accident, for Miss L., with many good qualities, is of a remarkable soft temper, though not so inconsiderately soft as Miss Cope, but is too credulous, and, as her papa suspects, entertains more than a liking to a wild young gentleman, the heir to a noble fortune, who makes visits to her, full of tenderness and respect, but without declaring himself. This gives the dean much uneasiness, and he is very desirous that his daughter should be in my company on all occasions, as she is so kind to profess a great regard to my opinion and judgment. 'Tis easy to see the poor young lady is in love, and she makes no doubt that the young gentleman loves her. But alas! Why then, for he is not a bashful man, as you shall hear, does he not say so? He has deceived already two young creatures. His father has cautioned the dean against his son, has told him that he is sly, subtle, full of stratagem, yet has so much command of himself, which makes him more dangerous, as not to precipitate his designs, but can wait with patience till he thinks himself secure of his prey, and then pulls off the mask at once, and if he succeeds, glories in his villainy. Yet does his father beg of the dean to permit his visits, for he wishes him to marry Miss L., though greatly unequal in fortune to his son, wishing for nothing so much as that he would marry. And the dean, owing his principal preferment to the old gentleman, cares not to disoblige him, or affront his son without some apparent reason for it, especially as the father is wrapped up in him, having no other child, and being himself half afraid of him, lest, if too much thwarted, he should fly out entirely. So here, madam, are 4 young ladies of like years, and different inclinations and tempers, all of whom may be said to have dangers to encounter, resulting from their respective dispositions, and who, professing to admire my character and example, were brought to me to be benefited, as Mrs. Towers was pleased to say, by my conversation, and all was to be as if accidental, none of them knowing how well I was acquainted with their several characters. How proud would this compliment have made me from such a lady as Mrs. Towers, had I not been as proud could be before, of the good opinion of 4 beloved persons, Mr. B., Lady Davers, the Countess of C., and your dear self. We were attended only by Polly Barlow, who in some points was as much concerned as anybody, and this being when Lord and Lady Davers and the noble Countess were with us, 'tis proper to say they were abroad together upon a visit, from which, knowing how I was to be engaged, they excused me. The dean was well known to and valued by all the ladies, and therefore was no manner of restraint upon the freedom of our conversation. I was in my closet when they came, and Mrs. Towers, having presented each young lady to me when I came down, said, being all seated, "I can guess at your employment, Mrs. B., writing, I dare say. I have often wished to have you for a correspondent, for every one who can boast of that favour exalts you to the skies, and says your letters exceed your conversation, but I always insisted upon it that was impossible." "Mrs. Towers," said I, "is always saying the most obliging things in the world of her neighbours, but may not one suffer, dear madam, for these kind prepossessions in the opinion of greater strangers, who will judge more impartially than your favour will permit you to do?" "That," said Lady Arthur, "will be so soon put out of doubt when Mrs. B. begins to speak, that we will refer to that, and to put an end to everything that looks like compliment." "But, Mrs. B.," says Mrs. Towers, "may one ask, what particular subject was at this time your employment?" "I had been writing, you must know, Lady G., for the sake of suiting Miss Stapleton's flighty vein, a little sketch of the style she is so fond of, and hoped for some such opportunity as this question gave me, to bring it on the carpet. For my only fear with her and Miss Cope and Miss Sutton was, that they would deem me too grave, and so what should fall in the course of conversation would make the least impression upon them. For the best instructions, you know, will be ineffectual if the manner of conveying them is not adapted to the taste and temper of the person you would wish to influence. And, moreover, I had a view in it to make this little sketch the introduction to some future observations on the stiff and affected style of romances, which might put Miss Stapleton out of conceit with them, and make her turn the course of her studies another way, as I shall mention in its place. I answered that I had been meditating upon the misfortunes of a fine young lady who had been seduced and betrayed by a gentleman she loved, and who, notwithstanding, had the grace to stop short, indeed later than were to be wished, and to abandon friends, country, lover, in order to avoid any further intercourse with him, and that God had blessed her penitence and resolution, and she was now very happy in a neighbouring dominion. "A fine subject," said Miss Stapleton. "Was the gentleman a man of wit, madam? Was the lady a woman of taste? We condemn every man who dresses well, and is not a sloven as a fop or a coxcomb. No doubt when this is the case, but you hardly ever saw a man very nice about his person and dress that had anything he thought of greater consequence to himself to regard. 'Tis natural it should be so, for should not the man of body take the greater care to set out and adorn the part for which he thinks himself most valuable? And will not the man of mind bestow his principal care in improving that mind, perhaps to the neglect of dress and outward appearance, which is a fault? But surely, madam, there is a middle way to be observed in these as in most other cases, for a man need not be a sloven, any more than a fop. He need not show an utter disregard to dress, nor yet think it his first and chief concern. Be ready to quarrel with the wind for discomposing his peruke, or fear to put on his hat lest he should depress his foretop, more dislike a spot upon his clothes than in his reputation, be a self-admirer, and always at the glass, which he would perhaps never look into could it show him the deformity of his mind as well as the finery of his person, who has a tailor for his tutor and a milliner for his schoolmistress, who laughs at men of sense, excusably enough, perhaps in revenge because they laugh at him, who calls learning pedantry, and looks upon the knowledge of the fashions as the only useful science to a fine gentleman. Pardon me, ladies, I could proceed with the character of this species of men, but I need not, for every lady present would despise such an one as much as I do, were he to fall in her way, or the rather because he who admires himself will never admire his lady as he ought, and if he maintains his niceness after marriage, it will be with a preference to his own person. If not, will sink very probably into the worst of slovens. For whoever is capable of one extreme, take almost the cases of human life through, when he recedes from that, if he be not a man of prudence, will go over into the other. But to return to the former subject, for the general attention encouraged me to proceed, permit me, Miss Sutton, to add, that a lady must run great risks to her reputation, if not to her virtue, who will admit into her company any gentleman who shall be of opinion, and know it to be hers, that it is his province to ask a favour which it will be her duty to deny. I believe, madam, I spoke these words a little too carelessly, but I meant honourable questions, to be sure. There can be but one honourable question, replied I, and that is seldom asked, but when the affair is brought near a conclusion, and there is a probability of its being granted, and which a single lady, while she has parents or guardians, should never think of permitting to be put to herself, much less of approving, nor perhaps, as the case may be, of denying. But I make no doubt that you meant honourable questions. A young lady of Miss Sutton's good sense and worthy character could not mean otherwise. And I have said perhaps more than I need upon the subject, because we all know how ready the presuming of the other sex are, right or wrong, to construe the most innocent meetings in favour of their own views. Very true, said she, but appeared to be under an agreeable confusion, every lady by her eye seeming to think she had met with a deserved rebuke, and which, not seeming to expect, it abated her liveliness all the time after. Mrs. Towers seasonably relieved us both from a subject too applicable, if I may so express it, saying, "But, dear Mrs. B., will you favour us with the result of your meditation, if committed to writing, on the unhappy case you mentioned?" I was rather, madam, exercising my fancy than my judgment, such as it is, upon the occasion. I was aiming at a kind of allegorical or metaphorical style, I know not which to call it, and it is not fit to be read before such judges, I doubt. "Oh, pray, dear madam," said Miss Stapleton, "favour us with it to choose, for I am a great admirer of that style." "I have a great curiosity," said Lady Arthur, "both from the subject and the style, to hear what you have written, and I beg you will oblige us all." "It is short and unfinished. It was written for the sake of a friend who is fond of such a style, and what I shall add to it will be principally some slight observations upon this way of writing. But let it be ever so censurable, I should be more so if I made any difficulties after such an unanimous request. So taking it out of my letter case, I read as follows: "While the banks of discretion keep the proud water of passion within their natural channel, all calm and serene glides along the silver current, enlivening the adjacent meadows as it passes with a brighter and more flowery verdure. But if the torrents of sensual love are permitted to descend from the hills of credulous hope, they may so swell the gentle stream as to make it difficult, if not impossible, to be retained betwixt its usual bounds. What then will be the consequence? Why, the trees of resolution and the shrubs of cautious fear, which grew upon the frail mound, and whose intertwining roots had contributed to support it, being loosened from their hold, they and all that would swim of the bank itself will be seen floating on the surface of the triumphant waters. But here a dear lady, having unhappily failed, is enabled to set her foot in the new-made breach, while yet it is possible to stop it, and to say, with little variation in the language of that power which only could enable her to say it, "Hither, ye proud waves of dissolute love, although you have come, yet no farther shall ye come," is such an instance of magnanimous resolution and self-conquest as is very rarely to be met with. Miss Stapleton seemed pleased, as I expected, and told me that she should take it for a high favour to be permitted, if not improper, to see the whole letter when finished. I said I would oblige her with all my heart, but you must not expect, madam, that although I have written what I have read to you, I shall approve of it in my observations upon it, for I am convinced that no style can be proper which is not plain, simple, easy, natural, and unaffected. She was sure, she was pleased to say, that whatever my observations were, they would be equally just and instructive. I, too, said the Dean, will answer for that, for I dare say, by what I have already heard, that Mrs. B. will distinguish properly between the style and the matter, too, which captivates the imagination and that which informs the judgment. Our conversation after this took a more general turn, which I thought right, lest the young ladies should imagine it was a designed thing against them. Yet it was such that every one of them found her character and taste little or much concerned in it, and all seemed, as Mrs. Towers afterwards observed to me, by their silence and attention, to be busied in private applications. The Dean began it with a high compliment to me, having a view, no doubt, by his kind praises, to make my observations have the greater weight upon the young ladies. He said it was matter of great surprise to him that my tender years considered, I should be capable of making those reflections, by which persons of twice my age and experience might be instructed. You see, madam, said he, our attention, when your lips begin to open, and I beg we may have nothing to do but to be attentive. I have had such advantages, sir, from the observations and cautions of my late excellent lady, that did you but know half of them, you would rather wonder I had made no greater improvement than that I have made so much. She used to think me pretty, and not ill-tempered, and of course not incredulous, where I conceived a good opinion, and was always arming me on that side, as believing I might be the object of wicked attempts, and the rather as my low fortune subjected me to danger. For had I been born to rank and condition as these young ladies here, I should have had reason to think of myself, as justly as, no doubt, they do, and of consequence beyond the reach of any vile intriguer, as I should have been above the greatest part of that species of mankind, who, for want of understanding or honour, or through pernicious habits, give themselves up to libertinism. These were great advantages, said Miss Sutton, but in you they met with a surprising genius. 'Tis very plain, madam, that there is not, in my opinion, a lady of England of your years who would have improved by them as you have done. I answered that I was much obliged by her good opinion, and that I had always observed the person who admired any good qualities in another gave a kind of natural demonstration that she had the same in an eminent degree herself, although perhaps her modest diffidence would not permit her to trace the generous principle to its source. The Dean, to renew the subject of credulity, repeated my remark that it was safer, in cases where so much depended upon the issue as a lady's honour and reputation, to fear an enemy than to hope a friend, and praised my observation that even a weak enemy is not to be too much despised. I said I had very high notions of the honour and value of my own sex, and very mean ones of the gay and frothy part of the other, insomuch that I thought they could have no strength but what was founded in our weakness, that the difference of education must give men advantages, even where the genius is naturally equal. Besides, they have generally more hardness of heart, which makes women, where they meet not with men of honour, engage with that sex upon very unequal terms, for that it is so customary with them to make vows and promises, and to set light by them, when made, that an innocent lady cannot guard too watchfully against them, and in my opinion should believe nothing they said, or even vowed, but what carried demonstration with it. I remember my lady used often to observe, there is a time of life in all young persons which may properly be called the romantic, which is a very dangerous period, and requires, therefore, a great guard of prudence, that the risk is not a little augmented by reading novels and romances, and the poetical tribe have much to answer for, by reason of their heightened and inflaming descriptions, which do much hurt to thoughtless minds and lively imaginations, for to those she would have it are principally owing the rashness and indiscretion of soft and tender dispositions, which, in breach of their duty, and even to the disgrace of their sex, too frequently set them upon enterprises like those they have read in those pernicious writings, which not seldom make them fall a sacrifice to the base designs of some wild intriguer, and even in cases where their precipitation ends the best, that is to say, in marriage, they too frequently, in direct opposition to the cautions and commands of their tried, their experienced, and unquestionable friends, throw themselves upon an almost stranger, who, had he been worthy of them, would not, nor needed to have taken indirect methods to obtain their favour. And the misfortune is, the most innocent are generally the most credulous. Such a lady would do no harm to others, and cannot think others would do her any. And as to the particular person who has obtained perhaps a share in her confidence, he cannot, she thinks, be so ungrateful as to return irreparable mischief for her good will to him. Were all the men in the world besides to prove false, the beloved person cannot. 'Twould be unjust to her own merit, as well as to his views, to suppose it, and so design on his side, and credulity and self-opinion on the lady's, at last enroll the unhappy believer in the list of the too late repenters. And what, madam, said the dean, has not that wretch to answer for, who makes sport of destroying a virtuous character, and in being the wicked means of throwing perhaps upon the town, and into the dregs of prostitution, a poor creature whose love for him and confidence in him was all her crime, and who otherwise might have made a worthy figure at the head of a reputable family, and so have been an useful member of the commonwealth, propagating good examples, instead of ruin and infamy to mankind, to say nothing of, what is still worse, the dreadful crime of occasioning the loss of a soul, since final impenitence too generally follows the first sacrifice which the poor wretch is seduced to make of her honour. There are several gentlemen in our neighbourhood, said Mrs. Brooks, who might be benefited by this touching reflection, if represented in the same strong lights from the pulpit. And I think, Mr. Dean, you should give us a sermon upon this subject, for the sake of both sexes, one for caution, the other for conviction. I will think of it, replied he, but I am sorry to say that we have too many among our younger gentry who would think themselves pointed at, were I to touch this subject ever so cautiously. I am sure, said Mrs. Towers, there cannot well be a more useful one, and the very reason the dean gives is a convincing proof of it to me. When I have had the pleasure of hearing the further sentiments of such an assembly as this, upon the delicate subject, replied this polite divine, I shall be better enabled to treat it, and pray, ladies, proceed, for it is from your conversation that I must take my hints. You have only, then, said Mrs. Towers, to engage Mrs. B. to speak, and you may be sure we will all be as attentive to her as we shall be to you, when we have the pleasure to hear so fine a genius improving upon her hints from the pulpit. Letter 102, Part 2. I bowed to Mrs. Towers, and knowing she praised me with the dean's view, in order to induce the young ladies to give the greater attention to what she wished me to speak, I said, it would be a great presumption in me, after so high a compliment, to open my lips. Nevertheless, as I was sure by speaking I should have the benefit of instruction whenever it made them speak, I would not be backward to enter upon any subject, for that I should consider myself as a young counsel in some great cause, who served but to open it, and prepare the way for those of greater skill and abilities. I beg then, madam, said Miss Stapleton, you will open the cause, be the subject what it will, and I could almost wish that we had as many gentlemen here as ladies, who would have reason to be ashamed of the liberties they take in censuring the conversations of the tea-table, since the pulpit, as the worthy dean gives us reason to hope, may be beholden to that of Mrs. B. Nor is it much wonder, replied I, when the dean himself is with us, and it is graced by so distinguished a circle. If many of our young gentlemen were here, said Mrs. Towers, they might improve themselves in all the graces of polite and sincere complaisance. But compared to this, I have generally heard such trite and coarse stuff from our race of would-be wits, that what they say may be compared to the fawnings and salutations of the ass in the fable, who, emulating the lapdog, merited a cudgel rather than encouragement. But, Mrs. B., continued she, begin, I pray you, to open and proceed in the cause, for there will be no counsel employed but you, I can tell you. Then give me a subject that will suit me, ladies, and you shall see how my obedience to your commands will make me run on. Will you, madam, said Miss Stapleton, give us a few cautions and instructions on a theme of your own, that a young lady should rather fear too much than hope too much, a necessary doctrine perhaps, but a difficult one to be practised by one who has begun to love, and who supposes all truth and honour in the object of her favour. Hope, madam, said I, in my opinion, should never be unaccompanied by fear, and the more reason will a lady ever have to fear and to suspect herself and doubt her lover, when she once begins to find in her own breast an inclination to him, for then her danger is doubled, since she has herself, perhaps the more dangerous enemy of the two, to guard against as well as him. She may secretly wish the best indeed, but what has been the fate of others may be her own, and though she thinks it not probable from such a faithful protester as he appears to her to be, yet while it is possible, she should never be off her guard. Nor will a prudent woman trust to his mercy or honour, but to her own discretion, and the rather, because if he mean well, he himself will value her the more for her caution, since every man desires to have a virtuous and prudent wife. If not well, she will detect him the sooner, and so by her prudence frustrate all his base designs. But let me, my dear ladies, ask what that passion is which generally we dignify by the name of love, and which, when so dignified, puts us upon 1,000 extravagances. I believe, if examined into, it would be found too generally to owe its original to ungoverned fancy, and were we to judge of it by the consequences that usually attend it, it ought rather to be called rashness, inconsideration, weakness, and anything but love, for very seldom, I doubt, is the solid judgment so much concerned in it as the airy fancy. But when once we dignify the wild misleader with the name of love, all the absurdities which we read in novels and romances take place, and we are induced to follow examples that seldom end happily, but in them. But permit me further to observe that love, as we call it, operates differently in the two sexes as to its effects, for in woman it is a creeping thing, in a man an encroacher, and this ought, in my humble opinion, to be very seriously attended to. Miss Sutton intimated thus much when she observed that it was the man's province to ask, the ladies to deny. Excuse me, madam, the observation was just as to the men's notions, although methinks I would not have a lady allow of it, except in cases of caution to themselves. The doubt, therefore, which a lady has of her lover's honour is needful to preserve her own and his too, and if she does him wrong, and he should be too just to deceive her, she can make him amends by instances of greater confidence when she pleases. But if she has been accustomed to grant him little favours, can she easily recall them? And will not the encroacher grow upon her indulgence, pleading for a favour today, which was not refused him yesterday, and reproaching her want of confidence as a want of esteem, till the poor lady, who perhaps has given way to the creeping, insinuating passion, and has avowed her esteem for him, puts herself too much in his power in order to manifest, as she thinks, the generosity of her affection, and so by degrees is carried farther than she intended, or nice honour ought to have permitted, and all because, to keep up to my theme, she hopes too much, and doubts too little. And there have been cases where a man himself, pursuing the dictates of his encroaching passion, and finding a lady too conceding, has taken advantages, of which probably at first he did not presume to think. Miss Stapleton said that virtue itself spoke when I spoke, and she was resolved to recollect as much of this conversation as she could, and write it down in her commonplace book, where it would make a better figure than anything she had there. "I suppose, miss," said Mrs. Towers, "your chief collections are flowers of rhetoric, picked up from the French and English poets and novel writers. I would give something for the pleasure of having it 2 hours in my possession." "Fie, madam," replied she, a little abashed, "how can you expose your kinswoman thus before the Dean and Mrs. B?" "Mrs. Towers," said I, "only says this to provoke you to show your collections. I wish I had the pleasure of seeing them. I doubt not but your commonplace book is a storehouse of wisdom." "There is nothing bad in it, I hope," replied she, "but I would not that Mrs. B. should see it for the world. But, madam," to Mrs. Towers, "there are many beautiful things, and good instructions to be collected from novels and plays, and romances, and from the poetical writers, particularly, light as you are pleased to make of them. Pray, madam, to me, have you ever been at all conversant in such writers?" "Not a great deal in the former. There were very few novels and romances that my lady would permit me to read, and those I did gave me no great pleasure, for either they dealt so much in the marvellous and improbable, or were so unnaturally inflaming to the passions, and so full of love and intrigue, that most of them seemed calculated to fire the imagination rather than to inform the judgment. Titles and tournaments, breaking of spears in honour of a mistress, engaging with monsters, rambling in search of adventures, making unnatural difficulties, in order to show the knight-errant's prowess in overcoming them, is all that is required to constitute the hero in such pieces. And what principally distinguishes the character of the heroine is, when she is taught to consider her father's house as an enchanted castle, and her lover as the hero who is to dissolve the charm, and to set at liberty from one confinement, in order to put her into another, and to probably a worse, to instruct her how to climb walls, leap precipices, and do 20 other extravagant things, in order to show the mad strength of a passion she ought to be ashamed of, to make parents and guardians pass for tyrants, the voice of reason to be drowned in that of indiscreet love, which exalts the other sex and debases her own. And what is the instruction that can be gathered from such pieces for the conduct of common life? Then have I been ready to quarrel with these writers for another reason, and that is the dangerous notion which they hardly ever fail to propagate of a first-sight love, for there is such a susceptibility supposed on both sides, which, however it may pass in a man, very little becomes the female delicacy, that they are smitten with a glance. The fictitious blind god is made a real divinity, and too often prudence and discretion are the first offerings at his shrine. "I believe, madam," said Miss Stapleton, blushing and playing with her fan, "there have been many instances of people's loving at first sight, which have ended very happily." "No doubt of it," replied I, "but there are 3 chances to 1 that so precipitate a liking does not. For where can be the room for caution, inquiry, the display of merit and sincerity, and even the assurance of a grateful return to a lady who thus suffers herself to be prepossessed? Is it not a random shot? Is it not a proof of weakness? Is it not giving up the negative voice which belongs to the sex, even while she is not sure of meeting with the affirmative one from him whose affection she wishes to engage? Indeed, ladies, continued I cannot help concluding, and I am the less afraid of speaking my mind because of the opinion I have of the prudence of every lady that hears me, that where this weakness is found, it is no way favourable to a lady's character, nor to that discretion which ought to distinguish it. It looks to me as if a lady's heart were too much in the power of her eye, and that she had permitted her fancy to be much more busy than her judgment. Miss Stapleton blushed and looked around her. "But I observe," said Mrs. Towers, "whenever you censure any indiscretion, you seldom fail to give cautions how to avoid it. And pray let us know what is to be done in this case, that is to say, how a young lady ought to guard against and overcome the first favourable impressions." "What I imagine," replied I, "a young lady ought to do on any the least favourable impressions of the kind is immediately to withdraw into herself, as one may say, to reflect upon what she owes to her parents, to her family, to her character, and to her sex, and to resolve to check such a random prepossession, which may much more probably, as I hinted, make her a prey to the undeserving than otherwise, as there are so many of that character to one man of real merit. The most that I apprehend a first-sight approbation can do is to inspire a liking, and a liking is conquerable, if the person will not brood over it till she hatches it into love. Then every man and woman has a black and a white side, and it is easy to set the imperfections of the person against the supposed perfections, while it is only a liking. But if the busy fancy be permitted to work as it pleases, uncontrolled, then 'tis very likely, were the lady but to keep herself in countenance for receiving first impressions, she will see perfections in the object which no other living soul can, and it may be expected that as a consequence of her first indiscretion she will confirm, as an act of her judgment, what her wild and ungoverned fancy had misled her to think of with so much partial favour. And too late, as it probably may happen, she will see and lament her fatal and perhaps undutiful error. "We are talking of the ladies only," added I, for I saw Miss Stapleton was become very grave, "but I believe first-sight love often operates too powerfully in both sexes, and where it does so, it will be very lucky if either gentleman or lady find reason, on cool reflection, to approve a choice which they were so ready to make without thought." "'Tis allowed," said Mrs. Towers, "that rash and precipitate love may operate pretty much alike in the rash and precipitate of both sexes, and whichsoever loves generally exalts the person beloved above his or her merits. But I am desirous, for the sake of us maiden ladies, since it is a science in which you are so great an adept, to have your advice how we should watch and guard its first encroachments, and that you will tell us what you apprehend gives the men most advantage over us." "Nay now, Mrs. Towers, you rally my presumption indeed. I admire you, madam," replied she, "in everything you say and do, and I won't forgive you to call what I so seriously say and think raillery. For my own part," continued she, "I never was in love yet, nor I believe were any of these young ladies." Miss Cope looked a little silly upon this, and who can better instruct us to guard our hearts than a lady who has so well defended her own? "Why then, madam, if I must speak, I think what gives the other sex the greatest advantage over even many of the most deserving ones is that dangerous foible, the love of praise, and the desire to be flattered and admired. a passion I have observed to predominate more or less from 16 to 60 in most of our sex. We are too generally delighted with the company of those who extol our graces of person or mind, for will not a grateful lady study hard to return a few compliments to a gentleman who makes her so many? She is concerned to prove him a man of distinguished sense, or a polite man, at least in regard to what she thinks of herself, and so the flatterer shall be preferred to such of the sincere and worthy as cannot say what they do not think. And by this means many an excellent lady has fallen a prey to some sordid designer. Then I think nothing can give gentlemen so much advantage over our sex as to see how readily a virtuous lady can forgive the capital faults of the most abandoned of the other, and that sad, sad notion that a reformed rake makes the best husband, a notion that has done more hurt and discredit, too, to our sex, as it has given more encouragement to the profligate and more discouragement to the sober gentleman than can be easily imagined. A fine thing indeed, as if the wretch who had run through a course of iniquity to the endangering of soul and body was to be deemed the best companion for life to an innocent and virtuous young lady who is to owe the kindness of his treatment to her to his having never before accompanied with a modest woman, nor till his interest on one hand, to which his extravagance perhaps compels him to attend, and his impaired constitution on the other, oblige him to it, so much as wished to accompany with one, and who always made a jest of the marriage state, and perhaps of everything, either serious or sacred. You observe very well, said Mrs. Towers, but people will be apt to think that you have less reason than any of our sex to be severe against such a notion, for who was a greater rake than a certain gentleman, and who is a better husband? Madam, replied I, the gentleman you mean never was a common town rake. He is a man of sense and fine understanding, and his reformation, secondarily, as I may say, has been the natural effect of those extraordinary qualities. But also I will presume to say that that gentleman, as he has not many equals in the nobleness of his nature, so he is not likely, I doubt, to have many followers, in a reformation begun in the bloom of youth, upon self-conviction, and altogether, humanly speaking, spontaneous. Those ladies who would plead his example in support of this pernicious notion should find out the same generous qualities in the man before they trust to it, and it will then do less harm, though even then I could not wish it to be generally entertained. It is really unaccountable, said Mrs. Towers. After all, as Mrs. B., I remember, said on another occasion that our sex should not as much insist upon virtue and sobriety in the character of a man as a man, be he ever such a rake, does in that of a lady, and 'tis certainly a great encouragement to libertinism that a worn-out debauchee should think himself at any time good enough for a husband, and have the confidence to imagine that a modest woman will accept of his address with a preference of him to any other. I can account for it but one way, said the Dean, and that is, that a modest woman is apt to be diffident of her own merit and understanding, and she thinks this diffidence an imperfection. A rake never is troubled with it, so he has in perfection a quality she thinks she wants, and knowing too little of the world, imagines she mends the matter by accepting of one who knows too much. That's well observed, Mr. Dean, said Mrs. Towers, but there is another fault in our sex, which Mrs. B. has not touched upon, and that is the foolish vanity some women have in the hopes of reforming a wild fellow, and that they shall be able to do more than any of their sex before them could do, a vanity that often costs them dear, as I know in more than one instance. Another weakness, said I, might be produced against some of our sex, who join too readily to droll upon and sneer at the misfortune of any poor young creature who has shown too little regard for her honour, and who, instead of speaking of it with concern, and inveighing against the seducer, too lightly sport with the unhappy person's fall, industriously spread the knowledge of it. I would not look upon Miss Sutton while I spoke this, and avoid her as one infected, and yet scruple not to admit into their company the vile aggressor, and even to smile with him at his barbarous jests upon the poor sufferer of their own sex. I have known 3 or 4 instances of this in my time, said Mrs. Towers, that Miss Sutton might not take it to herself, for she looked down and was a little serious. This, replied I, puts me in mind of a little humorous copy of verses written, as I believe, by Mr. B., and which, to the very purpose we are speaking of, he calls benefit of making others' misfortunes our own. Thou'st heard it, or read it 1,000,000 of times, that men are made up of falsehood and crimes. Search all the old authors, and ransack the new, thou'lt find in love stories scarce one mortal true. Then why this complaining, and why this wry face? Is it 'cause thou'rt affected most with thy own case? Hadst thou sooner made others' misfortunes thy own, thou never thyself this disaster hadst known. Thy compassionate caution had kept thee from evil, and thou mightst have defied mankind and the devil. The ladies were pleased with the lines, but Mrs. Towers wanted to know at what time of Mr. B.'s life they could be written. Because, added she, I never suspected before that the good gentleman ever took pains to write cautions or exhortations to our sex, to avoid the delusions of his own. These verses and these facetious but severe remarks of Mrs. Towers made every young lady look up with a cheerful countenance, because it pushed the ball from self, and the dean said to his daughter, So, my dear, you, that have been so attentive, must let us know what useful inferences you can draw from what Mrs. B. and the other ladies so excellently said. I observe, sir, from the faults the ladies have so justly imputed to some of our sex, that the advantage the gentlemen chiefly have over us is from our own weakness, and that it behooves a prudent woman to guard against first impressions of favour, since she will think herself obliged, in compliment to her own judgment, to find reasons, if possible, to confirm them. But I wish to know if there be any way that a woman can judge whether a man means honourably or not in his address to her. Mrs. B. can best inform you of that, Miss L., said Mrs. Towers. What say you, Mrs. B.? There are a few signs, answered I, easy to be known, and I think almost infallible. Pray let's have them, said Lady Arthur, and they all were very attentive. I lay it down as an undoubted truth, said I, that true love is one of the most respectful things in the world. It strikes with awe and reverence the mind of the man who boasts its impressions. It is chaste and pure in word and deed, and cannot bear to have the least indecency mingled with it. If therefore a man, be his birth or quality what it will, the higher, the worse, presume to wound a lady's ears with indecent words, if he endeavour in his expressions or sentiments to convey gross or impure ideas to her mind, if he is continually pressing for her confidence in his honour, if he requests favours which a lady ought to refuse, if he can be regardless of his conduct or behaviour to her, if he can use boisterous or rude freedoms either to her person or dress. Here poor Miss Cope by her blushes bore witness to her case. If he avoids speaking of marriage when he has a fair opportunity of doing it, here Miss L. looked down and blushed, or leaves it once to a lady to wonder that he does not, in any or in all these cases he is to be suspected, and a lady can have little hope of such a person, nor, as I humbly apprehend, consistent with honour and discretion, encourage his address. The ladies were so kind as to applaud all I said, and so did the dean. Miss Stapleton, Miss Cope, and Miss L. were to write down what they could remember of the conversation, and our noble guests coming in soon after, with Mr. B., the ladies would have departed, but he prevailed upon them to pass the evening, and Miss L., who had an admirable finger on the harpsichord, as I have before said, obliged us with 2 or 3 lessons. Each of the ladies did the like, and prevailed upon me to play a tune or 2, but Miss Cope, as well as Miss L., surpassed me much. We all sung, too, in turns, and Mr. B. took the violin, in which he excels. Lord Davers obliged us on the violoncello. Mr. H. played on the German flute, and sung us a fop song, and performed it in character, so that we had an exceeding gay evening, and parted with great satisfaction on all sides, particularly on the young ladies, for this put them all in good humour and good spirits, enlivening the former scene, which otherwise might have closed, perhaps more gravely than efficaciously. The distance of time since this conversation passed enables me to add what I could not do when I wrote the account of it, which you have mislaid, and which take briefly as follows. Miss Stapleton was as good as her word, and wrote down all she could recollect of the conversation, and I having already sent her the letter she desired, containing my observations upon the flighty style she so much admired, it had such an effect upon her as to turn the course of her reading and studies to weightier and more solid subjects, and avoiding the gentleman she had begun to favour, gave way to her parents' recommendations, and is happily married to Sir Jonathan Barnes. Miss Cope came to me a week after, with the leave of both her parents, and tarried with me 3 days, in which time she opened all her heart to me, and returned in such a disposition, and with such resolutions, that she never would see her peer again, nor receive letters from him, which she owned to me she had done clandestinely before, and she is now the happy lady of Sir Michael Beaumont, who makes her the best of husbands, and permits her to follow her charitable inclinations, according to a scheme which she consulted me upon. Miss L., by the Dean's indulgent prudence and discretion, has escaped her rake, and upon the discovery of an intrigue he was carrying on with another, conceived a just abhorrence of him, and is since married to Dr. Jenkins, as you know, with whom she lives very happily. Miss Sutton is not quite so well off as the 3 former, though not altogether so unhappy neither, in her way. She could not indeed conquer her love of dress and tinsel, and so became the lady of Colonel Wilson, and they are thus far easy in the marriage state, that being seldom together, they have probably a multitude of misunderstandings, for the Colonel loves gaming, in which he is generally a winner, and so passes his time mostly in town. His lady has her pleasures, neither laudable nor criminal ones, which she pursues in the country, and now and then a letter passes on both sides, by the inscription and subscription of which they remind one another that they have been once in their lives at one church together. And what now, my dear Lady G., have I to add to this tedious account? For letter I can hardly call it, but that I am, with great affection, your true friend and servant, P.B. Letter 103, my dear Lady G. You desire to have a little specimen of my nursery tales and stories, with which, as Miss Fenwick told you, on her return to Lincolnshire, I entertain my Miss Goodwin and my little boys. But you make me too high a compliment when you tell me it is for your own instruction and example. Yet you know, my dear Lady G., be your motives what they will, I must obey you, although were others to see it, I might expose myself to the smiles and contempt of judges less prejudiced in my favour. So I will begin without any further apology, and, as near as I can, give you those very stories with which Miss Fenwick was so pleased, and of which she has made so favourable a report. Let me acquaint you then that my method is to give characters of persons I have known in one part or other of my life, in feigned names whose conduct may serve for imitation or warning to my dear attentive miss, and sometimes I give instances of good boys and naughty boys for the sake of my Billy and my Davers, and they are continually coming about me. Dear madam, a pretty story, now cries Miss, and dear mamma, tell me of good boys and of naughty boys, cries Billy. Miss is a surprising child of her age, and is very familiar with many of the best characters in the Spectators, and having a smattering of Latin, and more than a smattering of Italian, and being a perfect mistress of French, is seldom at a loss for a derivation of such words as are not of English original. And so I shall give you a story in feigned names, with which she is so delighted that she has written it down. But I will first trespass on your patience with one of my childish tales. Every day, once or twice, I cause Miss Goodwin, who plays and sings very prettily, to give a tune or two to me, my Billy, and my Davers, who, as well as my Pamela, love and learn to touch the keys, young as the latter is, and she will have a sweet finger, I can observe that, and a charming ear, and her voice is music itself. Oh, the fond, fond mother, I know you will say on reading this. Then, madam, we all proceed hand in hand together to the nursery to my Charlie and Jemmy, and in this happy retirement, so much my delight in the absence of my best beloved, imagine you see me seated, surrounded with the joy and the hope of my future prospects, as well as my present comforts. Miss Goodwin, imagine you see on my right hand, sitting on a velvet stool, because she is eldest, and a miss. Billy on my left in a little cane elbow chair, because he is eldest and a good boy. My Davers and my sparkling-eyed Pamela, with my Charlie between them, on little silken cushions at my feet, hand in hand, their pleased eyes looking up to my more delighted ones, and my sweet-natured promising Jemmy in my lap. The nurses and the cradle just behind us, and the nursery maids delightedly pursuing some useful needlework for the dear charmers of my heart, all as hush and as still as silence itself, as the pretty creatures generally are when their little watchful eyes see my lips beginning to open, for they take neat notice already of my rule of 2 ears to 1 tongue. Insomuch that if Billy or Davers are either of them for breaking the mum, as they call it, they are immediately hush at any time if I put my finger to my lip, or if Miss points hers to her ear, even to the breaking of a word in two, as it were. And yet all my boys are as lively as so many birds, while my Pamela is cheerful, easy, soft, gentle, always smiling, but modest and harmless as a dove. I began with a story of 2 little boys and 2 little girls, the children of a fine gentleman and a fine lady who loved them dearly. That they were all so good and loved one another so well that everybody who saw them admired them and talked of them far and near, that they would part with anything to the another, loved the poor, spoke kindly to the servants, did everything they were bid to do, were not proud, knew no strife, but who should learn their books best and be the prettiest scholar, that the servants loved them and would do anything they desired, that they were not proud of fine clothes, that let not their heads run upon their playthings when they should mind their books, said grace before they eat, their prayers before they went to bed, and as soon as they rose were always clean and neat, would not tell a fib for the world, and were above doing anything that required one. That God bless them more and more, and bless their papa and mamma, and their uncles and aunts and cousins for their sakes. And there was a happy family, my dear loves, no one idle, all prettily employed, the masters at their books, the misses at their books too, or at their needles, except at their play hours, when they were never rude, nor noisy, nor mischievous, nor quarrelsome. And no such word was ever heard from their mouths as, "Why mayn't I have this or that, as well as Billy or Bobby?" Or "Why should Sally have this or that any more than I?" But it was "as my mamma pleases." My mamma knows best, and a bow and a smile, and no surliness or scowling brow to be seen, if they were denied anything, for well did they know that their papa and mamma loved them so dearly that they would refuse them nothing that was for their good. And they were sure when they were refused, they asked for something that would have done them hurt, had it been granted. Never were such good boys and girls as these. And they grew up, and the masters became fine scholars and fine gentlemen, and everybody honored them. And the misses became fine ladies and fine housewives. And this gentleman, when they grew to be women, sought to marry one of the misses, and that gentleman the other. And happy was he that could be admitted into their companies, so that they had nothing to do but to pick and choose out of the best gentlemen in the country, while the greatest ladies for birth, and the most remarkable for virtue, which, my dears, is better than either birth or fortune, thought themselves honoured by the addresses of the two brothers, and they married, and made good papas and mammas, and were so many blessings to the age in which they lived. There, my dear loves, were happy sons and daughters, for good masters seldom fail to make good gentlemen, and good misses good ladies, and God blesses them with as good children as they were to their parents, and so the blessing goes round. Who would not but be good? "Well, but, mamma, we will all be good, won't we, Master Davers?" cries my Billy. "Yes, brother Billy, but what will become of the naughty boys? Tell us, mamma, about the naughty boys." "Why, there was a poor widow woman who had 3 naughty sons and 1 naughty daughter, and they would do nothing that their mamma bid them do, were always quarrelling, scratching, and fighting, would not say their prayers, would not learn their books, so that the little boys used to laugh at them, and point at them as they went along, for blockheads, and nobody loved them or took notice of them, except to beat and thump them about, for their naughty ways, and their undutifulness to their poor mother, who worked hard to maintain them. As they grew up, they grew worse and worse, and more stupid and ignorant, so that they impoverished their poor mother, and at last broke her heart, poor widow woman. And her neighbours joined together to bury the poor widow woman, for these sad ungracious children made away with what little she had left while she was ill, before her heart was quite broken, and this helped to break it the sooner. For had she lived, she saw she must have wanted bread, and had no comfort with such wicked children. "Poor widow woman," said my Billy with tears, and my little dove shed tears too, and Davers was moved, and Miss wiped her fine eyes. "But what became of the naughty boys and the naughty girl, mamma?" "Became of them? Why, one son was forced to go to sea, and there he was drowned. Another turned thief, for he would not work, and he came to an untimely end. The third was idle and ignorant, and nobody, who knew how he used his poor mother, would employ him, and so he was forced to go into a far country and beg his bread. And the naughty girl, having never loved work, pined away in sloth and filthiness, and at last broke her arm, and died of a fever, lamenting too late that she had been so wicked a daughter to so good a mother. And so there was a sad end to all the 4 ungracious children, who never would mind what their poor mother said to them, and God punished their naughtiness, as you see, while the good children I mentioned before were the glory of their family, and the delight of everybody that knew them." "Who would not be good?" was the inference, and the repetition from Billy, with his hands clapped together, "Poor widow woman," gave me much pleasure. So my childish story ended with a kiss of each pretty dear, and their thanks for my story, and then came on Mrs. request for a woman's story, as she called it. I dismissed my babies to their play, and taking Mrs. hand, she standing before me, all attention, began in a more womanly strain to her, for she is very fond of being thought a woman, and indeed is a prudent, sensible dear, comprehends anything instantly, and makes very pretty reflections upon what she hears or reads, as you will observe in what follows. There is nothing, my dear Miss Goodwin, that young ladies should be so watchful over as their reputation. 'Tis a tender flower that the least frost will nip, the least cold wind will blast, and when once blasted it will never flourish again, but wither to the very root. But this I have told you so often, I need not repeat what I have said. So to my story. There were 4 pretty ladies lived in one genteel neighbourhood, daughters of 4 several families, but all companions and visitors, and yet all of very different inclinations. Coquetilla we will call one, Prudiana another, Profusiana the third, and Prudentia the fourth, their several names denoting their respective qualities. Coquetilla was the only daughter of a worthy baronet, by a lady very gay, but rather indiscreet than unvirtuous, who took not the requisite care of her daughter's education, but let her be overrun with the love of fashion, dress, and equipage, and when in London, balls, operas, plays, the park, the ring, the withdrawing-room took up her whole attention. She admired nobody but herself, fluttered about, laughing at and despising a crowd of men followers, whom she attracted by gay, thoughtless freedoms of behaviour, too nearly treading on the skirts of immodesty. Yet made she not one worthy conquest, exciting on the contrary in all sober minds that contempt of herself which she so profusely would be thought to pour down upon the rest of the world. After she had several years fluttered about the dangerous light like some silly fly, she at last singed the wings of her reputation. For being despised by every worthy heart, she became too easy and cheap a prey to a man the most unworthy of all her followers, who had resolution and confidence enough to break through those few cobweb reserves in which she had encircled her precarious virtue, and which were no longer of force to preserve her honour, when she met with a man more bold and more enterprising than herself, and who was as designing as she was thoughtless. And what then became of Coquetilla? Why, she was forced to pass over sea to Ireland, where nobody knew her, and to bury herself in a dull obscurity, to go by another name, and at last, unable to support a life so unsuitable to the natural gaiety of her temper, she pined herself into a consumption and died, unpitied and unlamented, among strangers, having not one friend but whom she bought with her money. Poor Lady Coquetilla, said Miss Goodwin, what a sad thing it is to have a wrong education, and how happy am I, who have so good a lady to supply the place of a dear distant mamma! But be pleased, madam, to proceed to the next. Prudiana, my dear, was the daughter of a gentleman who was a widower, and had, while the young lady was an infant, buried her mamma. He was a good sort of man, but had but one lesson to teach to Prudiana, and that was to avoid all sort of conversation with the men, but never gave her the right turn of mind, nor instilled into it that sense of her religious duties which would have been her best guard in all temptations. For, provided she kept out of the sight and conversation of the gentlemen, and avoided the company of those ladies who more freely conversed with the other sex, it was all her papa desired of her. This gave her a haughty, sullen, and reserved turn, made her stiff, formal, and affected. She had sense enough to discover early the faults of Coquetilla, and in dislike to them fell the more easily into that contrary extreme, which a recluse education and her papa's cautions naturally led her, so that pride, reserve, affectation, and censoriousness made up the essentials of her character, and she became more unamiable even than Coquetilla, and as the other was too accessible, Prudiana was quite unapproachable by gentlemen, and unfit for any conversation, but that of her servants, being also deserted by those of her own sex, by whom she might have improved on account of her censorious disposition. And what was the consequence? Why, this: every worthy person of both sexes despising her, and she being used to see nobody but servants, at last throws herself upon one of that class. In an evil hour she finds something that is taking to her low taste in the person of her papa's valet, a wretch so infinitely beneath her, but a gay coxcomb of a servant, that everybody attributed to her the scandal of making the first advances, for otherwise it was presumed he durst not have looked up to his master's daughter. So here ended all her pride. All her reserves came to this: her censoriousness of others redoubled people's contempt upon herself, and made nobody pity her. She was finally turned out of doors without a penny of fortune. The fellow was forced to set up a barber's shop in a country town, for all he knew was to shave and dress a peruke, and her papa would never look upon her more, so that Prudiana became the outcast of her family, and the scorn of all that knew her, and was forced to mingle in conversation and company with the wretches of her husband's degree. Poor, miserable Prudiana, said Miss, what a sad, sad fall was hers, and all owing to the want of a proper education too, and to the loss of such a mamma as I have an aunt, and so wise a papa as I have an uncle. How could her papa, I wonder, restrain her person as he did, like a poor nun, and make her unacquainted with the generous restraints of the mind? I am sure, my dear good aunt, it will be owing to you that I shall never be a Coquetilla nor a Prudiana, neither. Your table is always surrounded with the best of company, with worthy gentlemen as well as ladies, and you instruct me to judge of both and of every new guest in such a manner as makes me esteem them all and censure nobody, but yet to see faults in some to avoid, and graces in others to imitate, but in nobody but yourself and my uncle anything so like perfection as shall attract one's admiration to one's own ruin. You are young yet, my love, and must always doubt your own strength, and pray to God more and more, as your years advance, to give you more and more prudence and watchfulness over your conduct. But yet, my dear, you must think justly of yourself too, for let the young gentleman be ever so learned and discreet, your education entitles you to think as well of yourself as of them. For don't you see the ladies who are so kind as to visit us, that have not been abroad, as you have been, when they were young, yet make as good figures in conversation, say as good things as any of the gentlemen? For, my dear, all that the gentlemen know more than the ladies, except here and there such a one as your dear uncle, with all their learned education, is only that they have been disciplined, perhaps into an observation of a few accuracies in speech, which, if they know no more, rather distinguish the pedant than the gentleman, such as the avoiding of a false concord, as they call it, and which you know how to do as well as the best, not to put a was for a were, an are for an is, and to be able to speak in mood and tense, and such like valuable parts of education, so that, my dear, you can have no reason to look upon that sex in so high a light as to depreciate your own. And yet you must not be proud, nor conceited neither, but make this one rule your guide. In your maiden state, think yourself above the gentlemen, and they'll think you so too, and address you with reverence and respect, if they see there be neither pride nor arrogance in your behaviour, but a consciousness of merit, a true dignity, such as becomes virgin modesty, and untainted purity of mind and manners, like that of an angel among men. For so young ladies should look upon themselves to be, and will then be treated as such by the other sex. In your married state, which is a kind of state of humiliation for a lady, you must think yourself subordinate to your husband, for so it has pleased God to make the wife. You must have no will of your own in petty things, and if you marry a gentleman of sense and honour, such a one as your uncle, he will look upon you as his equal, and will exalt you the more for your abasing yourself. In short, my dear, he will act by you, just as your dear uncle does by me, and then what a happy creature will you be! So I shall, madame, to be sure I shall, but I know I shall be happy whenever I marry, because I have such wise directors and such an example before me, and if it please God, I will never think of any man, in pursuance of your constant advice to young ladies at the tea-table, who is not a man of sense and a virtuous gentleman. But now, dear madam, for your next character, there are 2 more yet to come. That's my pleasure. I wish there were 10. Why, the next was Profusiana. You may remember, my love, Profusiana took another course to her ruin. She fell into some of Coquetilla's foibles, but pursued them for another end, and in another manner. Struck with the grandeur and magnificence of what weak people call the upper life, she gives herself up to the circus, to balls, to operas, to masquerades and assemblies, affects to shine at the head of all companies, at Tunbridge, at Bath, and every place of public resort, plays high, is always receiving and paying visits, giving balls, and making treats and entertainments, and is so much above the conduct which mostly recommends a young lady to the esteem of the deserving of the other sex, that no gentleman who prefers solid happiness can think of addressing her, though she is a fine person and has many outward graces of behavior. She becomes the favorite toast of the place she frequents, is proud of that distinction, gives the fashion, and delights in the pride, that she can make apes in imitation whenever she pleases, but yet, endeavouring to avoid being thought proud, makes herself cheap, and is the subject of the attempts of every coxcomb of eminence, and, with much ado, preserves her virtue, though not her character. What all this while is poor Profusiana doing? She would be glad, perhaps, of a suitable proposal, and would, it may be, give up some of her gaieties and extravagances, for Profusiana has wit, and is not totally destitute of reason when she suffers herself to think. But her conduct procures her not one solid friendship, and she has not in a 12-month, among 1,000 professions of service, one devoir that she can attend to, or a friend that she can depend upon. All the women she sees, if she excels them, hate her. The gay part of the men, with whom she accompanies most, are all in a plot against her honour. Even the gentlemen, whose conduct in the general is governed by principles of virtue, come down to these public places to partake of the innocent freedoms allowed there, and oftentimes give themselves airs of gallantry, and never have it in their thoughts to commence a treaty of marriage with an acquaintance begun upon that gay spot. What solid friendships and satisfactions, then, is Profusiana excluded from? Her name, indeed, is written in every public window, and prostituted, as I may call it, at the pleasure of every profligate or sot who wears a diamond to engrave it, and that it may be, with most vile and barbarous imputations and freedoms of words, added by rakes, who very probably never exchanged a syllable with her. The wounded trees are perhaps also taught to wear the initials of her name, linked, not unlikely, and widening as they grow, with those of a scoundrel. But all this while she makes not the least impression upon one noble heart, and at last, perhaps, having run on to the end of an uninterrupted race of follies, she is cheated into the arms of some vile fortune-hunter, who quickly lavishes away the remains of that fortune which her extravagance had left, and then, after the worst usage, abandoning her with contempt, she sinks into an obscurity that cuts short the thread of her life, and leaves no remembrance but on the brittle glass, and still more faithless bark, that ever she had a being. "Alas, alas, what a butterfly of a day," said Miss, an expression she remembered of Lady Towers, "was poor Profusiana. What a sad thing to be so dazzled by worldly grandeur, and to have so many admirers, and not one real friend." "Very true, my dear, and how carefully ought a person of a gay and lively temper to watch over it, and what a rock may public places be to a lady's reputation, if she be not doubly vigilant in her conduct, when she is exposed to the censures and observations of malignant crowds of people, many of the worst of whom spare the least those who are most unlike themselves. But then, madam, said Miss, would Profusiana venture to play at public places? Will ladies game, madam? I have heard you say that lords and sharpers, but just out of liveries, in gaming are upon a foot in everything, save that one has nothing to lose, and the other much, besides his reputation. And will ladies so disgrace their characters and their sex as to pursue this pernicious diversion in public? Yes, my dear, they will too often. The more's the pity. And don't you remember when we were at Bath in what a hurry I once passed by some knots of genteel people, and you asked what those were doing? I told you whisperingly they were gaming, and loath I was that my Miss Goodwin should stop to see some sights to which, till she arrived at the years of discretion, it was not proper to familiarize her eye, in some sort of acting like the ancient Romans, who would not assign punishments to certain atrocious crimes because they had such an high idea of human nature as to suppose it incapable of committing them. So I was not for having you, while a little girl, see those things which I knew would give no credit to our sex, and which I thought, when you grew older, should be new and shocking to you. But now you are so much a woman in discretion, I may tell you anything. She kissed my hand and made me a fine curtsy, and told me that now she longed to hear of Prudentia's conduct. Her name, madam, said she, promises better things than those of her 3 companions, and so it had need. For how sad is it to think that out of 4 ladies of distinction, 3 of them should be naughty, and of course unhappy. These 2 words, of course, my dear, said I, were very prettily put in. Let me kiss you for it, since every one that is naughty, first or last, must be certainly unhappy. Far otherwise than what I have related was it with the amiable Prudentia. Like the industrious bee, she makes up her honey hoard from every flower, bitter as well as sweet. For every character is of use to her, by which she can improve her own. She had the happiness of an aunt who loved her, as I do you, and of an uncle who doted on her, as yours does, for, alas, poor Prudentia lost her papa and mamma almost in her infancy in 1 week, but was so happy in her uncle and aunt's care as not to miss them in her education, and but just to remember their persons. By reading, by observation, and by attention, she daily added new advantages to those which her education gave her. She saw and pitied the fluttering freedoms and dangerous nights of Coquetilla, the sullen pride, the affectation, and stiff reserves which Prudiana assumed. She penetrated and made it her study to avoid. And the gay, hazardous conduct, extravagant temper, and love of tinselled grandeur, which were the blemishes of Profusiana's character, she dreaded and shunned. She fortifies herself with the excellent examples of the past and present ages, and knows how to avoid the faults of the faulty, and to imitate the graces of the most perfect. She takes into her scheme of that future happiness, which she hopes to make her own, what are the true excellencies of her sex, and endeavours to appropriate to herself the domestic virtues which shall one day make her the crown of some worthy gentleman's earthly happiness, and which, of course, as you prettily said, my dear, will secure and heighten her own. That noble frankness of disposition, that sweet and unaffected openness and simplicity which shines in all her actions and behaviour, commend her to the esteem and reverence of all mankind, as her humility and affability, and a temper uncensorious, and ever making the best of what she said of the absent person of either sex, due to the love of every lady. Her name indeed is not prostituted on windows, nor carved on the barks of trees in public places, but it smells sweet to every nostril, dwells on every tongue, and is engraven on every heart. She meets with no address but from men of honour and probity. The fluttering coxcomb, the inveigling parasite, the insidious deceiver, the mercenary fortune-hunter, spread no snares for a heart guarded by discretion and prudence as hers is. They see that all her amiable virtues are the happy result of an uniform judgment, and the effects of her own wisdom, founded in an education to which she does the highest credit. And at last, after several worthy offers, enough to perplex a lady's choice, she blesses some one happy gentleman, more distinguished than the rest for learning, good sense, and true politeness, which is but another word for virtue and honour, and shines to her last hour in all the duties of domestic life as an excellent wife, mother, mistress, friend, and Christian, and so confirms all the expectations of which her maiden life had given such strong and such edifying presages. Then, folding my dear Miss in my arms and kissing her, tears of pleasure standing in her pretty eyes, who would not, said I, shun the examples of the Coquetillas, the Prudianas, and the Profusianas of this world, and choose to imitate the character of Prudentia, the happy and the happy-making Prudentia? "Oh, madam, madam," said the dear creature, smothering me with her rapturous kisses, "Prudentia is you! Is you, indeed, it can be nobody else. Oh, teach me, good God, to follow your example, and I shall be a second Prudentia. Indeed, I shall. God send you may, my beloved Miss, and may he bless you more, if possible, than Prudentia was blessed. And so, my dear Lady G., you have some of my nursery tales, with which, relying on your kind allowances and friendship, I conclude myself your affectionate and faithful P.B. Conclusion. The editor thinks proper to conclude in this place, that he may not be thought to deserve a suspicion that the extent of the work was to be measured by the patience of its readers, but he thinks it necessary, in order to elucidate the whole, to subjoin a note of the following facts. Mr. B., after the affair which took date at the masquerade, and concluded so happily, continued to be one of the best and most exemplary of men, an honour to his country, both in his public and private capacity, having, at the instances of some of his friends, in very elevated stations, accepted of an honourable employment abroad in the service of the state, which he discharged in such a manner as might be expected from his qualifications and knowledge of the world. And on his return, after an absence of 3 years, resisting all the temptations of ambition, devoted himself to private duties, and joined with his excellent lady in every pious wish of her heart, adorning the married life with all the warmth of an elegant tenderness, beloved by his tenants, respected by his neighbours, revered by his children, and almost adored by the poor, in every county where his estates gave him interest, as well as for his own bountiful temper, as for the charities he permitted to be dispensed with so liberal a hand by his lady. She made him the father of 7 fine children, 5 sons and 2 daughters, all adorned and accomplished by nature, to be the joy and delight of such parents, being educated in every respect by the rules of their inimitable mother, laid down in that book, which she mentions to have been written by her for the revisal and correction of her consort, the contents of which may be gathered from her remarks upon Mr. Locke's treatise on education, in her letters to Mr. B., and in those to Lady G. Miss Goodwin, at the age of 18, was married to a young gentleman of fine parts, and great sobriety and virtue, and both she and he, in every material part of their conduct, and in their behaviour to one another, emulate the good example set them by Mr. and Mrs. B. Lord Davers dying 2 years before this marriage, his lady went to reside at the Hall in Lincolnshire, the place of her birth, that she might enjoy the company and conversation of her excellent sister, who, for conveniency of the chapel and advantage of room and situation, had prevailed upon Mr. B. to make it the chief place of his residence, and there the noble lady lived long, in the strictest friendship with the happy pair, an honourable relict of her affectionate lord. The worthy Mr. Andrews and his wife lived together in the sweet tranquillity set forth in their letters for the space of 12 years at the Kentish farm. The good old gentlewoman died first, full of years and comfort, her dutiful daughter performing the last pious offices to so beloved and so loving a parent. Her husband survived her about a year only. Lady G, Miss Darnford, that was, after a happy marriage of several years, died in childbed of her fourth child, to the inexpressible concern of her affectionate consort and of her dear friend Mrs. B. Lord H, after having suffered great dishonour by the ill courses of his wife, and great devastations in his estate through her former debts and continued extravagance, intimidated and dispirited by her perpetual insults and those of her gaming brother, who with his bullying friends terrified him into their measures, threw himself upon the protection of Mr. B., who by his spirit and prudence saved him from utter ruin, punished his wife's accomplices, and obliged her to accept a separate maintenance, and then, taking his affairs into his own management in due course of time, entirely re-established them, and after some years, his wife dying, he became wiser by his past sufferings, and married a second of Lady Davers's recommendation, who, by her prudence and virtue, made him happy for the remainder of his days. Mr. Longman lived to a great age in the worthy family, much esteemed by every one, having trained up a diligent youth, whom he had recommended, to ease him in his business, and who, answering expectation, succeeded him in it after his death. He dying rich, out of his great love and gratitude to the family, in whose service he had acquired most of his fortune, and in disgust to his nearest relations, who had perversely disobliged him, he bequeathed to 3 of them £100 apiece, and left all the rest to his honoured principal, Mr. B., who, as soon as he came to know it, being at that time abroad, directed his lady to call together the relations of the old gentleman, and after touching them to the heart with a just and effectual reproof, and finding them filled with due sense of their demerit, which had been the cause of their suffering, then to divide the whole, which had been left him, among them, in greater proportions as they were more nearly related. An action worthy prayers and blessings, not only of the benefited, but of all who heard of it. For it is easy to imagine how cheerfully and how gracefully his benevolent lady discharged a command so well suited to her natural generosity. The End. End of Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.